Welcome to Novels KUMO Audiobook Dad's Comic Life. Chapter 301 to 360, A Blessing for This Wonderful World. 981 words. The initial storyline, which was quite different from typical isekai stories, gave some readers a refreshing feeling, but they weren't overly surprised. After all, this was the porter's work. Given his style, pulling off some crazy twists wasn't exactly unexpected. After all, there had already been a hilarious series like Cautious Hero. Though the ending of that story left some readers unsatisfied, the earlier chapters were filled with humor. Daniel settled in and continued reading. After a flash of light, the protagonist Kazuma and the goddess Aqua were transported to the other world. There were no cars, no telephone poles, just rows of red brick buildings resembling a medieval European town. In most isekai stories, this is the point where the protagonist begins their overpowered journey, conquering challenges with ease. However, Daniel suspected that the porter wouldn't let Kazuma have such an easy time. Given the previous storyline of Cautious Hero, where the quirky goddess mostly served as comic relief, it seemed likely that Aqua would play a similar role as a clumsy sidekick. But then again, Daniel thought, what if the story suddenly flipped like Cautious Hero? Maybe a powerful minion of the Demon King would attack right in the starting village. But no, Daniel's guess was wrong. Wait, this is a classic trope? That's odd, he thought. Kazuma and Aqua set off to register at the Adventurers Guild, which was quite standard for isekai stories. Daniel was surprised the porter followed this typical plot. Things soon took a twist. Kazuma's stats turned out to be terrible, making him suited only for the most basic adventurer class. Unlike other stories where the protagonist shows hidden talent and amazes the guild, Kazuma was just average. Could this be another anti-trope twist? Daniel scratched his chin. Since Cautious Hero introduced the trend of flipping typical plotlines, a lot of new works had popped up, featuring weak protagonists who became legends by relying on others' creativity and luck. As Daniel pondered, the story continued. And then, the screen shifted, leaving readers baffled. Kazuma and Aqua began working manual labor jobs, like construction. Indeed, no matter the world, money is essential. But weren't they supposed to be defeating the Demon King and saving the world? Instead, these two were working jobs, partying, eating, and bathing like ordinary laborers. They had completely forgotten their original purpose for coming to this world. Not only did the readers notice this, but even Kazuma himself realized it and brought it up to Aqua. Upon hearing Kazuma's reminder, Aqua looked confused for a moment. After thinking for a while, she said, "Oh, right. That's true. I got so wrapped up in the joy of work that I forgot. Kazuma, if you don't defeat the Demon King, I can't go back." The fans were collectively exasperated. Wow, these two had really forgotten their whole reason for coming here. Indeed, in the porter's works, no protagonist or goddess was ever normal. After working construction and painting houses, Kazuma and Aqua finally decided to do something adventurers were supposed to do, hunt monsters to earn money. Their next task was to hunt giant frogs. Normally, at this point, one would expect a scene where the protagonists heroically save a damsel in distress and embark on a grand adventure with a new companion. However, Help! Aqua, save me! Yes, you read that right. Not only did they fail the hunt, but Kazuma was being chased by a giant frog, red-faced and teary-eyed. As for Aqua, she stepped forward, confidently striking a heroic pose. This made sense. After all, while Kazuma had weak stats, Aqua, as a goddess, had top-tier abilities. Unfortunately, a few moments later, Aqua was gone, swallowed whole by the giant frog. The only clue to her fate was a white cloth-like thing hanging from the frog's mouth. That white thing? It was Aqua. At the start of Chapter 2, the story took a turn that left Daniel and many readers wide-eyed, their jaws hanging open in shock. What kind of isekai story was this? So, both the protagonist and the goddess were utterly useless in combat? How were they supposed to save the world? Daniel felt his entire worldview being flipped. He checked his fan group chat. Everyone was buzzing with disbelief, their comments echoing his own astonishment. And yet, despite the absurdity, the story was strangely entertaining. While many fans were stunned by the lack of combat skills, the story itself was undeniably funny. Daniel realized that he hadn't stopped laughing the entire time. After all, the story had been promoted as a comedy, so fans were more forgiving about Kazuma's lack of power. Following their failed attempt at monster hunting, Kazuma and Aqua finally understood the need to recruit more companions. At this point, many fans grew excited again. Given the story's comedic nature, they eagerly anticipated the arrival of some equally quirky new teammates. Then they met Megumin, a young mage with a severe case of chinibia, adolescent delusions of grandeur, from the Crimson Demon clan. Oh, and she was so poor she couldn't afford to eat for days. However, despite her eccentric behavior, Megumin's combat power seemed promising. After a moment of confusion, Kazuma and Aqua decided to bring Megumin along to fight the giant frogs. With Aqua acting as bait, Megumin began chanting, and the air around her crackled with energy. Her overwhelming magical power left Daniel thinking, maybe this girl is actually useful. But deep down, he suspected the porter wouldn't be so generous. With a loud shout of explosion, the ground shook, and a blinding light filled the sky. The frog exploded, scattering blood and guts everywhere. Then Megumin collapsed. Yes, Megumin was a one-hit wonder. Although her explosion magic was immensely powerful, it drained all her energy in a single attack, leaving her unable to fight any longer. For 10 advanced chapters, patreon.com/angelic translating. Chapter 302, I, Madara, acknowledge you as the strongest. 1083 words. After Konosuba, God's blessing on this wonderful world started serializing, it exploded in popularity among anime fans. This manga is absolutely hilarious. Aside from the somewhat normal beginning, everything afterward just radiates silliness. Haha, how could there be a manga this goofy? When Aqua showed up, I was ready to switch wafers to REM, but Aqua is just as ridiculous as the dumb goddess from Cautious Hero. It's hard to root for her. What does the porter have against goddesses? Why are they always such aheads in his stories? When will goddesses stop being clowns? As expected of the porter, I couldn't stop laughing from start to finish. Did anyone notice the knight named Darkness who shows up at the end of chapter 2? I have a bad feeling about her. Yeah, her face looked suspiciously flushed. Could she be into the protagonist? No, knowing the porter's style, there's probably something wrong with that knight. I'm tallying up the main team so far: a useless protagonist, a clumsy goddess, a Chunibyo, delusional, one-shot lowly, and probably a weird knight. There's no way this knight is normal either. In anime fan groups, forums, and threads everywhere, people were talking about the manga. At first, everyone viewed it as an outrageous comedy, but soon, discussions about deeper plot elements began to pop up as people noticed subtle details. Nobody questioned why the protagonist was so weak or why they failed so miserably at fighting a giant frog. For the readers, this was part of the world building. Everyone just accepted that these absurd moments were to boost the comedic element, and honestly, it worked. After all, it was a comedy series. As long as you accepted that and enjoyed the story, there was nothing to worry about. But soon, a different perspective started to emerge online. Don't assume this is just a comedy. I have a feeling this will turn into a dark, tragic story by the end. I agree. Remember when Aqua mentioned that most people don't want to go to this other world because it's so hard to survive? She even laughed at Kazuma when he chose to go, which clearly shows she doesn't expect him to make it. Right, and when they were hunting the frogs, it was mentioned that every year during breeding season, kids and farmers often go missing. After these comments appeared, many readers instinctively flipped back through the manga and were left stunned. It seemed they had a point. All these hints were indeed there in the story. Could it be that the porter was planning to turn the story dark again? Everyone fell silent for a moment, and then they flipped over to the latest chapter of Naruto. Whatever. Even if the porter was planning something sinister, he had promoted Konosuba as a comedy. At least, for now, the beginning wouldn't be too heavy. As for the possibility of a tragic ending? Porter fans shrugged. They were already kind of used to it. The porter liked to stir up trouble, so if they couldn't change him, they'd just have to brace themselves. Flipping open the latest Naruto manga chapter, fans were immediately greeted with the sight of Guy, who had opened the final gate of the 8 gates, the gate of death, ready to fight to the death. Red steam, so this is the blood vapor produced by opening all 8 gates? It's not that impressive. Facing Guy's ultimate form, Madara remained unfazed. Like autumn leaves falling from a tree. Autumn leaves? No, I'm a firework blazing across the sky. Despite Madara's taunts, Guy didn't falter, staring back at him with determination. Even if it's only for a moment, I will burn brighter than ever before. As soon as Guy finished speaking, he charged forward. Then, readers witnessed Madara getting pummeled. In the face of Guy's unstoppable taijutsu unleashed by opening all 8 gates, even Madara, in his 6 paths mode, struggled to defend himself. Guy unleashed his evening elephant, delivering a barrage of attacks so overwhelming that even Madara had to retreat. Could Might Guy really defeat Madara? As they reached this point in the story, readers' blood was boiling with excitement. They wished they could jump into the world of Naruto themselves and witness the battle firsthand. But soon, the adrenaline cooled. They began to realize something. Even though Madara seemed to be getting beaten up by Guy, he wasn't taking any fatal damage. In fact, it looked like Madara was growing stronger the longer the fight went on. This realization made the fans' hearts tighten. Of course, without the protagonist's plot armor, it's nearly impossible to defeat Madara. Watching Guy give everything in his battle against Madara, life draining from his body with every breath, readers couldn't help but feel emotional. Even though they knew Madara would eventually be defeated, there was something heart-wrenching about this scene. Many fans began to fear for Guy's life. After all, they knew the cost of using the 8 gates. While opening the first 7 gates wasn't lethal, opening the 8th gate, the death gate, meant the user would die. Was Might Guy really going to die? After all, this was the same manga where even fan-favorite characters like Jiraiya met their end. So, was it possible that Guy, who was now delivering his greatest performance in the story, would die as well? Just then, Guy made his move. He suddenly dropped to all fours and assumed a pose that no one could quite understand, but everyone knew this was his ultimate attack. The steam around Guy thickened, forming a dragon-like shape that roared at Madara. Even Madara was impressed by this move. With chakra like this, I acknowledge you. Madara began to laugh heartily. Of all the taijutsu users I've faced, you are the best. I, Madara, acknowledge you as the strongest. Madara himself admitted that Guy's strength was unparalleled. At that moment, fans were reminded of the flashbacks throughout the series showing Guy's journey. From a boy who was always at the bottom of his class to a man who finally set his youth ablaze, transforming his body into a weapon to burn as brightly as possible in his final moments. Fans couldn't help but root for Guy. After this chapter, he would undoubtedly earn even more fans. Night Guy. This was Guy's ultimate move, one so powerful that even Madara recognized its potential. Could it truly kill Madara? Fans' hearts raced with anticipation. For 10 advanced chapters, patreon.com/angelic translating. Chapter 303, The Black Tiger Strike. 1079 words. Ah, no way. How can this be happening? Madara is way too strong. So close, just a little more. Without a doubt, Might Guy's final move was incredibly powerful. Even though readers were just following through the panels, they could feel the intensity of that attack. The force of Guy's attack went beyond the limits of taijutsu, warping space itself and even shattering Madara's ribcage, despite him being in his 6 paths form. But that was it. Madara didn't die, he only had his ribs broken. But let's not forget, Madara isn't an ordinary person, he's the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki. Even though he was gravely injured, Madara quickly recovered thanks to the immense regenerative abilities granted by the Ten-Tails. Meanwhile, Might Guy was on the brink of death due to the side effects of the Eighth Gate. Madara, now back on his feet, prepared to finish Guy off with one of his truth-seeking balls. Maybe this is the best end for Guy, thought many fans. To die in the heat of battle, recognized by his opponent, it's a fitting conclusion for a warrior. Curse you, Porter, came the frustrated thoughts of countless readers. But just as Madara was about to strike, Naruto appeared in the nick of time, kicking Madara's truth-seeking ball away, which not only shocked Madara but also surprised the readers. Naruto had revived. This revelation made fans ecstatic. They watched as Naruto recalled how he had been revived, by meeting the Sage of Six Paths while unconscious. Naruto's newfound power overwhelmed Madara, knocking him to the ground and even severing the Divine Tree. At this moment, a voice from the Divine Tree tempted Madara to absorb it, and Madara quickly did so, realizing the source of that voice. Naruto, now fully healed and practically immortal, squared off against Madara. Not long after, Sasuke, who had also been revived, joined the battlefield. Now, with Naruto and Sasuke having gained the power of the Sage of Six Paths, the final showdown with Madara began. This was no longer a one-sided beatdown by Madara. Naruto and Sasuke's powers had increased significantly, and with Sasuke's Rinnegan seeing through Madara's limbo, border jail technique, the duo nearly managed to seal him. However, Madara wasn't yet at his peak. He still had another Rinnegan eye, which was being held by Black Zetsu. Even though Kakashi's team had been keeping Black Zetsu and Obito at bay, Madara managed to outmaneuver them. Feigning an attack on Might Guy, Madara distracted Naruto and Sasuke. In a flash, he broke away from the fight, easily injuring Kakashi and the others before taking the other Rinnegan from Black Zetsu. Coward! Madara is so sneaky. They shouldn't have gone back to save Guy. What kind of hero wouldn't save someone? Saving him only makes things harder. Guy already used the Eighth Gate of Death. Even if he doesn't die, he'll probably be paralyzed. As readers watched Madara take back his second eye, many cursed him for being underhanded. Some even thought Naruto and Sasuke should have left Guy to die. Sacrificing one person to save the entire ninja world seemed like a fair trade, right? And after all, Guy was already on the verge of death. But most readers didn't think that way. After all, this was a classic shonen manga, and in such stories, the hero is supposed to be pure-hearted and kind. Even if these qualities brought trouble or even death, they were still the most precious traits in a complicated, corrupt world. It's precisely this Naruto that readers loved. Madara, now with both Rinnegan eyes, unleashed Limbo, border jail along with Kaibaku Tensai, trapping Naruto and Sasuke. While they struggled to counter these massive attacks, it turned out that this was all just a diversion. Madara had really been preparing to cast the infinite Tsukuyomi. With Naruto and Sasuke held off, Madara flew to the moon. His forehead opened to reveal the Rinne Sharingan, and the infinite Tsukuyomi was activated. The moon's light bathed the entire world. It pierced through any objects that tried to block it, and almost everyone fell into the genjutsu. Then, Madara activated the divine, deep forest emergence, trapping those under the genjutsu in the branches of the divine tree. In the original anime, this would have been the part where filler episode started, showing everyone's dreams in the infinite Tsukuyomi. But Ren had no plans for that. Instead of stalling with filler, he wanted to continue the real story. After all, instead of dragging things out, why not release an infinite Tsukuyomi side story as a spin-off? That way, they could sell individual volumes with fan-favorite ninja trapped in their dreams and make some extra cash. A win-win. In the original world, there was even a Naruto movie called Road to Ninja, which told the story of Naruto and Sakura getting trapped in a Tsukuyomi world while chasing Tobi. It grossed 1.48 billion yen at the box office. Clearly, fans were still interested in these dream world stories. This was a money-making opportunity Ren couldn't afford to miss. Plus, Ren had a soft spot for some of the characters' dream versions in the Infinite Tsukuyomi. For example, delinquent Hinata. For some reason, Ren always liked that version of Hinata when he watched the movie back in the day. Not just the Infinite Tsukuyomi, Ren also quickly glossed over Itachi's side story, Itachi Shinden, in the manga, only briefly teasing it to draw fans' attention. He'd release a standalone volume of that later, too. The plot continued, with the Infinite Tsukuyomi successfully cast. Thanks to Madara's genjutsu, all the ninjas continued to dream. Hinata, Shikamaru, Sai, Gaara, and the others remained trapped in their fantasies, unaware of the passing time. But Team 7 was spared thanks to Sasuke's Rinnegan Susanoo, protecting Naruto and the others from the Infinite Tsukuyomi. Madara returned to the battlefield, ready to finish off Naruto and the others, eliminating any remaining threats. However, at that very moment, something completely unexpected happened. As Madara stood poised to deliver his final blow, thinking he had already won, the readers were stunned to see that Black Zetsu, controlling a Baito, appeared behind Madara and suddenly thrust his hand through Madara's chest in a sneak attack. Who? Daniel stared at the scene, completely dumbfounded. What just happened? Why did Black Zetsu suddenly attack Madara? Not only Daniel, but all the other readers were equally shocked, mouths agape at the sudden twist. For 10 advanced chapters, patreon.com/angelic translating. Chapter 304, Black Zetsu's Betrayal. 1077 words. WTF? Fans were left stunned. What did they just witness? The entity known as Black Zetsu, supposedly the embodiment of Uchiha Madara's will, had just delivered a devastating Black Tiger Steel's Heart attack on Madara himself. Could it be that Obito had regained control of his body and used the opportunity to strike Madara? That seemed to be the only logical explanation that made sense to most readers. Even Madara himself seemed to think so. Uchiha. Obito! I underestimated you. Madara groaned in pain. In his mind, that was the only possible reason. After all, Black Zetsu existed because of him, there was no way it would betray him, right? But what happened next completely shattered expectations. Uchiha Obito? Ha ha ha. Black Zetsu laughed mockingly, its tone filled with disdain. I'm not that selfish, naive brat. BL Black Zetsu. Madara's eyes widened in disbelief as he glanced over at Black Zetsu. I created you. I gave you my will. Why are you betraying me? At that moment, not only Madara but also the readers were in complete shock. It wasn't Obito who had regained control, Black Zetsu had betrayed Madara. But how could that be? Suddenly, Daniel thought of something. In many stories, there's often a trope where something created, like a sentient tool or spirit, develops its own will over time. Left unsupervised, it begins to desire autonomy. Could Black Zetsu have gone down a similar path? It seemed plausible, though it was a bit cliché. However, what happened next completely exceeded all expectations. You've got it all wrong. My will belongs to Kagaya. Black Zetsu declared. As those words echoed, the ground erupted with immense chakra that was forcibly injected into Madara's body. His form began to swell, and Black Zetsu gradually merged with him. With Kagaya's resurrection, Black Zetsu hid within his mother Kagaya's robes. During the fierce battle between Naruto, Sasuke, and Kagaya, Black Zetsu took the opportunity to possess the two heroes, temporarily paralyzing them. As Black Zetsu drained their chakra, it performed its vital function as a villain, explaining the plot. The truth was revealed. The entire Infinite Tsukuyomi and Eye of the Moon plan had all been orchestrated to revive Kagaya. Black Zetsu wasn't the embodiment of Madara's will. It was actually a creation from ancient times, born from the will of Kagaya Otsutsuki herself just before she was sealed away by the Sage of Six Paths and his brother. For centuries, Black Zetsu had manipulated events to bring about Kagaya's revival. It had incited the conflict between the Sage of Six Paths' sons, Indra and Asura, causing their descendants to continue warring, even after their deaths. This struggle carried on through their reincarnations for generations. Black Zetsu had also altered the Sage Stone Tablet, deceiving Madara into believing that the infinite Tsukuyomi was the only way to save the world. This led Madara down the path of uniting the powers of Ucha and Senju, sparking the Valley of the End battle. And throughout it all, Black Zetsu pretended to be nothing more than Madara's will, dutifully carrying out his commands, secretly guiding both Obito and Madara into enacting the infinite Tsukuyomi. Finally, when the Jido statue absorbed the chakra of the tailed beasts and the Ten Tails was revived, the infinite Tsukuyomi succeeded, and Kagaya's consciousness fully awakened. Using the chakra collected from those trapped in the Genjutsu, Black Zetsu took control of Madara's body and fully revived Kagaya Otsutsuki. This bombshell revelation left readers astounded. This is like a never-ending game of Russian dolls. Just when we thought Obito was the mastermind, it turned out to be Madara, and now it's Kagaya's will all along. What next? The Sage of Six Paths. I know, right? Naruto's resurrection was tied to the Sage of Six Paths too. If he was watching this whole time, why didn't he intervene earlier? As I see it, Senju, Ucha, Hyuga, and Uzumaki are all descendants of the Otsutsuki clan. Basically, Naruto is just the story of the Otsutsuki family feud. No, this is more like the Black Zetsu saves his mom. I think the Legend of Ai's 5 Villages fight is a better fit. I never expected Madara to be a pawn all along. This is getting complicated. The revelation shook the fandom to its core. Online, fans of Naruto were left buzzing with discussion after this chapter. Phrases like Black Tiger steals heart, Black Zetsu saves his mom, and family feud became viral memes on social media platforms. The chapter had completely upended the predictions of countless fans. And yet, it left them more eager than ever to find out what was next. Madara had been unbelievably powerful. So how strong would Kagaya be? Fans were eager to find out. Unfortunately, the week's updates were over. Mid-September rolled around, and it was time for new releases. Outside, the summer heat lingered, while inside, Daniel relaxed in the cool embrace of his air conditioning. He was wrapped in a light blanket, enjoying the chill. Having just taken a shower, he wasn't in a hurry to dive into the latest comics he'd picked up. Instead, he was watching the latest episode of Nexus. At this point, the Saijo arc in Nexus was nearing its conclusion. There were only 6 Zomiruchas, spanning from episodes 39 to 47, just a bit more than the edited version from his previous life, but still limited. However, compared to the cut-down Saijo arc from before, the full version in this world was significantly more thrilling. No way, the mastermind is him. Daniel gasped as the man appeared before Saijo. He couldn't believe his eyes. The person standing before Saijo was none other than Ishibori from the Night Raiders. In the edited version from his previous life, Ishibori was the human host of Dark Zagi, but in the uncut version, Zagi had a different form. Ishibori's true identity was actually Dark Lucifer. Through Ishibori's revelations, Daniel finally understood everything. It was Ishibori who had caused Saijo's parents' deaths. Ishibori had foreseen the arrival of the Light of N and Saijo's transformation into Nexus. Perhaps seeking to grow stronger or to push his enemy, Nexus, into darkness, Ishibori had killed Saijo's mother when Saijo was still a child, planting seeds of darkness in his heart. Not only that, but Ishibori had also manipulated Guryo to fall into darkness and become Mephisto, creating Faust to challenge Ultraman and further strengthen Ultraman's light powers. For 10 advanced chapters, patreon.com/angelic translating. Chapter 305, Dark Lucifer. 1003 words. Impressive, the Porter's apprentice really knows how to craft hidden masterminds. Daniel thought to himself as he reached this part of the story. In last week's Naruto chapter, the Porter had pulled off a plot twist by revealing that Black Zetsu, who had always been believed to be Ucha Madara's loyal servant, was actually the embodiment of Kagaya's will. No one had seen that coming. And now, Nexus was delivering a similar surprise. In Ren's writing, Ishibori had always been portrayed as a great guy in the Night Raiders, kind, respectful, and always helping out other members of the team. He had especially looked out for Saijo, earning her trust and admiration. In fact, it was even hinted that Saijo had developed some feelings for him. But now, it turned out that this very man, the one Saijo had feelings for, was the same person who had killed her parents. If Daniel were in Saijo's shoes, he'd want to tear Ishibori apart. Sure enough. As Ishibori continued to reveal his dark schemes, Saijo's expression grew more and more twisted. Her hatred was consuming her. You monster! Die! Saijo screamed. Nexus! Ignoring the warnings of the seer, she transformed into Nexus. But her anger, fueled by her deep-seated hatred, caused her to sink with the fear sealed in the river of forgetfulness. Ishibori grinned in triumph. This was exactly what he had been waiting for. Ever since he killed Saijo's mother when she was a child, he had planted the seeds of darkness in her heart. And now, combined with the fear energy from the river of forgetfulness, Nexus' light was finally tainted. Instead of releasing bright energy when she transformed, the light was swallowed by darkness. This time, there was no glowing light, just pure darkness. Saijo had turned into Dark Zagi, and she began rampaging wildly. Oh no, this is bad. Daniel muttered, shaking his head. Nexus was meant to protect peace, but now that Nexus had become Dark Zagi, what could the Night Raiders possibly do with their tiny aircraft? Surely this would be the moment for Goman to step up, right? After all, Daniel had always believed that Goman would eventually be revealed as one of Ultraman's chosen ones. Why else would he have so much screen time? But to Daniel's surprise, Goman didn't get a heroic moment just yet. Instead, the scene shifted to a prison. What's going on here? Daniel wondered. Inside the prison, a man with stubble stared intently at a photo in his hand. Suddenly, he lifted his head and gazed out the window, his eyes widening. Such powerful darkness. This man was none other than Guriuki. After the last incident, he had been imprisoned. Perhaps it was because he had once helped humans, or maybe because the experiments had already been completed, but the TLT hadn't subjected him to more inhumane tests. Instead, he was locked up. As someone who had once been consumed by darkness, Guriuki could sense the overwhelming power of this new darkness, even though he couldn't see the outside world. This was far stronger than anything he had experienced before. And the aura was somewhat familiar. Nexus! Guriuki's eyes widened in shock. Why was Nexus involved? What had happened while he was imprisoned? Was this the work of the mastermind who had turned him into Dark Mephisto? Guriuki had never underestimated that hidden mastermind. The one who had given him such immense power must have been incredibly powerful themselves. I have to stop Nexus. Guriuki knew he had to act fast. Without wasting any time, he made his move. Just like Jun earlier, he managed to escape from the TLT through teleportation and transformed. But this time, instead of the usual purple transformation, a golden vortex surrounded him, similar to Nexus' light transformation. It was an ironic twist. The former darkness was now light, and the former light had become darkness. Total role reversal. Guriuki, now the light Mephisto, appeared in front of the rampaging Dark Zagi. The black indicator light on his chest had turned a brilliant blue, large parts of his black suit were now golden, and his once dark eyes had turned red. As soon as light Mephisto appeared, Dark Zagi launched a ferocious attack. While Mephisto wasn't weak, he was clearly outmatched by Dark Zagi. Whether it was physical strength or combat experience, Dark Zagi, powered by Saijo's fighting skills, was far superior to light Mephisto. Plus, Guriuki hadn't fully recovered from his injuries. The experiments had already worsened his condition during the battle against the second Mephisto, and even though he had rested for a while, his injuries had left a permanent weakness. One devastating attack from Dark Zagi's hellfire sent him crashing down, forcing him to revert to his human form. Nexus dark transformation is really something," Daniel commented, impressed. But just then, the scene shifted again. Ishibori appeared, standing atop a tall building, gazing at the destruction caused by Dark Zagi. A wicked smile played on his lips as he spoke to himself. Humans are such fragile creatures. Their inner fears never disappear, making them an endless source of prey. As he spoke, Ishibori spread his arms wide. From all over the city, dark energy began to pour out from people, their faces contorting in fear. "Finally! I've waited so long for this day," Ishibori declared. It turned out that Ishibori had been manipulating Guryuki all along, turning him into Dark Mephisto, and creating Faust, just to strengthen Ultraman's light powers. He had done all of this for one purpose, to turn Nexus light into the purest darkness, maximizing its power and then transforming it into even stronger darkness, making his own power grow. On top of that, Ishibori allowed Dark Zagi to wreak havoc in the city, feeding off the terror of the people and absorbing their fear. "Your power now belongs to me, Dark Lucifer," Ishibori proclaimed. As his words echoed, dark energy surged from Dark Zagi's body and flowed into Ishibori. For 10 advanced chapters, patreon.com/angelic translating. Chapter 306, Kaguya. 1173 words. That was intense. Fans left excited comments on social media after watching the latest episode of Nexus. "I can't believe Nexus is down. What's there to worry about? Isn't Goemon still around? He's definitely a suitable host. Why else would they have given him so much screen time earlier? I bet in the end, Goemon will become Nexus, get turned into a statue by that guy Ishibori, and then humanity's light will save the day. Looks like Nexus is heading for its finale. I wonder which Ultraman will come after this one. There are already 2 big hints. One is the Red Ultraman from the TV version of Tiga, and the other is the young man who appeared in the final moments of the movie. If Ren continues, I think those 2 have the highest chances." "Totally agree. That young man in the final battle with Daigo got a close-up shot for a good while. Even if he's not Ultraman, he's bound to be an important character." Ultraman fans were buzzing about Nexus, but soon the conversation drifted. People started speculating about which Ultraman would appear next. Given the current storyline, most fans could tell that Nexus was nearing its conclusion. After all, the mastermind behind everything had finally revealed himself. They couldn't expect Nexus to just reappear behind Ishibori and deliver a surprise attack, right? It's over already. As the screen froze on Dark Zagi's pained face, with dark energy surging into Ishibori, Daniel let out a sigh. Glancing at the ongoing discussions on his phone about Nexus, Daniel agreed. Nexus was definitely approaching its end. But then, Daniel turned his attention to the Picker Comics magazine in his hand, feeling a sense of reluctance. Naruto was coming to an end today. He almost didn't want to turn the page. Still, curiosity got the better of him, and he finally decided to dive into the finale. Compared to the original TV version of Kaguya from his previous world, Ren had made some changes to Kaguya's story in this one. In the original anime, the battle between Naruto's group and Kaguya had left fans scratching their heads. To put it bluntly, the characters seemed to have taken a serious dip in intelligence. Let's not even discuss Naruto and his team for now. Just look at the powers Kaguya had: immortality, the Rinne Sharingan, the all-killing Ash Bones, and a whole host of other abilities. These 3 alone would make her virtually unbeatable, even if you gave them to a 5-year-old, especially since kids in the Naruto world are no joke. Take Uchiha Itachi and Shisui, for instance. And yet, how did Kaguya get defeated in the TV series? Basically, she showed off her Yellow Springs teleportation technique, proving just how awesome and powerful she was. Then, in the end, Sakura landed an uppercut, and Naruto and Sasuke combined their powers to use the 6 paths, Kaibaku Tensai, to seal her away. WTF? What happened to the Byakugan? What about the supposed 360-degree vision? What was she doing with her eyes? Did she somehow get hit with multiple caged bird curses, making her blind to Sakura's approach? That wasn't even the worst part. The worst part was when Naruto pulled out his sexy jutsu and transformed into a bunch of handsome men, making Kagaya freeze up for a moment. Ren still remembered how dumbfounded he felt watching that scene. So when it came to the fight against Kagaya, Ren decided to make some serious adjustments, and he added a bit more depth to Kagaya's character. In his previous world, while watching the anime, Ren had always felt that Kagaya's story was quite tragic. She fell in love with a human man only to be betrayed. When her handmaid was killed, she resolved to protect her unborn children by consuming the god tree's fruit, gaining the power of the all-killing ash bones. Then, what happened? After giving birth to her sons, those very children, after listening to the toad from Mount Myaboku, decided to betray their mother in a grand spectacle and seal her away. Ren had always thought Kagaya loved her children. You could see that when she was released from the seal and touched Naruto and Sasuke's faces, shedding tears. Those tears were probably because she was heartbroken over her children's betrayal. So, Ren's adjustments mainly focused on Kagaya's emotions. In the manga, faced with the invincible Kagaya, Naruto, Sasuke, and the others fought with everything they had, launching a series of powerful attacks. Unfortunately, these once mighty abilities had no effect on Kagaya. She shrugged them off without a scratch. Her strength was overwhelming and despair-inducing. As Naruto and Sasuke found themselves at a loss for what to do, Naruto suddenly had a flash of inspiration. He remembered the moment Kagaya had cried while touching their faces, and an idea began to form. Under Naruto's plan, Team 7 worked together for one final, perfect coordinated attack. After all, both Naruto and Sasuke had seen the events of the past through the Six-Path Sage and had witnessed the appearances of Hagoromo and Homura. Just as Sakura was about to be spotted by Kagaya's Byakugan and countered, Naruto and Sasuke transformed into Hagoromo and Homura and called out, "Mother!" Kagaya froze, her body briefly paralyzed. In that instant, Sakura struck her head from above, allowing Naruto and Sasuke to combine their powers to use the Six Paths, Kaibaku Tensai, and seal her away. Sure, it wasn't perfect, but Ren felt that it made a lot more sense than Kagaya being momentarily stunned by a sexy jutsu. After all, if just sensing their chakra had brought tears to her eyes, seeing the actual forms of her sons would surely have an even stronger emotional impact. With their combined efforts, Team 7 successfully sealed Kagaya. All the tailed beasts she had absorbed were released, and the war was finally over. The world was saved. Just as everyone thought it was over, Black Zetsu tried to escape the seal, aiming to revive his mother again. But Naruto wasn't about to let that happen. He tossed Black Zetsu back into the Kaibaku Tensai seal along with Kagaya. Just when Daniel thought the war had truly ended, a new conflict arose between Naruto and Sasuke. Sasuke wanted to seize the opportunity to execute the current 5 Kage, but Naruto disagreed. At this moment, the two's disagreement set the stage for a classic scene, a rematch at the Valley of the End. Was it destiny? With both Naruto and Sasuke carrying the chakra of Indra and Ashura, they were about to clash once again, just like Hashirama and Madara before them. Too bad fans of this world couldn't yet hear the iconic Naruto's and Sasuke chants from their past lives. But since Ren had drawn this manga as requested by Chisho Tsunade, it was almost certain that once this comic was adapted into a TV show, it would air on the Sakura Country's TV network. For 10 advanced chapters, patreon.com/angelic translating. Chapter 307, Orochimaru's Wedding Gift. 1000 words. To surpass the Hokage and earn the village's approval, this is my ninja way. After an intense battle in the Valley of the End, Naruto and Sasuke lay side by side on the ground, just like when they were still genin, resting after their training sessions. But now, both had changed. They were no longer the inexperienced children of the past. They had grown into respected ninjas, hailed as heroes who saved the world. Despite everything, Naruto was still the same, fiery, optimistic, and pure-hearted. When Sasuke attempted to end his own life out of guilt, Naruto stopped him, reminding Sasuke that he had always seen him as a friend and would share his pain, no matter what, to keep him from falling into darkness. Hearing these words, Sasuke began to recall the moments he had shared with Naruto, their encounters, and everything they had gone through together. After a long pause, Sasuke spoke up. "You're still as much of an idiot as ever," Sasuke said, looking at Naruto, unable to suppress a small smile. "What? You're the idiot, Sasuke? It takes one to know one." Naruto immediately shot back. At this, Sasuke couldn't help but laugh. "This time, you win." In that moment, Sasuke acknowledged Naruto as the true victor in their battle. Soon after, Sakura and Kakashi arrived at the Valley of the End and began treating their injuries. For the first time, Sasuke opened up to his feelings, apologized to Sakura for his past mistakes, and worked alongside Naruto to release the infinite Tsukuyomi, saving everyone trapped in the illusion. With that, the story reached its end. Is it really over? As Daniel watched the two warriors help each other stand, he couldn't help but sigh, feeling a bittersweet sense of loss. He had been following this series for so long, and through it, he had experienced excitement, heartfelt moments, and sadness. Daniel couldn't help but sigh again. After all, Jiraiya, Naruto's beloved teacher, never got to witness this day. Another thing that bothered Daniel was that the porter hadn't shown what the future held for Naruto and the others. Did Naruto really become Hokage? Was Sasuke still considered a rogue ninja? Who did Naruto end up with, Hinata or Sakura? Or maybe Naruto and Sasuke? Why would the porter end it right here? I still want to know if Naruto becomes Hokage. How can the porter just end it like this? There's no way it's over. Shaking his head, Daniel opened his phone and checked the group chat, where everyone was venting their frustration over the abrupt ending. Fans were upset that the story stopped after the Valley of the End battle. But suddenly, a new message caught Daniel's attention. The porter posted a video on Weibo. Naruto and Hinata are together. And someone unexpected shows up. Wow, I never thought I'd praise the porter, but this is the perfect ending to my childhood. Surprised, Daniel quickly opened Weibo and found the video posted on the porter's page. This was a surprise Ren had specially prepared for his fans. Instead of continuing the story in the manga, Ren created a video to show fans an animated version of Naruto's future. Since it wasn't a full-length movie, the production didn't take long, and the video was around 40 minutes long, with some creative additions to the original story. Excitedly, Daniel and countless fans clicked on the video. The story picked up after the release of the infinite Tsukuyomi. Naruto and Hinata got married. Watching this scene, fans were deeply moved. After all, they had watched Naruto grow up and now he was getting married, like watching their own child reach adulthood. Familiar faces gathered at Naruto's wedding to offer their blessings and gifts. But soon, fans noticed something strange. Sasuke wasn't there. Given the bond between Naruto and Sasuke, and the fact that they had reconciled, it seemed impossible for Sasuke to miss Naruto's wedding. Not only Sasuke, but even Kakashi wasn't present. Had Kakashi skipped the wedding too? Just as fans were beginning to wonder what was going on, two figures appeared. Sasuke? Orochimaru? And Kakashi-sensei? Indeed, the people who arrived were none other than Sasuke, Orochimaru, and Kakashi. There was also someone in a wheelchair, Uchiha Obito. In Ren's version of the story, Obito hadn't died but was left paralyzed, with only a short time left to live. The appearance of these four characters piqued everyone's curiosity. It felt strange seeing them all together, almost like old friends, but something seemed off. And it wasn't over yet. What happened next shocked everyone even more. Sasuke suddenly dug out his own eye and handed it to Obito. Orochimaru! Now! Sasuke commanded. With the Rinnegan implanted into his empty eye socket, Obito's face twisted in pain. Clearly, the Rinnegan's immense power was putting a huge strain on Obito's already fragile body, and his face quickly turned pale. Hee. Orochimaru chuckled at Obito's suffering and then quickly made some hand signs, pressing his hands against the ground. With a thud, a coffin rose from the ground, causing everyone to tense up. They were on high alert, knowing full well the danger this jutsu posed. After all, this technique had caused them a lot of trouble before. "Orochimaru, you're still playing with the souls of the dead," Tsunade yelled, glaring at Orochimaru. "This isn't about messing with souls, Tsunade. It's just a simple coffin." Orochimaru licked his lips out of habit, then quickly stopped, remembering that he was no longer his old self. He smiled slyly at Naruto. "Consider this our wedding gift to you." "A gift?" Everyone looked confused. A coffin as a wedding gift? Did that mean rising to success? "Orochimaru, quit stalling." Sasuke, clutching his bleeding eye socket, shouted coldly. "This guy doesn't have much time left. We'll explain everything afterward." "All right." Orochimaru shrugged and tapped the coffin again. With a creak, the coffin lid opened. When everyone saw who was inside, they were utterly shocked. For 10 advanced chapters, patreon.com/angelic translating. Chapter 308, Jiraiya's Resurrection. 922 words. Jiraiya-sensei. Everyone at Naruto's wedding was shocked when they saw who was inside the coffin. "Tsunade-sama, what's going on?" Tsunade turned to Orochimaru with a questioning look. Well, it's like this." As Orochimaru explained, the crowd finally understood the full story. After the Great Ninja War, instead of returning directly to the village, Orochimaru went searching for Jiraiya's body. He wanted to bring back the fool who had always loved and protected the Leaf Village. However, since no one outside knew where Jiraiya's final battle against Pain took place, Orochimaru had to take extreme measures. He resurrected Pain and Konan using Edo Tensei to ask about the location where Jiraiya's body had sunk. To his surprise, Konan revealed something that left Orochimaru both amazed and hopeful. After Jiraiya's battle with Pain, Konan couldn't bear the thought of her former teacher being left without a proper burial. So, she had Kizum dive to retrieve Jiraiya's body and bury it at the small hut where he once trained them in ninjutsu. Armed with this information, Orochimaru retrieved Jiraiya's body and brought it back. Fans watching this part of the video clenched their fists in anticipation. Excitement and hope filled the air. Fire up a bold thought. Since Orochimaru mentioned this was a gift for Naruto's wedding, it surely wasn't just to deliver Jiraiya's body. Especially considering Sasuke had given up his Rinnegan with 6 Tomo. Though the full abilities of Sasuke's Rinnegan hadn't been shown in the manga, since it was linked to the Rinnegan, fans couldn't help but think of one specific jutsu, Rinne Tensei, the technique to revive the dead. Could they really be planning to resurrect Jiraiya? Thinking of Jiraiya, the pervy, wise, and courageous man who played a huge role in the story, fans were brimming with anticipation. And sure enough. In the video, Obito, who had now received Sasuke's 6-Tomo Rinnegan, used Rinne Tensei. A soft green light enveloped Jiraiya's body, healing the damage it had suffered. As the light faded, the crowd gathered around, waiting for Jiraiya to awaken. "Obito!" Kakashi stood beside Obito, who was sitting in a wheelchair, his expression complex. "Thank you." Obito glanced at Kakashi coldly, saying nothing, before closing his eyes. "It's finally done." "Sensei?" Flashes of his old teacher, Minato, passed through Obito's mind, mixed with guilt. Despite all the terrible things he had done, he had one deep regret, letting down his teacher. So, when Orochimaru and the others approached him, Obito decided to use the last bit of his remaining life force to give something back to his teacher's legacy, to Minato's son, Naruto. Originally, he had planned to revive Minato and Kushina, but with his limited life force, he couldn't bring back both. Rather than disrupt their peace in the afterlife, he chose to give Naruto a different gift, bringing Jiraiya back to life. "It's enough now." "Rin!" Obito whispered as his breathing slowed. His chest stopped rising. He was gone. In the afterlife, Obito reunited with Rin. Despite his regret for breaking their promise, Rin held no resentment. She had been watching him all along, and as she held his hand, they walked into the distance together. Meanwhile, in the coffin, Jiraiya slowly opened his eyes. "Where am I?" Jiraiya mumbled in confusion. Before he could process what was happening, a familiar figure with blonde hair threw herself into his arms, hugging him tightly. Feeling the soft warmth against him and hearing the familiar voice, Jiraiya's eyes widened in disbelief. Tsunaade. He remembered talking with the third Hokage in the Pure Land, and now suddenly, here he was. And Tsunaade was hugging him. Was he dreaming? If this really was a dream, well. Heh. A lecherous grin spread across Jiraiya's face, and he reached out to grope Tsunaade. But? What do you think you're doing? Tsunaade caught Jiraiya's hand mid-air and glared at him. Then, boom! A punch missed Jiraiya's head by inches, smashing into the coffin instead. The thunderous sound snapped Jiraiya back to reality. This wasn't a dream. It's been a while, Jiraiya. Some things never change. Orochimaru smirked, appearing behind Tsunaade. Not just Orochimaru, Naruto was there too. After Tsunaade released him, Naruto leaped forward and hugged Jiraiya tightly, tears of joy streaming down his face. Watching this, fans couldn't help but cheer. Jiraiya was back. Seeing Jiraiya and Iruka serve as witnesses at Naruto's wedding ceremony filled fans with emotion. The video, which lasted over 40 minutes, also covered what happened after Naruto's wedding. Perhaps it was due to his near-death experience, but Jiraiya finally confessed his feelings to Tsunaade, something he never had the courage to do before. To everyone's surprise, Tsunaade accepted his confession. Orochimaru was also officially reinstated as a Leaf Village ninja, his rogue status lifted. Kabuto, seeking redemption for his past actions, took over the orphanage in the village, caring for the children just like the way the previous caretaker had once cared for him. As for Sasuke, he told Kakashi and Sakura that he planned to leave again, this time to travel and see the world, things he had missed out on while consumed by vengeance. He politely refused Sakura's request to accompany him but promised he would return. Not long after leaving the village, Naruto tracked Sasuke down and returned the leaf headband he had once cut. Sasuke accepted it, promising to fulfill his role as a true ninja. The two then parted ways once more. And with that, Naruto officially came to an end. For 10 advanced chapters, patreon.com/angelic translating. Chapter 309, A Perfect Ending. 1028 words. It's finally over, flowers for the finale. A masterpiece. After finishing the final chapter of Naruto, the fans of the Porter left heartfelt comments. No one could deny that the ending was incredibly satisfying and well executed. Jiraiya was resurrected, and he ended up with Tsunaade. Naruto married Hinata. Though some fans didn't like Obito, they couldn't deny that he redeemed himself in the end by doing something good. His ending, reuniting with Rin in the afterlife, was fitting. Naruto and Sasuke reconciled, with Sasuke accepting the Konoha headband Naruto handed him, symbolizing his return to the village. It was, without a doubt, one of the rare perfect endings in the Porter's works. Most of his other stories had tragic or darker conclusions. Finally, the pervy sage and Tsunaade are together. Curse you, Hinata! How dare you steal Sasuke's husband? 0v0 inch. But to be fair, Hinata looked stunning in her wedding dress. No wonder she's my waifu. You're dreaming, aren't you? Isn't your wife Chio? You wish. Time to wake up. It's just a shame, though. There were so many other characters I wanted to see revived, like Naruto's parents. Keep dreaming. If everyone were revived, it'd lose its meaning. Reviving Jiraiya was already a big deal since he was one of the few who genuinely cared for Naruto from the start. I remember crying when I watched Jiraiya's death episode back then. Thank you, Porter, for giving us such an amazing ending. Honestly, I didn't expect the porter to do something decent for once and actually bring Jiraiya back. It's not the first time. Remember your name? He gave the protagonists a happy ending there, too. Yeah, and that's about it. Most of his other works either have no closure or end in tragedy. Madoka Magica was the worst. It was heartbreaking when no one even remembered Madoka. Online discussions about Naruto's conclusion were in full swing. Many readers expressed their feelings. At first, some fans were reluctant to read Naruto because it was a ninja-themed story from Japan. But as the plot progressed, more and more people fell in love with it. They became attached to its vibrant, well-crafted characters. Compared to the original Naruto series from another world, Naruto in this world became even more beloved. After all, in the original series, as the story progressed, things felt increasingly rushed or half-hearted. For example, the battles early on focused on life-or-death struggles, emphasizing the mastery of basic ninja techniques. But toward the end, the battles lacked strategy or conviction. Though Ren's version of Naruto had its fair share of power-scaling issues in the later chapters, it was still much better handled compared to the original series. And then there was the Ninja World War. Maybe it was because large-scale battles weren't easy to depict, but the original Naruto tried to piece together epic battles by mixing individual fights with broader strategies. This resulted in a heavy reliance on Edo Tensei, where characters faced off with their resurrected foes. The focus shifted to flashbacks, like Kakashi vs. Sabusa, Mifune vs. Hanzo, and Teen 10 vs. Asuma. The fights became more about emotion and nostalgia than strategy. But Ren, with his artistic talent enhanced by the system, made sure each fight, whether involving Naruto, Sasuke, the Ninja Alliance, or the Five Kage, felt dynamic and alive. Every character had their moment to shine, contributing to the ever-shifting battle. And let's not forget the themes of forgiveness and death. In the original Naruto, many deaths seemed sudden and unnecessary. Neji's death, in particular, felt like a deliberate move to toy with the audience's emotions. The worst part was Naruto's reaction to Obito. Obito had been responsible for killing Naruto's parents, among many other atrocities, but Naruto ultimately forgave him. However, Ren's version took a different approach. Other than Kakashi, most people did not forgive Obito. They saw him as a tragic figure who had been manipulated, but there was no sympathy for his crimes. In summary, Ren stood on the shoulders of giants and made significant improvements to what he felt were weak points in the original story. Because of this, there were fewer moments that made fans roll their eyes in frustration. Curiosity drives interest, and with word of mouth spreading, Naruto's sales saw a slight increase in the following days. Additionally, Naruto's rating on Dojin, a popular online platform, was finally revealed, 8.9 out of 10. For a long-running series, that was an impressive score. The reviews were overwhelmingly positive. This is one of the best quality shonen series I've read in years. Tightly plotted, super engaging, and the resurrection of Jiraiya at the end had me in tears. What? Jiraiya got revived? You didn't see the video the porter uploaded? He made a special 40-minute video for the finale. Wow, I didn't know. I'm gonna watch it now. Seriously impressive. The porter's panel work is better than most artists out there. And even though the power scaling was a bit off in the later parts, compared to other long-running series, this one held up really well. 5 stars. The art, the story, the unexpected twists, it was all so good. Thank you, Porter, for giving us a perfect ending. As Naruto reached its finale, another of Ren's works, Konosuba, continued to entertain readers with its hilarious plot. For example, the protagonist, Kazuma, had earned the nickname Kuzuma, meaning Trashma, after learning a stealing skill from Chris and using it to steal her underwear. Seeing Kazuma triumphantly waving the stolen item above his head had readers bursting into laughter. Not only that, but the true nature of the female knight who joined their team at the end of the second chapter was finally revealed. She turned out to be a complete masochist. After witnessing Aqua and Megumin getting slimed by giant frogs, she eagerly begged to join Kazuma's team. And when Kazuma disdainfully refused her, many readers were shocked. A masochistic knight begging to join you, and you turn her down? What kind of man are you? If it were them, they wouldn't hesitate to accept her, and then. Heh. Just imagine the possibilities. For 10 advanced chapters, patreon.com/angelic translating. Chapter 310, The Future Arc. 1138 words. The Katekyo Hitman Reborn. Story arc was gaining a lot of popularity. At this point, the story had entered the future arc, which Ren considered the most exciting part of the series and the conclusion to Katekyo Hitman Reborn. In this world, the arc began with Lambo accidentally using the 10-year bazooka on Reborn, but instead of future Reborn appearing, nothing happened. When Suna went to ask Lambo about it, he too was hit by the bazooka, sending him 10 years into the future. This future world was vastly different from the past. The Vongala family was on the brink of destruction, and the world was in chaos. The Milfura family, led by Byakuran, held overwhelming power, spreading war and seeking the 773 rings. The radiation from these rings not only endangered the Rainbow Children but also the entire world. As fans read this part, they suddenly recalled a scene from the Ring Battle arc. In that scene, Lambo summoned his 20-year-old self and mentioned how much he missed his comrades. The implication was that his friends were no longer alive in the future. At that moment, fans realized that this clue had been planted back in the Ring Battle arc. Many readers marveled at how well the porter had structured the plot. Both the Ring Battle arc and the future arc were closely connected, with many plot threads set up early on and seamlessly tied together. This made the story feel cohesive, and when new storylines emerged, they didn't feel out of place. Moreover, based on the bazooka's abilities, Suna should have returned to the past after 5 minutes. But even after 10 minutes, he remained in the future. To return to the past, everyone trained, learned new fighting techniques from the current time, and attacked the Milfura family to defeat Shoiki and return to their timeline. This arc introduced many fresh ideas, characters, and unique abilities. Box weapons, the true 6 funeral wreaths, and the powerful Byakuran brought Katekyo Hitman Reborn to new heights, thrilling readers with exciting twists and turns. But most importantly, fans were captivated by the future versions of Suna's friends. Unlike Suna, the other members of Vongala had appeared in their future forms. The 10 years later versions of Suna's friends were strikingly different from their past selves. They had matured and become far more composed and serious. Among them, Hibari became a fan favorite, especially among female readers. Some even began shipping him in unexpected pairings. It was hard to blame them. Hibari looked incredibly handsome in his black mafia suit, appealing to fans with a taste for uniforms. Many were especially enchanted when Hibari, with his usual cool demeanor, effortlessly defeated the lightning using Gamma. It left countless female fans smitten. Although future Suna hadn't appeared in the manga, Suna, during his desperate training under Hibari, encountered the spirits of the previous Vongala bosses while slipping in and out of consciousness. The appearance of the first Vongala boss, whose face had only been partially revealed, gave readers a strong sense of what future Suna might look like. Moreover, the future version of Mukuro was even more impressive than before. His tall, slender frame had become even more striking, and his longer hair added to his allure. His face? Let's just say the nickname 3-part Mukuro wasn't given without reason. As the story progressed, fans were left with many questions. For instance, why did future Suna die? What were the true origins of the box weapons? Why was Byakuran so determined to obtain the 73 rings? Why were Suna's friends being hit by the 10-year bazooka one by one? While some mysteries had been solved, many still remained, leaving readers eagerly anticipating the answers. At this point, the future arc had reached Chapter 135 and Chapter 136. In Chapter 135, the Phantom Knight sacrificed himself to gain the power of Hell's Flames, but Suna, with the overwhelming force of his ex-burner, ultimately defeated him. As Suna and his friends finally reached the circular device where Shoiki was located, the fans were hit with a shocking revelation. It turned out that the person who had used the 10-year bazooka to send everyone to the future was none other than Shoiki himself. However, what surprised readers even more was yet to come. Just as Suna's friends were being captured and the twin sisters standing nearby threatened Suna to hand over the Vongala rings, Shoiki suddenly attacked the sisters from behind. What? Daniel, reading this, was stunned. What was going on? Why did Shoiki suddenly do that? Daniel wasn't the only one confused, many fans were left speechless. Besides, Shoiki added, this plan was orchestrated by your future self. Suna, understandably shocked, found it hard to believe Shoiki's words. But then Shoiki revealed an even bigger twist. It turned out that this entire operation had been planned by future Suna himself. Only future Suna, Shoiki, and Hibari knew the full truth. That explains it all. Daniel muttered to himself. Throughout the manga, Daniel had always wondered why future Hibari seemed to know about the attacks from Shoiki's side in advance. It was all part of their plan from the start. This twist had been so well hidden that no one could have guessed it earlier. Looking back, Shoiki had briefly appeared during the daily life arc, but his demeanor was completely different from how he acted 10 years later. This plot twist was like a rollercoaster, comparable to the endless reveals in Black Zetsu's Mother Save arc, where a new villain emerged after each previous one. However, turning the entire base into a movable, cube-like structure for Suna's training was a bit over the top. Daniel couldn't help but marvel at the audacity of it all. After all, training at such high stakes could easily lead to casualties. What if one of the Guardians died during the process? How would they save the world then? Well, at least this shows how much Suna has grown. Suna had become decisive. In the beginning, Suna was a timid, fearful boy, always trembling at the sight of danger. But now, future Suna had developed the strength and responsibility of a true leader. In moments of crisis, he could make decisive choices, even though, according to Shoiki, he still hesitated when it came to involving his innocent friends in such dangerous situations. But this hesitation showed that, despite his increased strength and confidence, Suna's core beliefs hadn't changed. Even with immense power, Suna refrained from abusing it. He had grown into a Vongala boss without losing his compassion, unwilling to become ruthless or resort to extreme measures to achieve his goals. This character development was a hallmark of Katekyo Hitman Reborn's appeal. The unique and compelling character arcs kept fans engaged, drawing them into the story. For 10 advanced chapters, patreon.com/angelic translating. Chapter 311, Ultraman Noah. 1146 words. Feels like the porter really loves plot twists in his manga. Yeah, today's update left me stunned. Who could have guessed Shoiki was one of Suna's allies all along? And it was all part of a plan future Suna came up with. Ever since the future arc started, things have really gotten interesting. After the release of Katekyo Hitman Reborn, chapters 135 and 136, fans were buzzing with excitement. Various Reborn fan groups and chats were abuzz with discussions about the latest twists in the series. And for good reason, Katekyo Hitman Reborn's future arc was packed with suspense and plot twists that kept readers glued to the pages. By skillfully introducing mysteries and then flipping expectations with surprising twists, the manga kept offering unexpected character developments and reversals that made for one thrilling moment after another. These surprises hit readers at just the right moments, leaving them craving more. The series also left plenty of room for speculation, with subtle hints and emotional moments that resonated with fans. Ren, the porter, thought the future arc had two particularly powerful twists. The first was in chapter 136, where Shoiki revealed the truth about the plan. Until then, many fans had thought Shoiki was one of the key antagonists in the future arc. After all, his strength and motives were unclear early on. As the future arc progressed, fans saw him as a calculating and ruthless figure. Then, just as Suna and his friends were about to infiltrate the base and seemingly confront the mastermind, they were hit with the revelation that Shoiki was an ally all along, a twist that left many fans speechless. The second major twist came earlier, in Chapter 94, when the real identity of Mukuro Rakudo was revealed. Mukuro had been operating under the alias Leo and had infiltrated the Milfura family, secretly passing their information to the Varia. Unfortunately, even with the Hell Ring, Mukuro from 10 years in the future was no match for Byakuran, whose overwhelming power proved too much. What really hurt fans was seeing Mukuro's eye with the number 6 symbol injured during a failed attack, as Byakuran had anticipated Mukuro's move and set up a barrier outside his office. This underscored just how dangerous Byakuran truly was. Following these twists, fans were eagerly looking forward to the next developments in the story. Daniel, browsing online comments, couldn't help but reflect on how things had changed. He remembered how, when Katekyo Hitman Reborn first started, it wasn't particularly popular among fans. The early chapters focused on daily life and comedic elements, which didn't align with what fans expected from a mafia-themed series. Fans came in expecting a dark, intense story about the mafia, especially given the porter's love for darker themes. But instead, they were met with a more light-hearted tone, leaving some fans disappointed and walking away. However, as the plot advanced, people began to realize that, while the story wasn't as dark as they'd expected, it was still incredibly engaging, action-packed, and full of classic shonen excitement. This was especially true in the future arc, which cranked up the tension and energy even more. Daniel felt proud to have witnessed the rise of this legendary manga. He wondered how high the series would climb by the time it reached its conclusion. Another week had passed, and the crisp air of autumn was approaching. It was time for another episode of Ultraman Nexus. With the series nearing its conclusion, viewership had doubled as fans eagerly tuned in for the final episodes. Daniel hummed along to the Nexus theme song, feeling the excitement build. He had been speculating from the beginning that Koman would eventually become the new bearer of the Nexus power. But so far, the porter's apprentice had kept him guessing, always proving him wrong. First, Jun went down, followed by Ren, and then even Nogi, who wasn't his favorite, took up the mantle. Now, with the final boss looming, there was no way Koman wouldn't take the lead, right? If not, Daniel joked, he'd run a fan while standing on his head. The episode opened with Shiori absorbing the power of Dark Zagi. At this point, Shiori had transformed into Dark Lucifer, wreaking havoc across the world. His new form was a terrifying fusion of human and beast, with the masks of Dark Faust and Dark Mephisto adorning his neck. The military forces of the world launched an all-out assault on Dark Lucifer, but it was futile. Their attacks only enraged him, and he retaliated with devastating power. Fear and despair spread across the globe. Yet there was one person who still believed in the light, holding on to hope. That person was Koman. Koman had seen Nogi trapped in the River of Oblivion, held there after Lucifer had drained her energy. Koman also saw the transformation device in Nogi's hand, realizing that only the power of Nexus could save the world. With this in mind, he dove into the River of Oblivion. Just as Nogi was about to be swallowed by darkness, Koman shouted desperately, "Don't give up." At that moment, fans noticed something incredible. The image of adult Koman was overlaid with his childhood self, as Koman had once traveled through time thanks to the power of Nexus. In his childhood, Koman had nearly drowned, but the person who reached out to save him was none other than Nogi, while the voice urging him not to give up had been his own from the future. It was at this moment that Koman had saved Riko as well. Finally, Koman managed to rescue Nogi, and the bond of light descended upon him, enveloping him in a radiant glow. This is... Koman's eyes widened as he stared at the Evolution Trust device in his hand. He never imagined that he would be chosen as Nexus's next wielder. And the most surprising thing was that the previous wielder of the device was standing right beside him. Deputy Chief. Nogi, still weakened, placed her hand over Koman's hand, gripping the Evolution Trust device with a smile. The bond of light never fades. Hearing this, Koman nodded and placed his other hand on the device. Together, they shouted, "Nexus!" A dazzling light erupted across the darkened world, forcing Dark Lucifer, who had been rampaging freely, to shield his eyes from the brilliance. What is that? Every fan watching the episode froze. This was not the Nexus they were familiar with. Instead, a giant being enveloped in silver-white light stood before them. The figure looked nothing like the previous Ultramen. Its body was almost entirely silver, with the only hint of red being the core of energy on its chest, similar to the traditional Ultraman design. The rest of the body was muscular, with black lines running through the silver armor. This was Noah. For 10 advanced chapters, patreon.com/angelic translating. Chapter 312, The Anthem of Humanity is the Anthem of Courage. 939 words. Wow, that's really cool. Those muscles look incredible. Doesn't he look a bit like Dark Zagi from earlier? Yeah, I thought so too. After Ultraman Noah appeared, discussions about him quickly sprang up in various chat groups. Many people who saw Noah felt he resembled Dark Zagi from earlier episodes. And it made sense. In Ren's previous life, the original concept for Dark Zagi was that he was the dark counterpart of Noah. Zagi was a corrupted version of Noah, not just a powerful weapon created by the visitors as described in the TV edit. Because of this, Ren thought Noah was somewhat similar to the Ultraman that Mosoki Kigo transformed into in Ultraman Tiga. In that case, Mosoki's wrong mindset led to the dark transformation. However, the Noah appearing in this world wasn't yet in his complete form, he was still missing the 2 small wings. Oh. Noah. As Noah appeared, his name was displayed on the screen, confirming his true identity. Little Bailey, who had been watching the muscular, silver Ultraman, couldn't contain his excitement. He jumped up on the couch, pumping his fists in the air. Beat him up. A classic aerial battle unfolded in Ultraman Nexus as Noah and Dark Lucifer clashed, each blow sending shockwaves through the air. Bailey was ecstatic. His dad, sitting beside him, frowned and smacked Bailey on the back. Sit down. If you keep jumping, you're gonna break the couch. Okay. Bailey grumbled, but as he began to sit, the TV screen changed again. Noah was hit by a dark blast from Dark Lucifer, sending him crashing to the ground. Panicking, Bailey jumped up again, stomping his feet. No. Bailey, I told you, oh, his dad groaned, intending to pull him back onto the couch, but in his excitement, Bailey accidentally kicked him in a very sensitive spot. Bailey's dad clutched himself, his face turning pale as he tightly crossed his legs. He could almost hear the sound of cracking eggs. But Bailey, still too focused on the TV, didn't notice his dad's pain. Is that all? Dark Lucifer floated above, crossing his arms as he watched Noah fall. His voice was filled with disdain. Humans are weak creatures. Their fear never disappears. As long as they remain afraid, my power is endless. And now, I've absorbed the dark energy that was once yours. Look at me. I'm invincible. Just when it seemed like Noah was losing, the voices of Jun and Ren suddenly echoed in Noah's mind. Don't give up. This level of darkness can't overshadow the light of humanity. It wasn't just Jun and Ren's voices. Keep fighting. Don't lose to that guy. The voices of countless people chimed in, offering support and encouragement. Groggy from Dark Lucifer's attacks, Koman slowly opened his eyes and saw familiar figures. It was Rico's voice, revived after the temporal collapse of the River of Oblivion, along with the voices of people who had regained their memories, all cheering him on. That's right. I can't give up. Koman clutched his wound and stood up with determination. Don't underestimate humans. Koman, enduring the pain, glared at Dark Lucifer. The anthem of humanity is the anthem of courage. Our greatness comes from our courage. Humans may be weak, but... He paused, then continued, humans have courage. And the first step to courage is acknowledging fear. When humans turn fear into strength, that courage can shine with an overwhelming light. As Koman finished speaking, people from all around the world, no matter their skin color or nationality, stood up, shouting Ultraman's name. Golden sparks of light began to shine from each person. On the darkened earth, these sparks of light flew into the sky, gathering in the city where Noah stood, infusing him with their energy. With the uplifting theme song playing in the background, Koman, inside Noah, widened his eyes. He was surrounded by light. He felt incredible strength coursing through his body. With this newfound power, Noah's wings, unfurled behind him, granting Noah even greater strength. What is this? Dark Lucifer squinted against the blinding light, unable to believe what was happening. The light is a bond, passed on to those who will inherit it, and it will shine again. Bathed in a radiant silver glow, Noah stood tall. Don't underestimate humans, you bastard! Noah leaped into the air, using the move Noah Inferno to send Dark Lucifer soaring into the sky. Fans watched in awe as Noah's right hand formed a chopping motion, and his left hand aligned with his right wrist, creating a powerful combination of photon and plasma energy. This was the Lightning Noah. Noah's ultimate finishing move, capable of striking enemies from space with 7-colored light. You won't defeat me. Dark Lucifer, flying high above, unleashed a massive burst of dark energy to counter the approaching multicolored beam. But now, with Noah's wings, the strength of Noah far surpassed that of Dark Lucifer. The energy from Noah's attack overwhelmed Lucifer's blast, pushing him back and out of the Earth's atmosphere. Noah's 7-colored light continued to grow in power as it pierced through the dark energy and finally obliterated Dark Lucifer in space, turning him into cosmic dust. Watching this climactic battle unfold, Bailey, who had been glued to the TV, couldn't contain his excitement any longer. I knew it. Noah is the strongest. Right, Dad. Bailey was confused. Why wasn't his dad responding? Curious, he glanced over at his dad, only to see him still pale-faced, clutching himself. Dad, what's wrong? Do you want to play soccer with me? You can be the goalkeeper. For 10 advanced chapters, patreon.com/angelic translating. Chapter 313, Taking Advantage. 982 words. Ultraman Nexus officially concluded. Although the alien beasts continued to appear after the series, TLT had minimized the damage and abandoned its practice of erasing the witnesses' memories. By doing so, the people of Nexus World no longer experienced the peace they once knew and were forced to face their fears. But after the Dark Lucifer incident, they learned that humans would not give up or run away. Instead, they would always hold on to hope and fight for tomorrow. Even if one day, an unknown darkness reappeared. Nexus, the light that is inherited, will shine again when darkness returns and save humanity's world. Not only was the issue of the alien beasts addressed, but viewers were also surprised to see that Jun made an appearance in the final scenes. He seemed to be in a war-torn country, constantly adopting children who had lost their families to the conflict. Ren had also received treatment, and her lifespan was now comparable to that of a normal human. Seijo continued fighting the alien beasts and even seemed to be together with the original Goryo. As for Koman, he was shown married to Riko, who had been revived due to the temporal distortions. The final frame showed Koman and Riko on their wedding night, with Koman pinning Riko to the bed. At that moment, the internet exploded with people venting their emotions. Happy ending. Damn it, Porter, why did you freeze the scene right there? Keep going. Yeah, I want to learn what happens on the wedding night. We became the light again this year. Can't wait for the next Ultraman. +1. Plus 10,086? Sigh, I wonder when the next Ultraman will be released. Then, a comment suddenly caught everyone's attention online. There's still one unresolved plot point. This reminded everyone of something from Ultraman Nexus. In the episode where Jun disappeared, the seer mentioned that Ren was the third Dunamis, the chosen one for Nexus. Jun was clearly the second, but who was the first Dunamis? Yeah, who was the first one? People were confused. The suspense was killing them. As fans, they hated it when stories left them hanging like this. It was even more annoying than vague riddles. Damn those mysterious plot teasers. Is there really anything worth discussing? Someone posted. This is just like the situation with Ultraman Tiga. Maybe they'll make a movie. Hopefully. I'd love a movie about it. Many fans shared the same sentiment. Ultraman Nexus had been so well received, and people were genuinely curious about the first Dunamist. Unfortunately, the show had ended, leaving them unsure if the porter would make a movie. And if he did, would it even focus on the first Dunamist? The series had reached an impressive average viewership rating of 5.72, with a 9.8 rating on Dozy.com. Online streaming platforms reported that the show had surpassed 10 billion views. The trending topics were all about the series, with phrases like "The anthem of humanity is the anthem of courage," "Noah finale," and "Light is the bond." However, just as fans were discussing Nexus, a sudden announcement from Gu Yuan's official Weibo account grabbed everyone's attention. A new Ultraman is currently in production ... The post included several behind-the-scenes photos, showcasing the new Ultraman's design. This new Ultraman was none other than Ultraman Dyna. Since filming was already underway, it made sense for the production team to capitalize on the momentum Nexus had generated. Sure enough, the day after the announcement, new Ultraman shot to the top of the trending list, pushing aside celebrity news trying to attract attention. There was no helping it, the new Ultraman news sparked a wave of speculation. Fans recognized a familiar face from the photos. It was the same man who had crossed paths with Daigo in the final Holy War and shared that intense gaze. This has to be set in the Ultraman Tiga universe. I knew it. This guy's something special. Look at this new Ultraman's design, it's similar to Tiga's, with a 3-colored body. I bet he can transform into 3 different modes. But wait. How does he get his powers? Tiga got his by betraying his comrades. Did this Ultraman betray Tiga and steal his power? GKD, GKD. Hurry up and finish it already. GKD means can't wait in internet slang. The internet was flooded with people urging for updates, while social media buzzed with discussions about the new Ultraman. Daddy, Daddy, Daddy ... At Ren's house, he was holding his baby, trying to teach him how to talk. Typically, babies don't start talking until they're around 10 to 12 months old, though some may say simple words like mama or dada between 6 to 8 months. However, at that age, it's usually an unconscious response, with the baby not fully understanding what they're saying. Still, Ren was determined to teach his child to say daddy first. After all, his little girl's first word had been mama, and he wasn't about to let his wife win this time. Come on, say daddy, Ren said, poking his baby's cheek and slowly enunciating, daddy. Ah. Ooh? Hearing his baby's response, Ren was filled with confusion. Did his own baby just take advantage of him? It's you call me daddy, not the other way around. Ren said, exasperated, a black line forming on his forehead. Ren's frustrated expression only made his baby giggle, babbling ya in baby talk. Sighing, Ren thought, maybe he's still too young? But it's almost October. He's not that small, he's already around 8 months old, and he's even starting to crawl. Yes, Ren's baby could already crawl. After all, by 7 months, babies typically begin crawling. At the time, Ren had been overjoyed, thinking his child was a little genius. Honey, there's something I need to tell you. Just then, Jada opened the door, holding their little girl's hand as she returned home. For 10 advanced chapters, patreon.com/Michael translates. Chapter 314, Departure. 1007 words. The National Day holiday, aside from summer and winter breaks, is one of the most loved holidays by students because it's a long break. On October 1st, as the vacation officially began, Ren and Jada, along with their 2 little ones, happily boarded a plane heading to Japan. The reason for this trip? a conversation Jada had with Ren a while back after returning home. It turned out that Senshu Danzu had called again, inviting them to Japan, saying a friend of his had a small request related to a manga project. Well, it was Japan, after all, a country deeply immersed in anime culture, both in the past and present. So, taking advantage of the National Day holiday, Ren and his family decided to head to Japan. The only thing Ren felt a little disappointed about was that he had hoped to visit Japan during the winter. After all, that's when there are more ski resorts to enjoy. But alas, it was only October, and they'd have to wait until at least November for the snow. Jincheng, a neighboring city of Ren's, is a first-tier city and the only place with an airport nearby. So early that morning, they headed to Jincheng. At the moment, they were in the VIP lounge of Jincheng International Airport. HMPH, HMPH, HMPH ... The little girl was sitting on a chair, her legs swinging as she hummed a tune she made up herself, glancing around excitedly like a wild horse finally let loose. After all, this was her first time ever flying on a plane, and she was brimming with excitement. But despite flying first class, delays are still possible. Just like their flight today, which had been delayed. Otherwise, they wouldn't have needed to wait in the lounge. Fortunately, the delay was only about half an hour, which wasn't too bad. Plus, since they were flying first class, they could wait comfortably in the VIP lounge, enjoying the buffet and snacks at their leisure. Ren and the little girl played Pokemon to pass the time until the ground crew came to inform them that boarding was ready. The little girl, holding her dad's hand, was even more excited now. "Daddy, once we're on the plane, will we get there really fast?" In her mind, planes were super quick since they could zoom through the sky. "Kind of, about 2 hours, Ren explained. "Ooh? 2 hours?" She pouted. That felt like a long time. Shouldn't it just go zoom in a flash? First-class seats are wider and more comfortable than economy class, with more legroom and without that cramped feeling. After boarding through a special channel, the little girl curiously looked around the first-class cabin. Humans are naturally curious creatures, especially young children. Being on a plane for the first time sparked the little girl's desire to explore as she settled into her seat, inspecting her surroundings. However, after a while, she started feeling bored. At the end of the day, it was still just a small airplane cabin, not as cozy as home. But at least first class had little TVs where she could watch movies or listen to music, and they offered free drinks and snacks, which brightened her mood a bit. It wasn't until the flight attendant came over and told Ren to fasten their seatbelts because the plane was about to take off that the little girl asked to switch seats with her dad. Wow! As the plane took off, the little girl couldn't help but exclaim in awe. "Daddy, look! Everything on the ground is getting smaller." This was an experience unlike any other. "Mommy, look, I can even see birds over there. And clouds. We're so high up." Even the simplest things made her eyes sparkle like crescent moons, filled with laughter and joy. Watching their daughter's excitement brought smiles to Ren and Jada's faces. But soon enough, after the novelty wore off, the little girl grew bored again, finding flying not as fun as she had imagined. "Daddy, it feels stuffy," she complained, scratching her head. "Can we open the window?" "That's not possible," Jada said, ruffling her daughter's hair. "You can't open airplane windows." "Who?" The little girl pouted. "Why not? Have you ever seen a balloon deflate?" Ren patiently explained to his daughter, using simple words. "Yeah, of course." She nodded. Not only had she seen balloons deflate, but she had popped plenty of them. When a balloon deflates, all the air rushes out, right? Ren paused before continuing. A plane is kind of like a balloon. If we open the window, it would create a hole, and everything inside would get sucked out. Now, a balloon only has air inside, but what do you think would get sucked out of a plane? Balloons, planes. She murmured, glancing out the window. Her face suddenly went pale. "Let's not open it." She was terrified. Opening an airplane window sounded horrifying, people could get sucked out. And they were so high up. Good girl Tilda. Ren patted her head, then rummaged through his bag and pulled out a deck of cards. If you're feeling bored, how about we play some Pokemon to pass the time? Who? The little girl's face showed clear disdain. Ren immediately felt indignant. What's that look for? Was she underestimating him? Daddy, you're too easy to beat. She spread her hands, adding, we've played so many times, and I don't think you've ever won against me. Who said I've never won? Ren puffed out his chest proudly. I won once during Xiao Rui's 1-month celebration. The little girl paused, recalling that memory, then her face turned expressionless. That was cheating. Remembering that incident, she felt upset all over again. Her dad had secretly stashed extra cards in his pocket and sneakily swapped them out during the game. HMPH. Nonsense, that was pure skill. Ren retorted. Come on, let's play. Faced with her shameless father, the little girl was ready to crush him in a game. For 10 advanced chapters, patreon.com/Michael translates. Chapter 315, The Request. 1063 words. By the time Ren and his family arrived in Japan, it was already past 11 a.m. local time. As they disembarked, Ren carried his sleepy daughter, Yaya, on his back. She had barely slept the night before, too excited about their trip to Japan and her first airplane ride. When the plane landed, Yaya was groggily clinging to her father, still not fully awake, leaving Ren with no choice but to carry her off the plane. Ren-san. Welcome back to Japan. As soon as they stepped off the plane, Ren was greeted warmly by Senshu Danzu's men, holding up a sign for them. Mr. Senshu, I didn't expect you to personally come and greet us. I'm truly flattered. Ren responded cheerfully. Oh, not at all. As the host, it's my duty to do so. Senshu Danzu replied with a friendly handshake. They exchanged pleasantries like long-lost friends, though they had only known each other for a short while. Ren then introduced his wife, Jada, and their 2 children. After another round of friendly greetings, they moved on to the main topic. So, Senshu-san, what exactly is this manga project you mentioned? Let's discuss it in the car. There are too many people around here, Senshu said with a polite smile, glancing around. Ren and Jada looked around and quickly understood. Senshu Danzu's security team, all dressed in black suits, had already drawn a lot of attention. People were staring, whispering about a possible Yakuza presence. Ren even overheard some Chinese tourists speculating about a gang. Let's get going, Ren said quickly. Please, follow me to the car, Ren-san. They got into the car and were soon on their way to their destination, stopping at an upscale traditional Japanese restaurant. When Ren saw the lanterns hanging at the entrance, he immediately knew they were in for a luxurious meal. As they entered the restaurant, a hostess in a kimono greeted them at the entrance, helped them change their shoes, and warmly welcomed them with a sweet irashimasu. Young servers in traditional attire offered to take their coats and towels, providing attentive service that made Ren feel a bit uncomfortable. He silently reflected on the opulence of it all, thinking, capitalism at its finest. Then, realizing his own success, Ren mused that if he really wanted to, he could live the same luxurious lifestyle. But he had grown content with a simpler life and found no interest in pursuing such extravagance. They followed Senshu and entered a private room where a woman was already reclining. She was attractive, but clearly not expecting visitors. She lay on the floor, casually reading a manga with her legs crossed. When she realized she wasn't alone anymore, it was too late, everyone had already seen her. An awkward silence hung in the air until Ren finally spoke up, giving her a polite way out. You must be Ms. Yuno, right? Nice to meet you, I'm Ren. Please take care of me. On the way, Senshu Danzu had explained that Yuno came from a long line of samurai. Although she practiced swordsmanship, her true passion was manga. Apparently, Senshu's love for anime and manga had been influenced by her. Yuno cleared her throat as she sat up and regained her composure, her demeanor shifting to one of elegance and grace, in stark contrast to her previous posture. Thank you for coming, Ren-san. Please, have a seat. We can talk while we eat. They all sat down and began their meal, a traditional Japanese feast. The first course was a refreshing green appetizer sprinkled with sesame seeds, served in a beautifully carved bowl. Ren quickly finished the appetizer and took a sip of the miso soup in front of him, which was a vibrant red, rich with flavor and warming to the soul. As they ate, Yuno began explaining her idea. So, you want to create a manga that embodies the spirit of Bushido? Ren asked, surprised. It seemed like a simple request. Surely, many manga artists in Japan could take on such a project. Why come to him? Could it be? Ren subconsciously touched his face. Is it because I'm just too handsome? Sigh. Being attractive is such a burden. He thought with mock regret. Yes. Yuno nodded enthusiastically. However, I don't want it to be like the usual samurai stories on the market, which are full of fighting and killing. I want something with humor, something funny. Wait, what? Samurai and humor? Senshu Danzu looked stunned. I had no idea you wanted a manga like that. In his mind, samurai stories were typically about serious matters, filled with battles and bloodshed. But combining samurai with comedy? That seemed like an impossible task. That's a tall order, Senshu muttered. It's like asking for a gangster manga with idols mixed in. It's not exactly an easy fit. I know it's difficult, Yuno admitted, biting her lip. But you've managed to create hilarious works like Cautious Hero and Konosuba. I believe you can pull off a samurai comedy too. If even you can't do it, then I don't know who else could. Please, give it a try. Yuno then gave a deep, respectful bow, a gesture unique to Japanese culture. Well, I can give it a shot. Ren nodded. He already had an idea in mind, Gintama. A story that combined the spirit of a samurai with absurd humor. Gintama was a perfect fit. It was a series that could make people laugh uncontrollably but also move them to tears. In his past life, Ren hadn't paid much attention to Gintama at first, but one day, when he was in the mood for something funny, he picked it up and became hooked. Gintama was a perfect blend of slapstick comedy and deep, heartfelt moments. It was hilarious when it wanted to be, but also knew how to hit hard with emotional and intense scenes. I'll leave it in your hands then, Ren-san, Yuno said, relieved and smiling when she heard Ren agree to take on the challenge. Of course, Ren replied. The conversation continued as they enjoyed their meal. The dessert was a translucent, watermelon-flavored mochi, shaped like long, delicate strips. Each dish was not only beautifully presented but also delicious. Even little Yaya was enjoying herself, devouring the food with great enthusiasm. For 10 advanced chapters, patreon.com/Michael translates. Chapter 316, Tokyo Skytree. 1004 words. Ren hadn't expected the manga request to be so straightforward, even surprisingly easy. With that out of the way, Ren took his daughter Yaya and the rest of the family to explore Japan. One of the most iconic spots in Tokyo is the Tokyo Skytree. It's the same place where the little monster Yusuji once visited. The warmest place in the world is right at the top of the Skytree. Although China's Oriental Pearl Tower is also beautiful, the Skytree had a special appeal for Ren, largely because of its significance in various anime and novels. In his past life, Ren remembered seeing the Skytree in many works, such as Detective Conan, Aria the Scarlet Ammo, and Love, Chunibyo and Other Delusions. But for many Chinese fans, the Skytree in Dragon Raja left the deepest impression. Thinking about this, Ren couldn't help but imagine hanging Jiang Nan, the author of Dragon Raja, from the top of the Skytree to let him bask in the warmth. At this moment, Ren and his family were strolling along the Tembo Galleria in Tokyo Skytree. The Galleria is a spiraling ramp located 445 meters above the ground, enclosed by cylindrical glass, giving the feeling of walking through the sky. There were also anime exhibits, allowing visitors to collect special stamps as souvenirs. Japanese anime still held a special place in Chinese culture, especially magical girl themes, which originated from Japan. Seeing one of her favorite magical girl characters in the exhibit, Yi ran over excitedly. However, there were things about this place that made Ren want to laugh. Whether in his previous life or this one, Japan was undoubtedly a country deeply embedded in the world of anime. Who could have imagined that in such a serious and towering structure, the most prominent displays weren't about the city's history or the sky tree itself, but instead, anime artworks. Comic book drafts were treated like precious art, with both uncolored sketches and fully completed works on display. In contrast, back in China at the Oriental Pearl Tower, not only would you struggle to find anime pictures, but even movie-related images were rare. This is beautiful. Jada, holding their baby, stood beside Ren, looking down through the massive windows at the view of Tokyo. The feeling was one of being on top of the world, able to see Tokyo Bay, Asakusa Temple, Tokyo Dome, the Tokyo Metropolitan Government Building, and the famous Tokyo Tower. Yeah, but the night view will be even better, Ren smiled, putting his arm around Jada's shoulders. Just then, Yaya came running back from the anime exhibit. Daddy, let's take a picture. I want to show my friends later. Yaya said, always eager to boast. Sure, come here. Ren called for a staff member to help with the photo. Although he could take it himself, he had heard that the staff could offer some special features when they took the picture. It cost around 2,500 yen for the photo, not exactly cheap, especially after paying for the tickets earlier. Still, it was worth it for Yaya, who eagerly stood between her parents, flashing a peace sign while Ren and Jada smiled on either side. The staff member positioned the camera, aiming it perfectly at the family. With a soft click, the photo was taken. That special service wasn't anything extraordinary, it wasn't some VIP experience. They just edited the floor beneath them to appear transparent, creating a commemorative card effect. As they finished taking the picture, Ren noticed a scene that caught his eye. A young man, likely American, was kneeling on one knee with a small box in his hand, proposing to a young woman in front of him. Around them, other tourists began cheering, whistling, and shouting encouragements in different languages, all urging the woman to accept. How romantic, Jada whispered, a little envious. Ren glanced at his wife, who was holding their baby. For a moment, his mind drifted back in time. He remembered that night under the fireworks when he had confessed his love to Jada. Now, here she was, the mother of his 2 children, standing beside him as they lived their life together, inseparable. Time had flown by in the blink of an eye. Back in the present, the young woman accepted the man's proposal, and the two sealed it with a kiss amidst the applause of the crowd. Hey, Jada! Who? What is it? Jada turned to Ren, who suddenly leaned in and kissed her. Wow! Yaya, always observant, immediately covered her eyes with her little hands, though she peeked through her fingers, watching her parents with a mischievous grin. You're so embarrassing. Jada blushed, gently hitting Ren on the chest, though it was more playful than angry. Daddy, Mommy. That's so embarrassing. Yaya teased, giggling. Jada, still red-faced, playfully ruffled her daughter's hair in mock irritation. Let's head downstairs, Ren cleared his throat, trying to shake off the awkwardness. We can check out the Sumida Aquarium. Tokyo Skytree wasn't just a tower, it was practically an entire shopping district, complete with shops, movie theaters, and, as Ren mentioned, the Sumida Aquarium. The Sumida Aquarium wasn't huge, but it was a beautiful, well-maintained space perfect for a family outing. It mainly showcased common aquatic creatures, but its interactive exhibits made it a fun and educational experience for kids. Yaya, of course, was most excited about the gacha machines and ended up spending quite a bit of her dad's money on them. Daddy, are there any big fish here? After wandering around for a while and watching her dad take photos of her mom, Ye asked softly. There aren't many big fish here, sweetheart, Ren said with a smile. Oh. Ye seemed a little disappointed. Don't worry, Ren said, gently patting her head. We still have 7 days here. We can visit a bigger aquarium with more fish later. Yay! Ye instantly perked up and grabbed Ren's hand. Let's go watch the animal show. For 10 advanced chapters, patreon.com/Michael translates. Chapter 317, Reading the Name. 1096 words. During the 7-day National Day holiday, Ren and Jada had a blast in Sakura country. They visited Tokyo Skytree, Meiji Shrine, and even Disneyland. Of course, Ren didn't forget about Yui Setono's manga. They spent their days out having fun and their nights back at the hotel drawing the manga's name. The work Ren had drawn in September was Gintama. Ren initially redeemed this work out of curiosity because it was highly influenced by Japanese culture. He didn't expect that he would get to use it so soon in October. However, there were many parts of this work that needed to be revised. It wasn't that the content didn't fit the National Day theme in Sakura country. It was just that some of the humor wouldn't resonate with this world's fans. Gintama was full of random parodies and jokes, which were, after all, its essence. From One Piece to Dragon Ball, Detective Conan, and even Hayao Miyazaki's works, no popular anime was safe from Gintama's parodies. Fans of this world wouldn't recognize the references to those works, so Ren had to think carefully about what could be replaced, and if something couldn't be replaced, he would need to cut it out entirely. Fortunately, Gintama was structured like an episodic series, so even cutting some parts wouldn't harm the overall continuity. Besides the parodies, another issue was the pacing. To be honest, a lot of anime fans struggled to get through the first 2 episodes of the Gintama TV series. Ren still remembered his first time watching Gintama. He watched the first episode with a blank expression, didn't find it engaging, and angrily closed it, thinking all the hype around Gintama was fake. He didn't even bother opening it again for a while. The whole thing felt random and extremely boring. The world building hadn't even settled in, characters kept popping up one after another without any emotional build-up, and it all just felt like a bunch of idiots fooling around. It wasn't until much later, when he had nothing else to watch, that he forced himself to get through the first few episodes. It wasn't until episode 3 that Ren finally started to find it interesting. In hindsight, only after becoming familiar with Gintama's rhythm could he appreciate the first 2 episodes. So Ren decided to push the first 2 episodes back, introducing them after the fans had gotten used to the story's pacing. That way, it could attract more fans. Phew. Finally finished a part, Ren said, stretching. Finished drawing. Jada, sitting on the bed while gently patting their baby's back, relaxed only after hearing the baby burp. Yeah. Ren handed the name he'd drawn to Jada. Here, take a look. Okay. Jada was quite curious about Ren's samurai manga. After all, her husband was a proper Chenchao man, so how could he draw a samurai manga from Sakura country? Especially since the client had also asked him to add humor. What a tough challenge. Yet, seeing that her husband had somehow managed to draw it, Jada was pleasantly surprised. The end of the Edo period, when mysterious alien beings known as the Amanto invaded. Jada paused, confused as she read the opening scene. Even though she wasn't from Sakura country, Jada knew a bit about its history. After all, she had learned about it in history class, including the so-called Meiji Restoration. Wasn't the Meiji Restoration after the Edo period? So were these aliens supposed to represent the so-called black ships from the end of the Edo period? Her husband started drawing from this point in history? Curious, Jada continued reading, and before she knew it, she was hooked. October 7th. Yui Setono, after being dressed and having breakfast with the help of her servant, boarded the car heading to Ren's hotel. I wonder what kind of manga it is. Samurai and comedy, 2 seemingly unrelated elements mashed together. What would that even look like? To be honest, One reason she hired the porter, Ren's pen name, to draw this manga was because she loved his previous works. She believed the porter could pull off this type of manga. But there was another reason: she wanted to challenge him. After all, the porter had turned her beloved cautious hero from a comedy into a tragedy, left REM's fate ambiguous, and even had a character's head eaten in one of his stories. Just for these reasons, Yui Setono had asked the porter to draw this for her. As she thought about the phone call from the porter last night, she felt a tinge of anticipation. Even though she wasn't a fan of his tragic twists, she had to admit that the porter's creativity and innovation in manga were undeniable. Half an hour later, the driver parked the car in the hotel's parking lot. "Nawaki? You're here too?" Yui asked the man standing in the parking lot. "Of course." Nawaki nodded. "I'm a big fan of the porter, and I'm curious to see how he combines samurai and comedy." "Well then, let's head up together." With that, she and her bodyguards took the elevator to Ren's hotel room. The maid rang the doorbell and knocked softly. "Porter-sensei, are you home?" After about 5 seconds, the door opened, revealing Ren's smiling face. "Oh, it's you guys. Come in. Have you had breakfast?" He stepped aside, letting Yui and the others enter. "Uncle, good morning, sis." As soon as they walked in, a little girl greeted them in her newly learned Sakura language. "Good morning." Yui, happy to hear herself being called sister, patted the little girl's head. Nawaki, on the other hand, had a bit of a twitch at the corner of his mouth, but he still greeted the girl politely. "Good morning, Jada." Both of them greeted Jada as well. "Sorry I can't properly host you," Jada nodded in acknowledgement, quickly turning her attention back to her crying son. Following Ren inside, Yui and Nawaki's eyes were immediately drawn to the table. There was a drawing on the table, featuring a curly-haired man holding a katana. Instantly, they perked up. "Ren, is this?" The two of them looked at him expectantly. "Yes, it's the new manga. But there's only one copy of the name, so you'll have to read it together." After all, he only had 7 days to work on it, and there was no printer available here. "No problem," the two of them said in unison and eagerly took the name from Ren. The title on the cover read, Gintama. For 10 advanced chapters, patreon.com/Michael translates. Chapter 318, Untitled. 1,121 words. Ren quickly finished reviewing the draft. The story was set during the late Edo period, where aliens known as the Amanto invaded. A war between humans and the Amanto broke out, with many samurai and anti-foreign patriots fighting against the invaders. The shogunate, overwhelmed by the Amanto's power, signed an unequal treaty, allowing them into the country. Later, the shogunate issued a decree banning swords, stripping the samurai of their weapons. From then on, the Amanto ruled unchecked, and the shogunate became a puppet government. While the plot seemed odd at first, it was clear to the characters in the story that the porter was referencing Japan's own history during the Black Ship incident in the late Edo period, which resonated deeply with them as citizens of Japan. The Black Ship incident marked the beginning of Japan's painful opening to the outside world. A once isolated feudal nation under the Tokugawa shogunate, Japan was forced to open its borders by Western powers, leading to a political revolution and conflict between the isolationists and reformers. For Senju and Yui, the overall feeling of this story was one of chaotic energy. It seemed like the porter had thrown together many individually interesting elements, but it turned into a strange combination that shouldn't have worked. Yet, it was incredibly entertaining. The exaggerated humor and hilarious dialogue hit all the right notes, making them laugh from start to finish. Despite the chaos, the moments of emotion still managed to be deeply moving. One moment, they were wiping away tears, the next, they were laughing so hard their sides hurt. The frequent plot twists left them speechless, yet entertained. Of course, the story wasn't all comedy. It had moments that touched the heart. For example, certain lines in the manga struck a chord. A samurai doesn't need grand reasons to act. As long as there's something you want to protect, just draw your sword. Men are boys until the day they die. Senju had to admit he was deeply moved by the portrayal of the samurai spirit in the character Gintoki from Gintama. In the chaotic world of Gintama, Gintoki never wavered from his own version of Bushido, the samurai code. It was like a small white flower struggling to bloom from the muddy earth, bringing a touch of beauty to a polluted world. However, the Bushido spirit in Gintama seemed quite different from what Senju knew. Traditional Japanese Bushido emphasized loyalty and obedience to one's lord. Even if the ruler was tyrannical, a samurai was expected to remain loyal. Sacrificing oneself for honor was an absolute value. But the samurai code in this manga was different. The protagonist didn't choose to protect everyone. Instead, he chose to protect only his small circle of friends. In his eyes, the country was already falling apart, and no amount of effort would save it. The people he truly cared about were his comrades, his small family. As the manga said, "The sky? The country? I don't care if you take them. Just protecting the things in front of me is already more than I can handle, and I can't even protect those. I've lost count of how much I've already lost. I have nothing left, so when I see something falling, it's only natural to pick it up and keep it." This philosophy was a far cry from the Bushido Senju had been taught. So, Senju glanced over at Yui, wondering how she felt about this new version of Bushido. Just as Senju suspected, Yui was conflicted about the way Bushido was portrayed in Ren's manga. However, it wasn't that she rejected the Bushido spirit in Gintama. After all, she wasn't the type to be bound by traditional thinking. Otherwise, she wouldn't have wanted to mix comedy with the samurai code. Yui was simply trying to grasp what Ren was truly trying to convey through this version of Bushido. To her, Gintama presented a new take on Bushido. It wasn't about blind loyalty to a feudal lord or a bloodthirsty national instinct. Instead, it was about protecting and preserving, about self-reflection and self-improvement, about fighting one's past and gently evolving from the old era to a new one. Wait a second. Suddenly, Yui froze. She picked up the name, Rough Draft, again and looked at it more closely. On the surface, it seemed to be about protecting others during dangerous times, but when she thought about it more deeply, Gintoki was actually fighting to protect himself, his own soul. From what she could see, the manga depicted a lonely samurai, running forward, fighting through the cruelty of day and night for those he loved. He was a relic of a bygone era, resisting the modern world. The Bushido code dictated that samurai must value honor above all else, even above life itself. If they lost a battle, they would take their own lives to preserve their reputation. But to Yui, this behavior seemed foolish. How could anyone play around with their own life like that? The Bushido code also emphasized loyalty, integrity, honor, and martial spirit. Yet, weren't the very warriors who overthrew the feudal shogunate the same samurai class that once upheld these values? Times had changed. In Yui's opinion, she agreed with a line from the manga, "A samurai doesn't need a grand reason to act. If there's something you want to protect, just draw your sword. Why stick to a Bushido code defined by others? Living by your own version of honor, protecting what you love, and sticking to your beliefs, that's what makes a true samurai." After a while, Yui put down the manga and turned to Ren. "Thank you, Porter. I really love this story. Do you?" Ren nodded, satisfied. "I'm glad you do. But, Porter, I have one question," Yui said, a little hesitantly. "This story isn't going to end in tragedy, is it?" To her, with all the conflict involving the Shinsengumi, Keheitai, and the shogunate, it seemed like the main characters wouldn't meet a happy end. Especially with Ren's penchant for bittersweet stories, she was worried he might throw in a gut-wrenching plot twist. Better to ask now than be caught off guard later. Tragedy? No way. Ren gave Yui a thumbs up and flashed a bright smile. It's going to be a heartwarming, unforgettable ending. At most, a few minor characters like Shogun Shigeshige, Sasaki Isaburo, or Mitsuburo Kita might die to squeeze a few tears out of the fans. He wasn't a monster, after all. Not every story had to end in despair. Though. Ren rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Maybe he could consider using the false memory ending for Toma, like in the original manga's conclusion. For 10 advanced chapters, patreon.com/Michael translates. Chapter 319, Double Plot Twist. 1073 words. In the end, Ren and Yui finalized the contract to begin the serialization of Gintama. At the same time, a certain scientific railgun had reached the S-Arc in its ongoing updates. That evening, Daniel returned home with the latest issue of Picker Comics and immediately flipped to a certain scientific railgun. To be honest, he hadn't planned on reading it. However, the fan community was abuzz with chatter, and the calls for him to review the series had grown louder. Many fans mentioned that Railgun had taken on darker, more intense themes that resembled the porter's signature style of dark and gritty storytelling. What had once been a light-hearted slice-of-life series had morphed into something much more emotionally heavy, which piqued Daniel's curiosity. As a dedicated manga reviewer who valued his fanbase, Daniel was determined to see what the fuss was about. From what he'd seen in online discussions, Railgun was originally a Lightyear-themed slice-of-life series, with some battles involving supernatural powers mixed in. Well, maybe not quite a Lightyear's series. Ren had been aware of some of the flaws in the story from the start. Unlike the original anime adaptation of the Railgun series, Ren hadn't drastically altered the timeline or cut out major connections to a certain magical index, nor had he reduced the role of the male protagonist, Tuma Kamiju. Ren intended to use Railgun to build hype for a potential future adaptation of a certain magical index, so compared to the previous version, the Yui undertones had been toned down significantly. Looks like I've got my work cut out for me today, Daniel muttered to himself as he gathered all the previous volumes of Railgun. Being a responsible and thorough manga critic, Daniel wasn't the type to just read the current chapters and form an opinion based on that alone. He needed to take in the entire story to avoid missing important details or context. Plus, there might be foreshadowing hidden in earlier chapters that he needed to catch. Time passed, and after a while, Daniel rubbed his temples. The earlier chapters were just as the online reviews had described, plenty of light-hearted moments, but perhaps too much day-to-day content and an overwhelming amount of Yuri subtext for his taste. As someone indifferent to Yuri themes, Daniel found it a bit tiresome. However, there were some standout moments, particularly the level upper arc, which had grabbed his attention. He initially thought Tuma would play a bigger role as the male protagonist, but after the level upper incident wrapped up, Tuma disappeared from the story and only popped up briefly in a few panels. But there's no way Ren would just use him as a plot device to wrap up the level upper arc, right? Daniel held on to hope that Tuma would reappear later in the series. With that in mind, Daniel turned to the chapters that fans had been praising, hoping to see where the story took a darker turn. The new arc began with rumors spreading around Academy City that people could find cash cards scattered in remote locations. Curious about these claims, Misaka Mikoto, the protagonist, followed a group of delinquent students to a suspicious building where the cards were supposedly stashed. Inside, Mikoto witnessed the delinquents being wiped out by a mysterious girl wielding a strange power. When Mikoto confronted the girl, the stranger said something that confused both her and Daniel. "You're the original, aren't you?" At first, both Mikoto and Daniel were perplexed. What did she mean by original? Was there a mistake in the dialogue? However, Daniel's mind quickly started racing. He remembered something from earlier chapters. There had been rumors in Academy City about cloning a level 5 Esper, and a doctor had once mentioned using Misaka's DNA to help patients when she was younger. Wait, could this mysterious girl be a clone of Misaka? Daniel realized. Suddenly, the pieces started to fall into place. But as Daniel thought about it more, his concern grew. If someone had tricked Misaka into giving up her DNA to create clones, what were the implications? In many stories, cloning experiments often led to some sort of malevolent plot or tragic accident. Could this be one of those situations? His curiosity fully piqued, Daniel eagerly read on. As the story unfolded, Mikoto became more and more intrigued by the mysterious girl and eventually uncovered her true identity. The girl had been involved with Yamashita University Hospital and the Tokaguchi Pharmaceuticals 7th Pharmaceutical Research Center. Yamashita University, the same place where Misaka had unwittingly given up her DNA. Now, Misaka's suspicions deepened, and she decided to investigate further. That night, disguised in different clothing, Mikoto infiltrated the pharmaceutical company's building. There, she discovered information about a secret project to create clones of herself, the Sisters Project. Suspended indefinitely. Daniel muttered to himself as he read a passage in Chapter 3 that mentioned the project had been halted. He couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. Why dedicate so much time to Mikoto's infiltration if the project had been shut down? Sure enough, at the end of Chapter 3, Daniel's suspicions were confirmed when a clone of Mikoto appeared at the company. This just got interesting, Daniel thought. While the explanation could have been that these were leftover clones from a past experiment, Daniel had a gut feeling that the project was still ongoing. But what was the true purpose of this project? Were they building an army of Misaka clones to take over the world? Or maybe they were producing clones to address a growing population of lonely men by giving each of them their very own Misaka. Chuckling at his outlandish theories, Daniel flipped to Chapter 4. Sure enough, the cloning project was still active, and Daniel watched as more Misaka clones were being created. He even witnessed one being born in a laboratory setting. Of course, certain parts were censored, which made Daniel smirk. If the porter ever entered the doujinshi world, I'm sure he'd be incredibly popular, Daniel mused. He really knows how to cater to certain tastes. The story continued as Mikoto spent a day in the park playing with children, only to suddenly sense a familiar power nearby. Following the energy, she finally came face to face with her clone. Oh! The secret cloning project had been discovered. Daniel eagerly anticipated how Mikoto would react next. For 10 advanced chapters, patreon.com/Michael translates. Chapter 320, Experiment Animals Worth 10,000. 1,064 words. Are you kidding me, Porter? You elegant swear word. Late at night, a loud, angry voice suddenly echoed through a quiet neighborhood. Several bedroom lights turned on in response, as people who had just fallen asleep or were already sleep-deprived were startled awake by the unexpected outburst. Sorry. Though most residents couldn't pinpoint exactly where the shout had come from, the person directly next door knew all too well. Standing at his door, Daniel apologized repeatedly to his irritated neighbor. All right, just don't do it again. I just got off the night shift, and then I hear you yelling. Daniel's neighbor yawned, then asked curiously, so, you're a Porter fan too? You too? Daniel's face lit up. Of course. I haven't missed a single one of his works. I often end up cursing him too. The neighbor puffed out his chest proudly, then asked with interest, so, what got you so riled up? Was it Cautious Hero? Or Madoka? No, it was Railgun, Daniel answered honestly. Railgun. The man paused for a second, confused. He hadn't watched that series. After a moment, he realized Daniel was talking about a certain scientific railgun and asked, a bit puzzled, what's wrong with Railgun? Not being a fan of light Yui stories, the neighbor had skipped Railgun, thinking it was just a laid-back slice-of-life series. He couldn't imagine the Porter turning something like that into a dark, tragic story. Oh man, don't even get me started. It was all light-hearted at first, but then it turned really heavy later on. Seriously? It actually got dark. Yeah, but it's pretty interesting. And so, Daniel and his neighbor stood at the door, chatting about Railgun. They went on for quite a while, only stopping when the neighbor's door opened, signaling it was time to call it a night. Once back inside, Daniel let out a deep breath, still fuming over the plot twist from earlier. The Porter had really pulled a fast one. After Misaka discovered her clone, she and the clone teamed up to rescue a kitten stuck in a tree. Misaka, hoping to uncover the secrets of the clone's purpose, followed her and managed to decrypt a code with the help of Uiharu, which led to a shocking revelation: Academy City was attempting to create an unprecedented Level 6 Esper. If the city followed the standard educational process, it would take at least 250 years for an Esper to naturally evolve into Level 6. But there was a way to speed it up. The plan was to enhance the Esper's abilities through combat by staging 128 battle scenarios where Misaka, yes, the original, would be killed 128 times. Of course, Misaka was human, and killing her was irreversible. So, the scientists came up with another method. They would create 20,000 clones of Misaka, set up 20,000 battlefields, and kill these clones to achieve the same result. Each clone, known as a sister, had their own thoughts and feelings. They liked kittens, and they spoke in their own quirky way, but their only purpose was to be slaughtered. It was heartbreaking. The most horrifying part? The deaths were brutal. In one chapter, Daniel witnessed one of the sisters have her leg ripped off by the experiment's target. These were living, breathing beings. Even though Daniel had been through the tragic events of Full Metal Alchemist's Chimera arc, seeing these lively sisters meet such gruesome ends was still gut-wrenching. He couldn't shake the memory of the sister cheerfully bidding Misaka farewell with, "Goodbye, sister." But that goodbye had been a final farewell. He vividly recalled the moment when the dying sister, in spite of her agony, crawled towards the fallen president's badge that Misaka had given her, cherishing it in her final moments. Even as she was crushed under the weight of a steel beam, she was likely thinking back to the brief, happy time she spent with her big sister. It was, undoubtedly, the best memory of her short life. And the most tragic part? This experiment had been conducted 9,982 times already. Over 9,000 sisters had already been killed, each on a different battlefield, facing different, possibly even more gruesome deaths. And the horror didn't end there. In later chapters, Misaka's sisters arrived on the scene to clean up after her battle with Accelerator, revealing that they were also responsible for cleaning up their own dead. How twisted could things get? Even more chilling was how, when Misaka confronted them about how they could accept their death so calmly, they responded with blank expressions and emotionless words. "We are artificial bodies with artificial hearts. We are experimental animals, priced at 10,000 yen each." Hearing them refer to themselves as mere experimental animals, Daniel's heart ached. To him, these clones seemed far more human than the scientists who had conceived this monstrous experiment. Phew, I have to admit, this story is getting more interesting now. After letting out a deep breath, Daniel nodded to himself. Compared to the earlier, lighter chapters, the current story, though darker and more tragic, had captured the fans' attention. With renewed energy, Daniel opened his laptop and began typing up his review. After all, his fans had asked for his thoughts, and he wasn't going to let them down. Watching this story unfold gives you a clearer understanding of just how immoral and illegal cloning really is. We should be thankful that no such experiments exist in our world. It wasn't just Daniel. Many other manga critics, who had previously been indifferent to Railgun, were now receiving requests from their fans to review the latest chapters. Discussions about Railgun's new developments were popping up all over the internet. "Dude, did you guys see the new Railgun chapter? The plot twists are insane. Railgun? I dropped it after the first chapter. I can handle slice of life, but without a male lead, I couldn't care less. What, did something crazy happen later? Did the porter realize no one was reading and suddenly throw in a male protagonist? No, there's no male lead, but there is a guy who rips people apart. I never expected this light Yui story to turn out like this. Totally caught me off guard. Stop being so cryptic. What happened? Basically, they're running an experiment to kill 20,000 girls, and they've already killed over 9,000. For 10 advanced chapters, patreon.com/Michael translates. Chapter 321, Untitled. 1067 words. To be honest, I don't think that guy, Accelerator, is really in the wrong. After all, the Misaka clones were considered experimental animals during the experiment. From his perspective, their deaths were just a part of the process. The clones never even begged for mercy, right? Huh, are you serious? You really think just because they didn't beg for their lives, that makes them mere experimental animals? Come on, seriously. From their genes to their intelligence and rationality, the Misaka clones are human beings. From a moral standpoint, killing them is absolutely wrong. Following the death of Misaka's clone, the hype surrounding Railgun had been fading. But now, it skyrocketed again, even trending on social media. Fans on various forums and chat groups were buzzing about the latest Railgun chapter. Some readers, seeing the buzz on social media, dove into the newest chapter and immediately expressed their surprise. In truth, the latest Railgun chapter wasn't particularly gory. There were only occasional glimpses of severed limbs and some blood. Compared to truly violent works, it was pretty tame. The real shock came from the contrast. Up until now, Railgun had been a light-hearted series, full of fun and friendship, with just a touch of Yuri undertones. It had stayed that way for a long time, with only a few action-packed scenes here and there. Fans had grown comfortable with the idea that this was just a fun, cheerful series without dark or violent moments. But suddenly, in this latest chapter, the story took a sharp turn. With just a few dramatic panels, the readers were shown that Railgun was not afraid to kill characters and that there were deep, dark secrets hidden within Academy City. For the sake of a single experiment to potentially evolve a level 5 Esper into level 6, the scientists were willing to sacrifice 20,000 Misaka clones. Each of those clones was a living, breathing person. Of course, this sudden surge in interest was partly due to the shock of seeing such a drastic change in tone. But if the story didn't continue to deliver, the hype would fade as quickly as it had come. It wasn't enough to rely on the death of Misaka's clones to keep the momentum going. The story would need to escalate further to maintain the reader's attention. Many readers began to wonder what would come next. Would the porter, the author, continue to up the stakes? For the porter's loyal fans, there was no need to worry. They had faith in the porter's storytelling abilities. Just think back to Katekyo Hitman Reborn. Or Madoka Magica. Both had started off slow, with light-hearted beginnings, only to take sharp turns that left fans hooked. The same thing was happening here. The sudden, dramatic shift was causing some fans of the lighter Yuri moments to feel conflicted. They had come for the slice-of-life fun, only to be hit with this intense, darker storyline. It was as if the porter was teasing them with this latest chapter, saying, "Surprise! My darker, more intense storytelling is back." Some of these fans were frustrated, but they couldn't stop reading. The new plotline had piqued their curiosity, and they couldn't just walk away from it now. It was keeping them up at night, itching to see what would happen next. At the same time, Ren seized the opportunity brought by Railgun's sudden popularity to start promoting his next project, Gintama. But, as expected, Ren's social media quickly attracted some negativity, much like when he had released Naruto. A Chinese artist writing about samurai? What happened to the rich history of Chinese martial arts heroes? First Naruto, now Gintama? One was bad enough, and now a second one. So what? If you don't like it, don't read it. Exactly. There are tons of manga from Japan. Why single out Gintama for criticism? A new week arrived, and with the buzz from social media still going strong, more readers were rushing to buy the latest issue of Pika Comics. Many people who had initially dismissed Railgun were now curious about the series that had started off slow but exploded in popularity. In the latest chapter, Misaka gathered more information about the secret experiment from Shokuho and decided to continue her investigation to uncover the true mastermind behind the project. Wanting to avoid dragging others into the mess, she chose to act alone. Misaka attacked several research facilities connected to the project, destroying 70% of the targets. Though Misaka was incredibly strong, being one of the few level 5 espers in Academy City, unable to hack computers with her abilities, she couldn't avoid leaving traces behind in such a high-tech environment. After suffering heavy losses, the research company hired Mujino and her team to split up and defend against Misaka's attacks. After an intense battle, Misaka managed to corner her enemies, but they used a clever trick to wound her. Although she captured one of them, she was soon blocked by reinforcements. The action sequences in this chapter were beautifully drawn, with impressive panel layouts, making the conflict more gripping and increasing fans' anticipation for the next installment. The stunning artwork and exciting battles were drawing in new readers by the day. Gintama, Daniel, now reading his latest issue of Picker Comics, had just reached the Gintama section. He was intrigued. He had read plenty of samurai stories before, most focused on intense battles and high-stakes conflicts. But Gintama was different. It was billed as a comedy, which was unusual for a samurai tale. If it had been any other author, Daniel might have just laughed it off, thinking the story would turn into a messy mix of genres. But this was the porter. His talent for comedy had already been proven with series like Cautious Hero and One Punch Man. Alright, let's see what this so-called samurai comedy is all about. With that, Daniel dove into the first 2 chapters. It didn't take long for him to get hooked. Wow, this is great! In just 2 short chapters, Daniel had become fascinated by Gintoki, a man out of sync with the times, and found himself reflecting on some of the deeper lines in the story. It's a blend of absurd humor, witty banter, and heartfelt moments. The porter has created yet another unique genre, a nonsensical, laugh-out-loud samurai tale. For 10 advanced chapters, patreon.com/Michael translates. Chapter 322, Bullheaded? 1,114 words. Highly recommend Gintama. A man remains a boy until he dies. This line is so powerful. Gintama isn't just an ordinary manga by the porter. It's a blend of slapstick humor, satire, and witty commentary. Not reading it would be a regret for life. Regardless of the various reviews, one thing was clear: Gintama had blown up. Not only did it become a hit in Japan, but it was also gaining massive popularity in China. In the manga world, with Ren's reputation and influence, fans quickly embraced the unique style of Gintama. Fans loved the carefree, rebellious nature of the series. To them, it represented a kind of freedom that doesn't exist in real life, something bold and daring. In the chaotic world of Gintama, Gintoki sticks to his personal version of Bushido. He's like a pure white flower that blooms from the muddy swamp, bringing a breath of fresh air to a tainted world. At this moment, Ren was live streaming from his home. Yes, a live stream. As a devoted manga creator who loves engaging with his fans, Ren often did these streams to answer fan questions. Someone's asking how they can become light? Ren glanced at the comment with disdain, answering, "Kid, Ultraman isn't real." This comment immediately caused an uproar in the chat, with fans pretending to cry over their shattered dreams. When's the next Ultraman series coming? I guess I can give you guys a little hint, it's Ultraman Diner. This one continues from Ultraman Tiga. No, Tiga won't make an appearance in this series. Mods, ban those users who are throwing insults. Ren calmly dealt with the occasional trolls that popped up in the chat. After all, no matter how well a public figure does, there will always be people hurling criticism. Even those who serve their country sometimes get verbally attacked by trolls. Ren had seen a few of those cases in the news recently, where people were arrested for posting hateful comments online. Many people think the internet is a lawless place. It's just something that happens. After all, most public figures wouldn't bother reporting someone just for a couple of hateful comments, but sometimes trolls go too far. Just then, a comment caught Ren's attention. He glanced down at his shirt. "You're saying my Lebasai shirt is anti-China? Fine, I'll go change." With that, Ren got up to change his shirt. But as soon as he sat down again, another comment popped up, "That brand too. Unbelievable. This pair of pants as well. Still not okay?" After changing his clothes a few times, Ren finally sat back down, sighing with a smile. "Is this good enough now?" I've switched to all domestic brands, even the socks and slippers. As for my underwear, hold on, what brand is that? Ren instinctively pulled at his waistband to check, but then he suddenly realized. Wait, are you guys serious? You even want to know my underwear brand? There are plenty of female fans watching this stream, you know. Dream on, Porter. What female fans? This stream is full of dudes who'd only tease you by saying, oh, stop, I'm going to hit you with my little fists. Huh? I saw it, Porter's underwear is red. Guess it's your lucky year. Hava hava. 666, sharp eyes, catching that detail. Come on, can't we have a normal stream without sneaking in weird stuff? Ren sighed and looked at the clock. Suddenly, he remembered something. By the way, I had something big planned for today. Seeing that the atmosphere was just right, Ren decided to drop a bombshell. Although the second part of Fate to Stay Night, Heaven's Feel isn't fully completed yet, I did get a teaser trailer cut together. Do you all want to see it? At this point, the second movie in the Heaven's Feel trilogy, Lost Butterfly, was about 80% done. If all went well, it would be completed by the end of November, and after the review process, it would probably hit theaters around December or January. Yes, we want to see it. Let's go, Porter. After hearing Ren's offer, the fans flooded the chat with excitement, spamming the screen with calls for the teaser. All right. You all want to see it that badly, huh? Ren crossed his arms with a smug grin, flatter me enough, and maybe I'll show it. Narcissist. My mom taught me not to lie, but Porter is so handsome, so talented. Okay, I'm going to hell for this. Watching the joking complaints in the chat, Ren chuckled. You all are the worst fans I've ever had. Ren thought to himself. These fans, no wonder none of them can find girlfriends. They don't even know how to flatter people. Despite his internal grumbling, the teaser trailer began to play on his screen. Compared to the brief clip shown at the end of the first movie, this trailer was much more polished. Instead of starting with the alley scene between Kirei and Sakura, it opened with a battle scene between Berserker and Saber Alter. The once invincible Berserker, who had given both Archer and Saber trouble in the first film, was now struggling against Saber Alter. He was even being consumed by a mysterious shadow. This intense fight scene was one of the highlights of the second movie. Unlike the cat-and-mouse chase between Lancer and True Assassin, this was a brutal, blow-for-blow battle. Though the teaser only showed a few brief shots, the tension in the fight gripped the audience, leaving them eagerly anticipating more. And then, just as fans were getting drawn in by the action, they were treated to a softer, more intimate scene, Shiru and Sakura together under the moonlight. But the scene was too brief for the fans hoping for more romantic content. Still, before fans could feel disappointed, the teaser hit them with a shocking twist. At the very end of the trailer, the screen showed a scene that immediately set the internet ablaze. Shinji, Sakura's manipulative brother, was shown pushing her down onto a bed and pinning her wrists. What the heck is this? Porter, what are you doing? The chat exploded with outrage, causing Ren's computer to briefly lag from the flood of messages. Fans were furious. They had spent the Heaven's Feel route shipping Shiru and Sakura as a couple. Now, suddenly, they were hit with this awful scene of Shinji seemingly assaulting Sakura. This was like throwing a disgusting wrench into a story they had been so invested in. It was as if the story had taken a dark turn, one that no one had expected or wanted. For 10 advanced chapters, patreon.com/Michael translates. Chapter 323, Untitled. 1056 words. Alright, it's getting late. I'm logging off. Faced with a barrage of questions from his fans, Ren abruptly ended his live stream, leaving countless viewers to speculate wildly. As soon as Ren's stream ended, the content from the live stream exploded across the internet. Terms like bullheaded plot, Porter's year of the red underwear, Ultraman Diner, and Porter's fashion show spread like wildfire across social media and online forums. Once again, Ren became a hot topic online, stealing the spotlight and thwarting a certain singer's bid for the trending headlines. In the Porter anime fans group, fans used their free moments during work breaks or while pretending to study to chat non-stop. Most of the conversation revolved around last night's live stream. "Oh man, Ultraman Diner sounds like a great name. But, now that I think about it, Tiga in Ultraman Tiga means three in Indonesian, and Nexus in Ultraman Nexus means a bond. What does Diner mean? You're saying it's a great name, but you don't even know the meaning?" "I don't know either, though." "No worries, my uncle's friend's son works at Goyuan Productions. He said it stands for Diner." "Diner? What's that?" "If you drop the Y, it sounds like DNA. And I know what that is, deoxyribonucleic acid. It's taken from a dynamic, meaning full of energy." "Oh, so that's what it means." Wait, is this really the time to be discussing the meaning behind Ultraman names? Then what should we be talking about? Porter's red underwear? Speaking of which, this year is Porter's year of fate, isn't it? Should we send him something? True, as much as he trolls us, we should send him something for his zodiac year. It only happens once every 12 years. Let's send him some razor blades. Remember when he proudly showed off that tower he built with the ones we sent him before? Once Ren's red underwear became a topic, the conversation in the Porter fans group quickly derailed. But this wasn't unusual. After all, fans in the group could talk about anything, and it was all just for fun. After a while, the discussion finally shifted back to the main topic, Fate Stay Night, Heaven's Feel. Last night's teaser left many FSN fans completely bewildered. Why was Shinji on top of Sakura? Did Shinji actually succeed in doing something awful? Was Porter really going to include such a disturbing plot twist? Many fans wanted to drag Porter out and give him a good thrashing. Surely Porter wouldn't do this, right? From the previous storylines, it's obvious that Sakura is the main heroine, and Shiru is the protagonist. You can't be too sure. Porter has done all kinds of crazy stuff. If he can kill off main characters, what's stopping him from pulling off a bullheaded plot twist? No bullheads allowed. If Porter pulls this off, I'm cursing him. Bullhead? I'm thrilled. Ah? That's a weird taste, buddy. And so, instead of discussing Ultraman Diner, fans were now fixated on the possible bullheaded plot twist in FSN. After all, there weren't many updates about Diner during the stream, but FSN's potential plot twist had thrown fans into chaos. "Ren, aren't you going to bed yet?" Jada walked over to him, dressed in a silky nightgown. Despite having 2 kids, her figure remained stunning. Her hair, usually tied up during the day, flowed freely, and her smooth skin made her look as youthful as ever. "Are you reading comments again?" She gently rested her hand on Ren's shoulder, leaning against him, allowing him to feel her softness against his back. "I really don't get why you enjoy writing these kinds of stories," Jada remarked, shaking her head as she glanced at the online discussions about the bullheaded plot twist. "Why do all your female characters suffer so much? And it always seems to happen in the Type Moon universe. First, it was Akiha in Kara no Kyukai, and now it's Sakura in FSN." She gave Ren a thoughtful look. Akiha wasn't the main character, but Sakura is the heroine of this story. Aren't you afraid of fan backlash? Ren took Jada's hand, which rested on his shoulder, and brought it to his face, rubbing it gently. "Well, you know, I'm the warrior of love after all," he joked. With that, he shut down his computer and suddenly stood up, sweeping Jada into his arms. "Ah!" Jada gasped, quickly wrapping her arms around his neck, playfully hitting his chest. "Are you trying to drop me or something?" "I'd never drop you." Ren grinned. "I just want to spoil you a little." He carried her toward their bed, using all his strength to toss her onto the mattress. "Careful!" Jada exclaimed in surprise as she landed on the bed. She was about to scold Ren when her voice trailed off, replaced by concern. "Wait, What's wrong? Jada looked at Ren, who was now on the floor, grimacing in pain. He was curled up in the classic Torsey position, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. What happened? She asked, panic filling her voice as she quickly got off the bed. Ren, are you okay? Don't scare me. Ren's face twisted in agony as he stammered, My back. I threw out my back. The sudden wave of pain caused him to pause before he weakly added, Call an ambulance. I don't think I can hold on much longer. Hearing this, Jada quickly grabbed her phone, her hands trembling as she dialed for emergency help. Hello? 120? My husband threw out his back. He's in a lot of pain. Please send help right away. Yes, my address is. Jada's voice was so loud that it woke up the baby, who started crying. This commotion brought Yaya out of her room. Opening the door, she looked at her dad in confusion. Daddy, what's wrong? Seeing her father in pain, Yaya panicked and ran to his side, shaking him lightly. Daddy! Ah! Ren cried out in agony, his face contorted in pain. Don't shake me. It hurts. Oh. Yaya quickly stopped. The next day, news of Porter's hospitalization spread online. While many fans sent their well wishes, there were still plenty who found humor in the situation. He deserved it. Who told him to write that bull-headed plotline? Exactly. For 10 advanced chapters, patreon.com/Michael translates. Chapter 324, Untitled. 993 words. Inside a hospital room. At this moment, Ren was lying on the hospital bed with a gloomy expression. He never expected that his wife had gained weight. This simple act of tossing her had ended up causing him to strain his back. But now, as Ren thought about it, he felt a bit lucky. If it had been anything more strenuous, he might have been crushed under his wife's weight. Hiss! Suddenly, Ren felt a sharp pain in his arm. His wife, Jada, was glaring at him with a mix of embarrassment and anger. You're the one who's fat. I actually said that out loud. Ren looked at Jada in surprise, and the next moment he was punished with a pinch. Ah, so you really think I'm fat? Jada said, furious. It's because you don't exercise enough, she huffed. And I'm telling you, once you get out of this hospital, you're going to start running every day. No more taking your phone with you. I figured it out, you're not exercising in the mornings. You're just playing Pokemon Go, right? Ren opened his mouth but was left speechless. He couldn't believe his wife had caught on to him. Yes, even though he woke up early every morning for a run, he was actually out hunting Pokemon on his phone. Now, feeling awkward, he had no way to argue back. After all, the truth was undeniable. And considering he was currently bedridden, arguing would only make things worse. If he upset his wife, he'd really be helpless, like a fish on a chopping board. So, he quickly tried to change the subject. Shouldn't you be heading to work? Always changing the topic. Jada rolled her eyes at him, then picked up her bag. Get some rest. She didn't say much more. After all, this was a hospital, and it wouldn't be great if a passing doctor overheard their conversation. Last night, when she brought Ren in, she vaguely overheard some nurses speculating about how he had hurt his back. After all, when a couple arrives late at night with a back injury, people are bound to gossip. Especially since some of those nurses knew Ren worked as a mover, which only fueled their curiosity. At the same time, Kamen Rider Amazons had reached its 13th episode, the finale of its first season. In this episode, Mizusawa Haruka would engage in an epic battle with Jin Tokoyama, who had come to eradicate the unawakened Amazons. Honestly, I think Haruka is right. The Amazons are people too, and they've done nothing wrong. They just want to survive. Killing them indiscriminately is just too cruel. But I think Jin is right. Who knows if the Amazons might lose control and harm others? It's better to eliminate them before they turn into monsters. Why not just kill all humans then? After all, you never know if there's a murderer among them. Come on, that's not the same thing. At this moment, the Kamen Rider Amazons fanbase was divided. Some supported Jin's stance of eradicating all Amazons, while others stood by Haruka. But for now, Jin had more supporters. After all, the show had portrayed Jin in a very favorable light. As a wild Amazon himself, Jin's mission was to eliminate all Amazons in the world, which is why he became a rider, to atone for his sins. In the show, Jin always came across as strong and determined. But after being injured by Sigma and showing vulnerability in front of Nanoha, fans realized that beneath his tough exterior, Jin was still human. He felt pain, but he bore it all alone for the sake of his redemption. Haruka, on the other hand, had a different but equally compelling arc. Despite the bleak situation he found himself in, where most people would have fallen into despair, Haruka didn't give up. When he saw a harmless Amazon die before his eyes, he began to waver. He decided that Amazons had the right to live and resolved to lead them on a path to survival, even if it meant no longer considering himself human. The show's characters, story, and exploration of the morality of survival were well executed. The tension between Haruka and Jin, as well as the conflict between humans and Amazons, was central to the narrative. Moreover, the visual filters and the depiction of Amazons eating people deepened the show's dark and heavy tone. In his previous life, this show focused heavily on the philosophical discussions around survival, often relying on dialogue-driven scenes to move the plot forward. It lacked action sequences and dramatic highs, which made some viewers disengage. But thanks to Ren's revisions, the action scenes took center stage, and the complaints about the show being slow or boring were no longer an issue. Is this really not the finale? Daniel muttered to himself as the samba music played. After all, the official website hadn't announced this as the finale, and the TV station didn't put any final episode indicators either. But from the current storyline, it seemed like the show was reaching its conclusion. After the Battle of Tlaloc, most of the Amazons had been wiped out. Haruka, Jin, and Mamoru had disappeared into the mist, and the extermination squad had disbanded. If there was more to come, Daniel figured it would be the final showdown between Jin and Haruka. After all, this show was ultimately about exploring the philosophical conflict over survival. If Haruka won, the Amazons might have a chance to live. If Jin won, the remaining Amazons would be eradicated in the next storyline. The episode began. After the extermination squad disbanded, a man approached their former leader, informing him of sightings of large numbers of Amazons. This led to the squad being called back together. Soon, they were surrounded by Amazons. In the midst of the chaos, Haruka reappeared after being missing for so long. For 10 advanced chapters, patreon.com/Michael translates. Chapter 325, A. Ma. Z-O. N. 1078 words. Mizu Sowayu stood by the shores of Tlaloc, resolute in his decision to act for what he believed in, regardless of whether it concerned humans or Amazons. He was prepared to fight for the things he cherished. Just then, a man approached. One hand held his belt, while the other clutched the heart of an Amazon. As he strode down the beach, step by step, the presence of this man, dreaded like a demon, caused the other, yet unawakened Amazons to instinctively retreat in fear. This man was none other than Uncle Ren. However, this Uncle Ren was not quite the same as before. His once handsome face had been severely corroded by the toxic gas inside Tlaloc. Even from his expression, it was clear that he was not in good shape. His steps were wobbly as he made his way toward Mizu Sowayu. At this moment, the two of them faced each other. The sea breeze tousled their hair, adding a somber, heavy atmosphere to the scene. Even the waves seemed to calm, as if holding their breath in anticipation of the impending battle. "If I don't kill all of you, I won't find peace," Uncle Ren growled. Hearing these words, Ren's supporters couldn't help but feel sympathy for him. They remembered an earlier scene where he had heartbreakingly ended his relationship with the woman he loved, Nana. Now, his words revealed his grim determination. he was ready to die. Watching as Uncle Ren even began eating the heart of an Amazon, fans were deeply affected. A. Ma. Z-O-N. Alpha. Ren's shout was filled with anguish, each word tearing at the hearts of those who heard it. It made people feel as though the actor was truly Uncle Ren himself. This intensity wasn't surprising. After all, Ren's actor was a seasoned veteran hired at great cost by Goyuan Productions. Even Ren hadn't expected that this particular scene, where Uncle Ren screamed with such agony, would later become a part of film school curricula, similar to a famous scene from Myth where Zhao Jiao expressed his inner turmoil to Yi Slouchuan. Amazon. Omega. A blinding explosion of flames suddenly illuminated the beach. Mizu Sowayu roared and charged at Ren, while Uncle Ren responded with a feral scream, raising the blade embedded in his forearm. The blades clashed. This was a battle driven by their unwavering beliefs. Each strike was brutal, each move aimed to draw blood. Compared to this, even the final battle in Kuga seemed refined and controlled. If the battles in Kuga still had a certain technological elegance, then this savage clash between these two beasts embodied raw, primal power at its peak. The black blades on their arms and legs were used to their fullest in the fight. Even when their strikes missed, the sheer force of the blows was enough to carve deep gouges in the thick sand of the beach. As the fire raged hotter with each passing moment, neither Ren nor Mizu Sowayu showed any signs of stopping. They crouched low, glaring at each other, growling like beasts ready to tear each other apart. Compared to the original series, this battle was even more intense, igniting the passions of male fans, who couldn't help but pump their fists in excitement. After all, what man could resist the thrill of such a wild, untamed battle? At this moment, the two fighters seemed to have shed all traces of their humanity. Their sole goal was to shred their opponent to pieces with claws and fangs. Unfortunately, Ren's combat ability was superior to Mizu Sowayu's, and after a fierce exchange, Yu began to falter. Ha! Mizu Sowayu panted heavily, his body covered in wounds. The green bio-armor that protected him had been shredded by Ren's relentless cutting and biting, exposing the bloody flesh beneath. Blood dripped from his body, only to evaporate in the intense heat of the surrounding flames. In the original version, after Mizu Sowayu was beaten down, Ren went on to hunt the remaining, unawakened Amazons. But Ren and Felix decided to change the plot to focus more on the showdown between the two main characters, cutting out the scenes involving the unawakened Amazons. Even Amazons are human. What did they do wrong? All they want is to survive. Mizu Sowayu shouted weakly, lying on the ground, battered and beaten. Humans. Ren laughed at this, pointing to his scarred and damaged body. We're not human. We're just monsters that eat people. His voice became hoarse as he laughed, mocking his own fate and the mistakes he had made in the past. Then, suddenly, he stopped laughing. So, please, just die. He slashed his arm blade toward Mizu Sowayu. But at that moment, Haruka, in his mole-like Amazon form, rushed out and kicked Ren back, screaming wildly, "It's not us who should die. It's you, Jin Tokoyama." "I won't deny that," Ren calmly replied, looking at Haruka's frenzied appearance. "The one who should die most is me." With that, Ren lunged toward Haruka and swung a punch at his head. Boom! Ren's punch narrowly missed Haruka, as Haruka dodged just in time. The flames and smoke obscured Ren's already failing vision. But Ren's miss gave Haruka the chance to retaliate. He attacked relentlessly, forcing Ren to retreat. Eventually, Haruka's continuous strikes knocked Ren out of his Amazon form, leaving him vulnerable to be killed. Just when it seemed like Ren was about to meet his end, the extermination squad launched a surprise attack against him. Their action sparked anger and frustration among Ren's fans. To be honest, both Haruka and Mizu Sowayu had legitimate reasons to attack Ren, but fans of both Ren and Yu agreed that the extermination squad had no right to do so. Ren's belief was simple: Amazon should not exist. From the perspective of protecting humanity, the extermination squad had no grounds to attack Ren. After all, Ren was fighting for the benefit of mankind. As Ren was attacked by the squad, many fans could no longer sit still. This is treachery, plain and simple. Yeah, what gives them the right to attack Ren? Sure, his methods are brutal, but that's from an Amazon's perspective. I hate these self-righteous characters the most. They're so annoying. They have no sense of the bigger picture. It's like some huge predator that eats humans. Maybe some can control their instincts, but once they lose control, it's a disaster waiting to happen. For 10 advanced chapters, patreon.com/Michael translates. Chapter 326, The End of Kamen Rider Amazons. 1118 words. Seeing the members of the extermination squad pinning Uncle Ren down with their bodies, fans couldn't help but feel sorry for him. Everything he had done was for humanity, yet it was humanity itself that was stopping him. The squad members took advantage of Uncle Ren's unwillingness to kill, using it to hold him back. This lack of understanding made viewers feel heartbroken. Some even wished they could jump into the world of Kamen Rider Amazons and punch each member of the extermination squad. Meanwhile, Mizu Sowayu stood up. Thanks to the efforts of the extermination squad and Haruka, who had bought him some time, Mizu Sowayu had regained his strength and attacked Uncle Ren again. At this moment, he no longer hesitated. He wanted to live. He wanted to help the innocent Amazon survive, and to do so, he had to kill the man who once guided him on this path, Uncle Ren. Then die. Only if you die will the remaining Amazons be able to survive. Mizu Sowayu, now in a frenzied state, charged at Uncle Ren once more, shouting back the words Ren had said earlier. His right hand, armed with the sharp Amazon blade, aimed straight for Ren's head. Yes, I am a sinner. I deserve to die. Faced with Mizu Sowayu's assault, Uncle Ren forcefully broke free from the extermination squad members holding him. There was no time to dodge now. Instead of retreating, Uncle Ren met the attack head-on, raising his own arm blade. He roared back at Mizu Sowayu, but, before I die, I must wipe out every single Amazon. Both Mizu Sowayu and Uncle Ren roared like wild beasts, their ferocious cries filled with such murderous intent that even fans watching at home felt a sense of dread. The close-quarters battle began, swift, chaotic, and brutal, too fast for anyone to fully follow. Then, at a certain moment, splurt! Blood sprayed into the air. Both their attacks struck home, piercing each other's bodies. Blood flowed from their wounds like a fountain, soaking into the sandy beach and turning the tides of the ocean red. The two fighters, with one final pull, tore their weapons free, causing even more blood to gush from their bodies. For an ordinary person, such injuries would have been fatal. But not for them. Instead, they reverted to their human forms, clutching their wounds in agony as they collapsed onto the ground. This battle had no victor. Mizu Sowayu, Haruka, and the surviving Amazons from Tlaloc disappeared without joining forces with the extermination squad. In contrast, Uncle Ren was left alone, completely isolated and abandoned. He clutched his wounds as he walked away from the beach, utterly desolate. Fans watching this couldn't help but sigh. He had nothing left. Even the only light in his life, Nana, was gone. He had ended things with her before this battle, believing he wouldn't survive. Now, he leaned against a utility pole, looking like a man waiting for death. Click, click, click. The sound of high heels suddenly echoed in the background. On screen, a pair of long legs in black stockings appeared beside Uncle Ren. It was Nana. She stood over him, looking down at him. Why are you here? We broke up, Uncle Ren said. Honestly, you wanted me to come, didn't you? Nana responded, kneeling beside him. She gently lifted his head onto her lap, giving him a comforting lap pillow. And besides, you couldn't survive without me, right? You've always been a man who depends on others. But now, there's no one else who would let you. You really know everything, Nana, Uncle Ren said, smiling weakly. The final shot lingered on their gaze, locked together. "Ah, this is kind of sweet," one fan commented. "This is true love," another added. "I wish I could rely on someone like that. I've been having stomach issues lately, and the doctor says I should only eat soft food," joked another viewer. Watching this scene, many fans couldn't help but feel emotional. Uncle Ren and Nana's relationship was indeed sweet. Most men, and even many women, would love to have someone who always stood by their side, helping them, never leaving them, no matter what. But just as fans were enjoying this touching moment between Uncle Ren and Nana, they suddenly widened their eyes in shock. What the heck? Wait, the final episode? Why wasn't there any warning? What happens next? They didn't show us the rest of the story. Indeed, the screen had suddenly displayed the words "final episode," catching fans completely off guard. There had been no prior notice at all. However, it wasn't too surprising. After all, Felix wasn't a time traveler, so the fact that he had managed to write the first season of Kamen Rider Amazons was already impressive. To be honest, when the second season of Kamen Rider Amazons was filmed in Ren's previous life, it wasn't as strong as the first season. The second season didn't manage to fully carry forward the core message from the first season. Without the context of the first season, the plot of the second season was reasonable and exciting enough on its own, featuring heroes, intense action, and a tragic romance between the main characters. However, the most important issue was that Mizusawa Yu, who had been extensively developed in the first season, played a much smaller role in the second. He felt more like a plot device rather than a fully developed character. In the first season, Yu had decided to stand with the Amazons and fight for them, but in the second season, his position became ambiguous again. This inconsistency made viewers uncomfortable. After all that struggle in the first season, why was he suddenly conflicted again? Additionally, Uncle Ren was reduced to a mere villain, losing all traces of his humanity and becoming nothing more than a mindless force of destruction. Even other supporting characters, like Haruka and the Extermination Squad, who had shined in the first season, weren't given the same depth in the second. Their arcs were reduced to awkward dialogue and fragmented flashbacks, with some, like Haruka, even having their fates rushed to unsatisfying conclusions. So Ren actually felt that ending the story with the first season worked well. It left things open-ended. Each viewer could imagine their own continuation of the story. As the saying goes, 1,000 readers have 1,000 Hamlets. Mizusawa Yu, protecting the non-violent Amazons, Haruka awakening to his animal instincts after consuming his comrade's arm, and Uncle Ren's relentless determination to exterminate every last Amazon, even those who hadn't yet gone berserk, all of these elements left room for fans to dream up what would happen next. For 10 advanced chapters, patreon.com/Michael translates. Chapter 327, Speculation. 1,147 words. In a certain scientific railgun, after entering that sister's arc, a new male character appears, none other than the figure who had shown up during that level upper arc, Kamiju Tuma. As soon as this character reappeared, many fans started discussing him. Is this guy the legendary Biribiri's cheat grandpa? Every time something major happens to Biribiri, this guy always shows up out of nowhere. He appeared in the level upper arc, and now he's back with the sisters. Biribiri? Who's that? That's Misaka. Kamiju calls Misaka Biribiri because of the buzzing sound she makes when using her electricity. I think it fits her well. This guy feels like a main character, but he doesn't show up much in the slice of life parts. It feels a little odd. Yeah, I feel that too. It's almost like he's supposed to be the main character, but the author deliberately hides him away. I actually want the porter to create a manga with Kamiju as the main character. I don't care what Porter does. As long as he makes a new manga, I'd be fine with a pig as the main character. After all, you can tell from this series that even if the beginning isn't great, there will always be a 180-degree twist later on. Exactly. I started reading for the Yuri, but now I'm hooked because of the sisters. It's clear that, in this world where anime is so popular, readers are quick to pick up on certain things. And they were right to notice something odd. This was something Ren couldn't help but acknowledge, they had figured it out. In the original anime adaptation of Railgun, the production was indeed top-notch. But in Ren's opinion, the animation team was like a certain famous web novel author, known for inserting personal preferences, altering the plot, and adding lots of Yuri elements. This had a devastating effect on the story. The anime version of Railgun altered the timeline, removed significant connections with Index, and cut many scenes with the male lead, Kamaju Tuma. As a result, the spin-off and the main series felt disconnected, with an increased focus on Yuri, leading to a large number of split fanbases and Yuri fans. Even though the sisters arc existed in the anime, it still gave viewers the impression that Academy City was a place full of hope and light, where Kuroko was just a pervert, and the four main girls were bound together by unbreakable bonds. It made it seem like teamwork could solve anything, and that espers were invincible. In Ren's previous life, this approach worked because Index had already been established as the main story, so no matter how much the anime deviated, there were still tons of fans. But things were different here. In this world, Railgun was published first, and since Ren planned to release Index later, he needed to plant seeds for it in Railgun, setting the stage for the darker tone of Index. As a result, the Railgun in this world had a darker, more serious tone, following the grittier themes of Index. The sisters' arc felt much more intense compared to the version Ren remembered from his previous life. This difference left readers feeling like something was missing, as if they weren't seeing the whole picture. At that moment, Daniel was reading the latest installment of Railgun. He glanced at his fan community, noticing the discussions, and he couldn't shake that feeling. It feels like Railgun is a branch of some larger story, he muttered to himself, then suddenly paused. Wait, could it be? He thought back to other side stories he'd read in the past. They had a similar feeling. But those stories had all been written after the main plot was established, with the side stories branching out later. After thinking about it some more, Daniel decided it was probably unlikely. Surely he was just overthinking it. After all, Railgun already had so many elements that it could easily stand alone as a complete work. If Railgun was really a side story, then the main series would have to be massive. The plot would have to be incredibly complex, with a huge amount of content. If the porter actually managed to create such a work, it could very well be an epic manga of historical proportions. The more Daniel thought about it, the more excited he became. If the porter really did release a story like that, it would be a huge treat for all the fans, right? But that's probably just wishful thinking, Daniel sighed. After all, Railgun is already an excellent story. It's hard to imagine it being a mere side plot. Now, looking back at how dismissive he'd been about the series in the beginning, Daniel couldn't help but feel like he'd been proven wrong. Yes, the early parts of the story had been slow, with too much focus on daily life, but looking back now, it was clear that all of that was setting the stage for the sisters' arc. Before, Misaka Biribiri had been portrayed as an invincible, cool, and powerful character, an electric princess who was nearly flawless except for her chest size and safety shorts. But now? This once proud and unstoppable Biribiri was now sneaking out every night, tirelessly destroying research labs. Despite her best efforts, she couldn't change the fate of her sisters being slaughtered. Truthfully, she didn't have to do any of this. If it were most people, upon discovering that clones of themselves were being killed, they'd probably want to stay as far away as possible. After all, the kind of people or organizations capable of such actions were clearly powerful and dangerous. But Misaka didn't do that. She didn't run away. She chose to fight. Even when facing a massive organization, she didn't back down. It made readers feel for her, empathizing with her struggles. Now, in hindsight, if the early chapters hadn't been filled with so much setup, the emotional impact of the sisters' arc wouldn't have hit as hard. The porter's method of creating such dramatic highs and lows hadn't changed. Thinking back to Hitman Reborn and Madoka Magica, Daniel realized the porter had always enjoyed taking readers to emotional highs before abruptly plunging them into despair. Same old cruel sense of humor. Daniel muttered, continuing to read the latest chapter. This guy really is the male lead, huh? The more Daniel read, the more he believed it. After all, in the latest interaction between Misaka's sister number 10031 and Kamiju, it seemed like her emotions had developed significantly. After saying goodbye to Kamiju, sister 10031 clutched her chest as if in pain. To Daniel, this chest pain symbolized the emotional turmoil she felt, knowing she would soon be the next experiment subject. She was grieving her final farewell to Kamiju and her original sister, Misaka. For 10 advanced chapters, patreon.com/Michael translates. Chapter 328, I Made a Promise with You. 1083 words. HM. In the manga, Misaka, determined to save her cloned sisters and destroy the experiment, grew more and more resolved to sacrifice herself. She boarded a bus to Academy City Space Center, planning to input false information into the tree diagram designer. However, after infiltrating the communication center, she discovered it was completely deserted. She soon realized that the tree diagram had already been destroyed. Meanwhile, Kamiju was still strolling around the city with Sister 10031, casually saying that they should go to a bookstore to buy a book on how to care for cats. At this point, Daniel let out a puzzled sound as he read the manga. That was because Kamiju suddenly said something surprising. He mentioned that there were two people living at his house, one dressed as a nun and the other in a shrine maiden outfit. Is this where they start showing Kamiju's relationships? Daniel marked this part of the manga. This hinted at something significant. If, later in the Railgun storyline, the plot includes this nun and shrine maiden, then everything would be clear. However, if these two characters never appear in Railgun, it might mean his earlier speculation was correct. Kamiju might actually be the protagonist of a different manga, and that manga would likely be bigger in scope and more developed in terms of world building. From this single line, Daniel could even guess that Kamiju's story might be a harem-like tale. After all, both nuns and shrine maidens are typically female. And if Railgun was just a side story, it's also likely that Misaka would be part of Kamiju's harem. She might fall for Kamiju precisely after he saves her cloned sisters. Of course, there was also a chance the nun and shrine maiden were Kamiju's relatives, like sisters. But this seemed unlikely. If they were family, Kamiju probably would have just said so instead of describing them by their outfits. While Daniel pondered this, the plot continued. Misaka, frustrated that she couldn't destroy the tree diagram, broke into a research building and began causing massive destruction. Meanwhile, Misaka's sister 10031, standing outside the supermarket, saw sister 10032 an accelerator heading into an alley. She left her cat and belongings behind, following them to continue the experiment. Kamiju, coming out of the convenience store, noticed that sister 10031 had disappeared. He found her shoes abandoned in an alley and immediately began chasing after her. At this moment, fans who adored the Misaka sisters felt a surge of anxiety. Please, save her. Don't let Misaka's sister die. In their hearts, they were all praying. Compared to the earlier appearances of the Misaka sisters, Sister 10031 had had more screen time, and fans had grown even more attached to this clone, who loved cats but couldn't care for them due to her magnetic field. Watching her face imminent death at the hands of Accelerator, many fans couldn't bear the thought. Unfortunately, it seemed that Kamiju still didn't make it in time to save her. Seeing the blood on the ground, Kamiju let out a scream of helpless rage. And countless fans, seeing this, angrily cursed, "Damn you, Porter!" The Porter had made them witness yet another Misaka sister's death. In the alley, Kamiju found Misaka's sister's body, along with the blood of countless other clones. Determined to find out the truth, Kamiju made his way to Misaka's dorm room. There, Kuroko, hoping to extract information from him, let him in. And then, the fan saw Kuroko, the perverted girl, lying on Misaka's bed, sniffing her scent. Normally, fans would have laughed at this. But now, all they wanted was for Kamiju to quickly uncover the truth and deliver a well-deserved punch to Accelerator. Sure enough, while searching under Misaka's bed, Kamiju found the classified documents revealing the secret of the Misaka clone experiment, the Level 6 Shift project. Realizing the gravity of the situation, KUMO set out to save Sister 10032, following the coordinates to a designated location. On a bridge, he ran into Misaka, who was trying to continue her destructive mission. Concerned for her safety, KUMO tried to stop her from engaging in any dangerous actions. "I'm obviously worried about you," KUMO said. As soon as KUMO said this, Misaka's expression softened. She stood there in shock, her lips slightly parted. At that moment, all the fans knew one thing. A flower was about to be trampled by a pig. They could almost see the little +1+1+1 signs popping up over Misaka's head, signaling that her affection for KUMO was rising. No. My Misaka. My Biribiri is falling for him. Is this what love feels like? Shocking Misaka for 100 years. Take notes, guys. This is how you woo a girl. Take notes? Please, I don't have 2,000 clone sisters to win over. My ship is sinking. I always thought Kuroko and Misaka were endgame. Many fans felt heartbroken. Especially after KUMO let himself get beaten up without fighting back, and Misaka rewarded him with a lap pillow, fans were even more envious. Just wait. I'll save the Misaka sisters, I promised you. At that moment, the story between KUMO and Misaka took a significant turn. Meanwhile, Daniel's smile widened. This moment confirmed his suspicions. He was now certain that Railgun was most likely a side story to a larger manga. Misaka was clearly just one part of KUMO's harem. This realization made Daniel even more excited for the manga the porter hadn't yet released. After all, if Railgun was this good, then how amazing would the full story be, with its more developed world and characters? While Daniel's thoughts drifted to this hypothetical new work, he still appreciated how the current story was progressing. In the Sisters arc, Misaka had been depicted as someone trying to bear the weight of her past mistakes alone. She was determined to fix things by herself. But now, a man had stepped up to help carry that burden. She had found salvation. KUMO was a real man. Many fans watching KUMO head to the experiment site felt the same way. The only downside for the fans was that this was where the latest chapter of Railgun ended. They were left feeling unsatisfied. Knowing they would have to wait another week to see KUMO deliver a beatdown to Accelerator was agonizing. In that moment, many fans wished they could lock the porter in a room and force him to keep drawing. For 10 advanced chapters, patreon.com/Michael translates. Chapter 329, The Ultimate Pickup Artist. 1051 words. It was another day of the new manga issue's release, and across most parts of the country, the temperature had dropped significantly. It was 7:10 p.m. Outside, the rain was pouring heavily, the raindrops pattering against the windows, forming a curtain of water as they slid down. At this moment, Daniel was quietly sitting on his couch, his gaze focused on the latest Railgun manga in his hand. He couldn't help but feel nostalgic. When Railgun first started serialization, Daniel had dismissed it because of its light Yuri elements. But who would have thought he'd end up loving the series so much? Though, in hindsight, he felt it was probably the porter's fault. This series seemed like it was a spin-off of another work, but the porter didn't follow the usual pattern. Typically, the main story would come out first, followed by a spin-off. But the porter did things in reverse. Based on his theory, the main story was likely a harem-centered one. But this guy had drawn the spin-off as a light Yuri story first. So, if anyone missed out on this great manga, Daniel thought the porter was mostly to blame. Still, he had witnessed the birth of a legend. He didn't know how high this manga would go in the end, or how amazing the main story, which this spin-off hinted at, would be. This is really exciting. Muttering to himself, Daniel continued reading the latest issue. In this new chapter, KUMO was rushing to the experiment site to save Misaka's clone sister. Misaka's sister had already been beaten by Accelerator, and just in time, KUMO arrived at the scene. You scumbag, get your filthy foot off her. It's infuriating. Seeing Accelerator step on Misaka Sister's face made fans seethe with anger. There was no excuse for stepping on a cute girl. Did he not know there were millions of single men in the country? Get away from Misaka Sister, you trash. When Kamiju said this to the arrogant Accelerator, fans couldn't help but cheer. Despite being bruised and battered, Kamiju stood his ground, and his words were full of confidence. Many fans had faith in Kamiju's ability. Not only had he survived the level upper incident, but here he was, facing someone even stronger than Misaka, a level 5 Esper, and still standing. However, Accelerator was no ordinary villain. In response to Kamiju's challenge, he ruthlessly kicked Misaka's sister, sending her flying. Kamiju caught her just in time. When Misaka's sister started belittling herself, Kamiju simply replied, "I don't care about any of that. I'm here to save you, the one and only you." Standing between her and Accelerator, Kamiju declared, "So don't even think about dying." Wow, that's such a killer line. Even I'm getting flustered, and I'm a guy. The Porter's dialogue is always on point, whether it's for bragging or flirting. No wonder the Porter managed to woo his company's CEO with lines like this. If I had even a fraction of this skill, I wouldn't still be single. Many fans found themselves feeling a little heartbroken. It was hard not to be jealous. Why was someone as talented as the Porter also so good at flirting? Wasn't it supposed to be that when God closes a door, he opens a window? Why did it feel like all of the Porter's doors and windows were wide open? By the way, doesn't Kamiju still have over 9,000 Misaka sisters left to save? Daniel paused for a moment, realizing something, and since Misaka sisters can communicate with each other through the Misaka network, that means Kamiju basically just flirted with over 9,000 of them at once. He's the ultimate pickup artist. This revelation only made Daniel more confident in his earlier theory. If Kamiju wasn't the main character of the main story, Daniel wouldn't believe it. But then again, there was that one guy in One Punch Man who had all the perks of being a main character, except he always ended up losing fights. The battle began. Although fans didn't like Accelerator as a character, they had to admit his power was fascinating. His ability, Vector Control, was incredibly overpowered. In simple terms, it allowed him to control the direction of any energy. As long as it touched his skin, he could freely manipulate kinetic energy, thermal energy, electrical energy, and any other form of energy, reflecting all physical attacks. That ability sounded utterly broken. In the real world, nearly all attacks are physical in nature and involve some kind of energy vector. It was practically invincible in a world governed by the laws of physics. Go ahead, take a shot at me. Just one touch, and your blood vessels and heart will explode. Right hand? Left hand? Or both? Accelerator spread his arms wide, taunting Kamiju to attack. His confidence was written all over his face. This kind of overwhelming power, while impressive, also filled the audience with dread. But unfortunately for Accelerator, this time, he'd chosen the wrong opponent. Bam! Accelerator was knocked to the ground, forced to stare up at the moonlit sky. Kamiju, meanwhile, stood over him, fist raised in triumph. As Kamiju rained punches down on Accelerator, fans felt a surge of satisfaction. Finally, there was hope for victory. But sadly, that hope was short-lived. Even though Accelerator didn't fully understand Kamiju's ability, he quickly deduced that Kamiju's power only negated his vector control ability itself, not the effects it created. For example, if Accelerator were to use his power to launch a boulder at Kamiju, Kamiju might be able to negate the vector manipulation, but not the actual boulder. With this in mind, Accelerator unleashed a devastating attack that left fans in awe. A tornado. Well, technically he just manipulated the air currents to create a whirlwind, but it had the destructive power of a tornado. Natural disasters are terrifying. Even in the real world, humanity remains small in the face of nature's wrath. So when Kamiju was knocked unconscious by the force of Accelerator's attack, countless fans were left screaming at their screens, "He's too strong." How was Kamiju supposed to win against an enemy like this? Fans were on the edge of their seats, hearts pounding in suspense. For 10 advanced chapters, patreon.com/Michael translates. Chapter 330, Untitled. 1021 words. At this point, the windmills on the battlefield started to spin rapidly. The reason for this was because the generator's motors were being affected by special electromagnetic waves. The ones causing this were Misaka and her sisters. They synchronized the windmills, disrupting Accelerator's complex calculations. Faraday would be impressed. Not all geniuses are level 5, but all level 5s are definitely geniuses. This moment truly made the fans appreciate the value of learning math and science. As they say, mastering science and technology makes one unafraid of anything. Though most fans didn't fully understand the science behind it, they knew that Misaka and her sisters had altered the direction of the wind through their scientific control of electromagnetism, disrupting Accelerator's final move, his plasma attack. However, despite the success of breaking Accelerator's charged-up attack, the danger was far from over. After all, Kamiju had just been caught in the tornado created by Accelerator, and was flung into the sky. The violent storm, combined with the high-altitude fall, had left his body soaked in blood, and he had fallen unconscious. Though Misaka was strong, her powers were based on vectors, making her attacks ineffective against Accelerator's vector-manipulating ability. It felt like there was no way to fight back. This was a desperate situation. The fans could sense it, and so could Accelerator. As Accelerator felt that he had toyed with them enough and prepared to finish off Misaka and her sisters, a man stood up. With injuries like that, there's no way he should be able to stand. That man was Kamiju, his body covered in fatal wounds. Both Misaka and Accelerator were stunned by the sight, with Accelerator even taking a step back in disbelief. "Brace yourself, strongest. My weakest punch might hurt a bit." Kamiju's line didn't have the overwhelming dominance of an Aizen-like character, probably because he had focused more on developing his smooth talk for winning over girls. Yet, for some reason, the fans found the wounded man's words incredibly cool in this moment. And it wasn't just his words that were cool, his actions were even cooler. Kamiju punched Accelerator so hard that he broke his fingers. Even as Accelerator was flung away and knocked unconscious, disbelief lingered in his eyes. What's going on? He had been defeated by the weakest guy with the weakest punch. In the aftermath, Kamiju was hospitalized. The strongest Esper in Academy City, Accelerator, had been defeated by Kamiju Tuma, and the experiment was halted. During Kamiju's hospital stay, Misaka visited him, and when he casually remarked that homemade cookies tasted better, her heart wavered. Misaka planned to give Kamiju cookies she had baked herself, but to avoid drawing too much attention, she used Satan's dormitory to bake them. But when she finally ran into Kamiju on the large bridge, she became so flustered that her heart raced, and in the end, she couldn't bring herself to give him the cookies. That was so satisfying. Fans flooded the comments with their thoughts after finishing the latest chapter. And the ending was pretty sweet. Damn, now Kamiju's got over 9,000 potential girlfriends. Don't forget, according to Kamiju, he's got 2 more girls waiting for him at home. Some people get nothing, while others have it all. Kamiju could easily be called the ultimate ladies' man. Seriously, I still haven't seen what those 2 girls at Kamiju's house look like. He's mentioned them so many times, does the porter just love being mysterious? Yeah, it's starting to feel like Kamiju's the real protagonist. Whether it was the level upper incident or this experiment, Kamiju always shows up to save the day and resolve everything perfectly. I think Daniel's review made a lot of sense. The porter probably has a big reveal waiting. What do you mean? I think it's pretty convincing. After the sisters arc concluded, Railgun skyrocketed in popularity. Phrases like ladies' man and number 1 started popping up in social media groups. Daniel's review, under his alias Money Talks, gained even more attention from fans. In his review, Daniel suggested that Railgun was likely a spin-off of a larger, more intricate story that the porter hadn't revealed yet. Initially, fans thought Daniel's theory was a stretch. But as they reflected on past plot points, they began to see the logic in his claims. Now that you mention it, it does make sense. Yeah, the porter always drops hints in his dialogue. And with Kamiju constantly mentioning those girls at his house, there's a good chance they're tied to some big event. If they don't show up in Railgun, that almost guarantees there's another series. But isn't it weird? Usually, the main story comes first, and then the spin-off follows. Who knows? The porter never follows convention. Have you ever heard of another employee wooing their company's CEO? That's something straight out of TV, but the porter pulled it off in real life. When Ren saw the comments under Daniel's review, he couldn't help but marvel. Daniel really lived up to his reputation as the internet's most insightful critic of his work. To think that, through analysis, Daniel had uncovered so much. It was surprising. These reviewers were just too good. Ren thought that if it had been him, he wouldn't have figured out half of these connections. Hey, teacher, is Railgun really part of a larger series? One of Ren's assistants couldn't hold back their curiosity any longer and came over to ask. After all, while these assistants were working to hone their own manga skills, they were also avid fans of anime and manga. They followed fan theories closely and, after reading Daniel's review, they couldn't resist asking. When the assistant asked, all the others turned their attention to Ren, their ears perking up to catch his response. It is part of a bigger story, Ren nodded, seeing their curiosity. But when that main story will come out is still up in the air. I haven't even finished the concept for it yet. In truth, it wasn't that he hadn't finished the concept, he hadn't even started it. For 10 advanced chapters, patreon.com/Michael translates. Chapter 331, Cells at Work Black. 1114 words. After hearing Ren's response, the assistants in the room couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, their faces lighting up with excitement. So, it really was an official spin-off. They were thrilled, barely able to contain their excitement to read this future manga. However, since Ren hadn't shown them any drafts yet, it was clear the storyboards weren't fully completed, and they knew better than to ask for an early peek. Just then, Felix stepped forward, holding a manuscript in his hand. Teacher, take a look at this. HM? What is this? Ren asked as he subconsciously took the manuscript from Felix's hand. When he glanced at the title, he saw the word Cells at Work Black. It's the project you mentioned to me earlier. I actually finished drawing it. Felix said, his expression filled with excitement. This was the work he had the most confidence in. Even though his current projects, Kamen Rider Amazons and Ultraman Nexus, were doing quite well and had achieved great success in the market, Felix always preferred being a mangaka over a screenwriter. It was the reason he came here in the first place. Unfortunately, he didn't seem to have much natural talent for it. While the others in the studio had managed to produce notable works, he had yet to release a successful manga of his own. Then, after showing Ren the script for Kamen Rider Amazons, Ren had given him some advice, suggesting that he could try creating a more adult version of Cells at Work. Ren had even shared some ideas on how to go about it. The more Felix thought about it afterward, the more intriguing Ren's suggestion seemed. So, following Ren's advice and blending it with his own ideas, Felix managed to complete this new manga. Ren, still slightly in disbelief, looked down at the manuscript. Honestly, he hadn't expected Felix to actually create a black version of Cells at Work. His suggestion had been more of a playful nudge, considering Felix had already turned Ultraman and Kamen Rider into adult versions. Ren had only given a few casual pointers for fun. Cells at Work Black told the gritty story of an overworked, smoking, drinking, balding, middle-aged man suffering from various health issues, including heart disease, liver damage, and even a bout with gonorrhea. It was brutally realistic, filled with dark satire about the harsh lives of workers in exploitative corporations. To be honest, compared to the original Cells at Work, this version carried a heavy tone of social commentary. As readers progressed through the story, they would notice a clear underlying theme: what does it mean to grow up? The protagonist, Red Blood Cell, starts as a bright-eyed, enthusiastic worker entering the workforce. But after facing numerous hardships and setbacks, he falls into despair, only to rise again with renewed determination. It was a familiar theme in many mangas, the journey of growth and perseverance, and one that resonated deeply with people. If the original Cells at Work was educational and science-based, Cells at Work Black was a harsh dose of reality. It depicted a reckless human, plagued by bad habits like smoking and drinking, constantly pushing his body to the brink. Liver cells suffered, the stomach was ulcerated, bacteria and fungi spread, and eventually, a heart attack nearly took the man's life. Although it carried a heavy atmosphere, the manga delivered a powerful message, warning readers who led similar lifestyles to take better care of themselves. "So, what do you think, teacher?" Felix asked anxiously, waiting for Ren's feedback. Despite his confidence in the work, Felix was eager to know what Ren thought. Let me take a look," Ren said, flipping through the pages of the storyboard. He had to admit, this manga bore many similarities to the black version of Cells at Work from his past life. But there was one notable omission. Felix hadn't drawn White Blood Cell as a strikingly cool female character, which Ren considered a missed opportunity. There were also some differences in the localization. For instance, in the second chapter, where red blood cells were supposed to head to the liver to relieve stress, the original depicted something akin to a traditional Japanese bathhouse. In Felix's version, it had been changed to something resembling a massage parlor, complete with a more distinctly local flavor. Overall, the adaptation worked well. "It's not bad," Ren nodded in approval. "But you might want to tweak this section, and here too." As soon as Ren began offering suggestions, Felix quickly leaned in, listening closely and nodding enthusiastically as he took mental notes. "Wow! A new version of Cells at Work is coming out. An adult version of Cells at Work? For some reason, I'm picturing something inappropriate. Wait, this isn't by the porter? Who's this Felix a guy? He's the one behind Ultraman Nexus and Kamen Rider Amazons, one of the porter's apprentices." "Oh, him? I don't know why, but I'm getting a bad feeling about this." "Me too. His works always have this dark and serious vibe compared to the originals. Yeah, especially Kamen Rider Amazons. That series gave me serious melancholy feels." On various forums, fans who saw the porter's announcement about Cells at Work Black began to discuss it excitedly. After all, the original Cells at Work had been a beloved series, appreciated by audiences of all ages. The adorable platelets, in particular, had become a fan favorite and a popular cosplay choice. I wonder what Felix will turn Cells at Work into. Adult version? I'm kind of nervous. The online chatter was endless, as many who had seen Felix's previous works were curious about what he would do with this more serious take on Cells at Work. How would someone who had managed to turn Ultraman and Kamen Rider into darker stories handle this new project? Time passed quickly. Finally, the release date for Cells at Work Black arrived. Daniel, of course, was among the first to get his hands on a copy. Before diving into Cells at Work Black, he first caught up with the latest chapter of Konosuba. At this point, the series had reached its 7th and 8th chapters, telling the story of Kazuma and the gang's efforts to pay off their debts after defeating the Headless Knight, Beldia. The story maintained its excellent pacing, and the 8th chapter's castle adventure had Daniel laughing all the way through to the end. Now, let's see what Cells at Work Black is all about, Daniel muttered to himself, rubbing his sore stomach and face from all the laughter. With that curiosity in mind, Daniel flipped open the new manga. For 10 advanced chapters, patreon.com/Michael translates. Chapter 332, Iconic Scenes. 1030 words. The manga begins with newly created red blood cells that have just left their nucleated phase, full of energy and excitement as they finish watching an introductory workplace video. They immediately head off to their job locations. However, what awaits them isn't time to adjust but a flood of work without any preparation. When readers saw this, many could relate. This feels too real. Daniel couldn't help but sigh as well when he saw this scene. Job scams like this often happen in real life, too. He remembered when he had just graduated, full of passion for his first job, much like the red blood cell in the story, an eager rookie without any real setbacks yet. He applied for jobs after seeing promising ads on job websites and happily accepted a position. But once he started working, he realized that the job posting was full of lies. Salary listed as 4,000 to 6,000 yuan? Forget the minimum 4,000, getting 2,000 or 3,000 was considered lucky. The job listed as an assistant actually involved doing miscellaneous tasks, covering everything. Positions like consultant or representative. They were just fancy titles for sales jobs. The ads promised weekends off, insurance, and no overtime, but once you got hired, you realized weekends off. Be thankful for a single day off. As for insurance? You'd be lucky if the company enrolled you right away. Many companies wouldn't start offering insurance until 6 months or even a year later. And no overtime? What a joke! From this, I can already see what they mean by an adult version, Daniel murmured. Just the opening made him reflect on the helplessness of adult life and reminded him of his own early struggles. Despite these challenges, our protagonist Red Blood Cell didn't complain. He got to work, delivering oxygen. Which way is the stomach again? Being new on the job, he soon found himself stuck at a crossroad, unsure of where to go. At that moment, a voice shouted from behind him. Don't block the way. Move it. When Daniel saw who said this, he froze for a moment. Small stature, a flag in hand, and a blue dress. Everything about this character screamed that it was the adorable platelet from Cells at Work. Whoa, what happened? My cute platelet, why are you like this now? This must be the rebellious phase, right? Many readers felt their dreams shatter. The sweet platelet who used to say this way, in such a cute manner was now acting like a rude delinquent, pointing fingers at the red blood cell. The difference was too drastic. But luckily, one of the platelets managed to somewhat restore their image, explaining why they were acting this way. They were just too busy. It wasn't just the red blood cells who were overworked, even the platelets were constantly working overtime. At this moment, many readers couldn't help but blame the body's owner. How could they be so careless with their health? To the point where even the once adorable platelets had lost their cuteness. What kind of unhealthy body was this? Readers soon got their answer. Blocked arteries filled with cholesterol. The body was under attack from oxidation, carbon monoxide, and invasive bacteria. Everything pointed to one thing: this body was in terrible condition. It turned out that the promotional video shown to the red blood cells wasn't a lie. Everything it mentioned had once been true. But that was a long time ago. Things had changed due to stress, lack of sleep, overeating, and more. These factors also made the invading Streptococcus pneumoniae bacteria far more vicious and powerful than they had been in the original Cells at Work. The imagery was far more gruesome too. Scenes of Streptococcus pneumoniae devouring and tearing apart dead red blood cells were vividly displayed for Daniel and all the readers to witness. Just as the bacteria were about to attack the protagonist red blood cell, a white silhouette appeared. Whoa! White blood cell turned into a lady. Rest in peace, I'm dead. I declare white blood cell is my new wife. Wow, I love that figure. Give it a rest, guys. If you're a bunch of guys like us, your body probably has the original male white blood cell. The white blood cell who appeared on the scene was no longer the male character from Cells at Work. Instead, she had a stunning figure, long white hair, and wielded a katana. With a few swift moves, she easily defeated the Streptococcus pneumoniae bacteria. This cool and beautiful character instantly won the hearts of many fans. Especially since Ren had asked Felix to tweak the battle scenes a little. He included a famous moment from anime and web novel crossovers, inspired by a scene from High School of the Dead, the infamous bullet-dodging breast scene. However, instead of dodging bullets, it was a tentacle-like attack from the bacteria. This fight scene is so intense. I feel like my spirit is on fire. Both hands on the table, stay pure. But the excitement didn't last long. Though the bacteria had been defeated, the red blood cells still faced danger. The oxygen they were transporting had to pass through an area filled with deadly carbon monoxide. Faced with such a dangerous situation, the protagonist red blood cell wanted to stop. This job is insane. I'm done with it. In the manga, just as the young red blood cell complained, an older red blood cell grabbed his collar and said, "It's not about orders. It's because this is all we know how to do." Yes, a red blood cell's purpose in life is to transport oxygen for the body, no matter the danger, even if it means facing death. Watching the old red blood cell bravely carry his oxygen into the deadly passage, many readers fell silent. Especially when they saw the cause of the whole incident, blocked airways from smoking. So why do people smoke? Exactly. I quit years ago, no need for this. What makes a man pick up smoking again after quitting for 10 years? It must be something that caused deep emotional damage, a huge blow to the body. For 10 advanced chapters, patreon.com/Michael translates. Chapter 333, Untitled. 1060 words. Elijah, a 35-year-old programmer, sat at his desk, reflecting on life. Despite nearing 40, he still enjoyed anime, and Cells at Work was one of his favorite series. So when the adult version, Cells at Work, Black, was released, he immediately bought a copy and started reading. From the very first chapter, he realized it was just as he had expected, filled with negativity and stress. The original Cells at Work had a lighter, more optimistic atmosphere. Even when tough enemies appeared, they seemed easier to deal with compared to this new story. In Black, not only were the enemies more formidable, but the working conditions of the cells were far worse. The body's arteries were clogged with cholesterol, the blood vessels were deteriorating, and nicotine from smoking had damaged many systems, causing frequent malfunctions. In short, while Cells at Work personified cells in a more playful way, Black was a gritty depiction of a human body on the brink of collapse, with cells struggling to delay the inevitable disaster brought on by poor habits. Although only the first chapter was out, Elijah could already envision how the story would progress, deep, harsh, and filled with the deaths of many cells. In the original Cells at Work, there were moments when the cells felt despair, but in Black, it was likely to be even darker. The body's decline could eventually lead to death. The most striking aspect wasn't just the story but also the grim reality it reflected. For example, the scenes where the cells were constantly working overtime resonated with Elijah, a programmer who often experienced the same fatigue, lack of sleep, poor diet. But the most shocking part was learning that the body's owner had quit smoking for 10 years before picking it up again. Quitting smoking for 10 years meant the person had successfully beaten the addiction, so what could have caused him to start again? Elijah speculated that something major must have happened in the owner's life, some significant event that led to overwhelming stress, forcing him to rely on cigarettes to cope. He wondered if this story might be portraying the final days of a man who had lost his motivation to live, a man nearing the end of his life. Sigh. Will I end up like this someday? Elijah thought, feeling his thinning hair. He sat at his desk, exhaled heavily, and pulled a cigarette from his pocket, lighting it. But just as the flame touched the tip, his hand froze in mid-air. He looked at the smoke drifting in the air and remembered the scenes from the manga. He recalled the cells in the body struggling to survive, the red blood cells gasping for oxygen after inhaling carbon monoxide, some cells sacrificing themselves just to keep the body's oxygen supply running. They ran into places that were like death traps to keep the body alive. I can't do this, he thought. He pressed the cigarette into the ashtray and sighed. They're fighting so hard for me. How can I make them suffer just because I want a moment of relief from nicotine? Even though he knew the cells in his body weren't actual tiny people, the thought of those manga cells working tirelessly to keep him alive made him reconsider smoking. Smoking is bad for you anyway, he reminded himself. And staying up late doesn't help either. Looking at the clock, which was almost midnight, Elijah turned off his computer and prepared for bed. The first chapter of Cells at Work, Black caused a stir among fans of the original series. After just one chapter, the adult version completely shattered the optimistic image that Cells at Work had created. In Cells at Work, the immune system was portrayed as strong and capable of defeating any disease. But Black offered a darker, more realistic view of the body, a body falling apart, where the cells fought in vain against overwhelming odds. The internet exploded with discussions about the new series. After reading Cells at Work, Black, I don't even want to smoke anymore. I keep thinking about those red blood cells struggling for their lives. It feels like I'm killing them. Yeah, this Black version is way darker. Just looking at the broken down body makes me feel depressed. Cells at Work? That show's not dark at all. It's actually kind of heartwarming. You're talking about the all-ages version. We're talking about the R18 version, Cells at Work, Black. Good thing I have pretty healthy habits and don't smoke. I bet my body is more like the healthier version from the original series. And how about the fact that the white blood cells in this version are women? That fight scene with Streptococcus pneumoniae was epic. Are you talking about the scene where her dodged the tentacles? I don't know how the artist came up with that, but it was genius. Yeah, those white blood cells are way too unrealistic. Just from the first chapter, it's already this intense. I can't even imagine what the next chapters will be like. It's probably going to get even more hopeless. I bet the body's owner might die in the end. Isn't smoking one of the main causes of lung cancer? I think there's a good chance of that happening. Fans across various social media platforms discussed the series non-stop. At first, many thought it would be a similar educational manga like the original, but once they noticed the darker elements, the conversation shifted toward the plot's deeper implications. Another week passed, and the second chapter of Cells at Work, Black was released. The red blood cells were still tirelessly delivering oxygen. This time, they had to transport oxygen to the mouth, but the body's inflammation caused a literal fire inside, and bacteria took advantage of the situation to invade. Just as things looked dire, white blood cells arrived and saved the day. When readers saw the 3 white blood cells with distinct appearances, they smiled widely. Whoa! What the heck? But their smiles didn't last long. They were soon stunned by what they saw. White blood cells pounced on the bacteria, ripping them apart like zombies from a post-apocalyptic movie. Blood splattered all over their uniforms. The stark contrast from the previous scene left readers speechless, unable to process the drastic shift. Power Stones? For 10 advanced chapters, patreon.com/Michael translates. Chapter 334, Untitled. 1,148 words. Is this a reference to drinking alcohol? But seeing the last scene really made me want to cry. So many cells constantly fight for our bodies, and even after they die, their remains still contribute to our survival. I think the plot makes a lot of sense. Liver cells detoxify, and the big sword, massage parlors, are symbolic of overworked employees needing stress relief. Its clever storytelling feels like the porter himself had a hand in this. Very realistic. After the second chapter, many readers began to reflect. Initially, they viewed Cells at Work, Black as just an adult version of the original Cells at Work, but as more details were revealed, discussions around the deeper meaning of the plot started to emerge. However, the conversations about the serious aspects of the plot were still in the minority. More often, readers were sharing their personal feelings about the manga. The red blood cells continued tirelessly transporting oxygen. After they were exhausted from work and collapsed on the ground, alcohol descended through the body, and to relieve their stress, the red blood cells headed to the liver for big sword services, symbolizing the body indulging in heavy drinking. While alcohol might ease tension temporarily, it thickens the blood, increasing the strain on the liver and making detoxification harder. Although the plot seemed straightforward, this moment left many readers in silence. Especially after hearing the red blood cells complain post-drinking, it prompted some to reflect on themselves. These cells work so hard, doing everything they can to keep the body alive. Yet, the body's owner doesn't even care for themselves. In the first chapter, the managers tricked the new workers by painting an idealized picture of the job, but when they actually started working, they were thrown in with no training, treated like expendable labor. The previously gentle and sweet blood platelets had turned into harsh and irritable taskmasters. After working non-stop for days, with no breaks, the cells sought solace through unhealthy outlets, like indulging in alcohol and other vices. By focusing on the new red blood cells' entry into the workforce, the story made it easy for readers to relate to the character. The heavy dose of realism hit hard for many who had experienced similar conditions in their own working lives. The story perfectly captured the struggles of overworked employees, making readers squirm uncomfortably as it triggered memories of their own exhausting jobs. The strong sense of realism made the manga feel incredibly relatable, especially for those who had been in similar situations. The adult version, Cells at Work, Black, was an unfiltered portrayal of the toll modern life takes on the body. And as society continues to progress, more people are becoming aware of their own health. The idea that a single cigarette could cause so much suffering inside the body, wrecking the delicate balance that keeps everything running, made many readers think twice before lighting up. With 2 episodes already closely mirroring real life, Black gained even more popularity, and its impact grew even stronger. In Ren's home. At the moment, Ren was lounging on the couch, eating a cheese stick. To be honest, the taste didn't appeal to him much, but it was the closest snack within reach, so he ate it anyway. This was actually meant for his son, according to the doctor. Eating cheese sticks at 9 to 10 months was good for developing the baby's chewing ability and could help with speech and tooth growth. Meanwhile, his son, Rui, was playing by himself nearby. Rui was now able to crawl, sit up, and even stand with some help. He was full of energy, constantly moving around. Right then, he had just tossed his stuffed bear onto the floor. The little guy, confused by the sudden loss of his toy, looked around blankly for a moment before locking eyes with Ren. His gaze then shifted to the cheese stick in Ren's mouth. Without a second thought, Rui began crawling toward Ren. This made Ren raise an eyebrow, but soon he chuckled when he saw that his son, in his rush, stumbled and face-planted onto the bed. Thankfully, the cooler weather had made them put a soft pad on the bed, preventing any tears. Rui seemed confused about why he fell, but his focus remained on the cheese stick in Ren's hand. Determined, he tried to get up and reach for the snack again. His chubby little arms tried to push his body up, but once again, he collapsed onto the bed with a soft thud. Ren couldn't help but laugh at the sight. It was just too funny. The little guy, smart as he was, quickly realized he needed help. He turned to his dad, waving his tiny arms and babbling, clearly asking for the cheese stick. Ren, sitting beside him, teased, "Say a daddy. Call me a daddy, and I'll help you pick it up." He was trying to get Rui to practice talking. After all, he had made a deal with his wife, Jada. The two had a playful bet to see who could get Rui to say their name first. If Ren won, Jada had agreed to reward him with a special treat, something a bit more, well, adventurous in their relationship. Ren was, in a sense, the underdog in this bet. After all, Jada had a little helper, Yaya, their daughter, who had quickly sided with her mom in this playful competition. Whenever she had the chance, Yaya would stand next to the bed and coach Rui to save mommy. So Ren was up against a team of 2, and things weren't looking easy. "Come on, say a daddy." Ren smiled as he pointed to himself, coaxing his son gently. The little guy looked confused, not really understanding what was going on. His round eyes stared at the cheese stick in Ren's hand, and he continued to point at it, babbling away in baby talk. Those big, pleading eyes seemed to say, "How could you eat snacks and not share with your son? Call me daddy. Otherwise, you won't get any." Ren made one last attempt. He knew Rui couldn't understand what he was saying, but he couldn't help but try. Of course, being a father, Ren was eventually going to give him the snack regardless. It was just fun to try. As expected, Rui didn't say "Daddy," and instead, his little lips started to tremble. His expression turned sad, and he looked like he was about to cry. He seemed to think that his dad didn't love him anymore since he was hogging the cheese stick all to himself. Seeing Rui's teary eyes, Ren had no choice but to give in. With a sigh, Ren reached over, grabbed another cheese stick, and peeled it open. He handed it to his son, who immediately grabbed it with delight. Power Stones? For 10 advanced chapters, patreon.com/Michael translates. Chapter 335, Before the Release. 1059 words. When Ren handed the cheese stick to his little one, the baby clapped happily. The sight of his wide smile, with a few small white teeth showing, filled Ren with warmth. The little boy eagerly grabbed the cheese stick and began munching on it. "So, when will you finally say Daddy?" Ren sighed as he picked up the toy bear from the floor. "My happiness depends entirely on you, kid." "Dabu." The little guy, chewing on the cheese stick, tilted his head, curious about what his dad was saying. "What's with the Dabu?" "Say Daddy. Daddy. Daddy." Ren gently pinched his son's cheek, then flopped back onto the bed. "Babe." Just as Ren was lying there, phone in hand, ready to play a game, his hand froze mid-motion. Did he just hear what he thought he heard? Did his little one just say something? Sitting up quickly, Ren looked at the baby with excitement. "Rui, what did you just say?" "Did you say Daddy?" "Dabu." The little guy tilted his head again, seeming confused about what his dad was asking. "Not Dabu, say Daddy. Or even Papa works." Ren decided to simplify things, remembering how Yaya used to call him Papa when she was little. "Babe." As if responding to Ren's encouragement, the little one took another bite of his cheese stick and said clearly, "Babe." "What?" "Say it again." "Babe. Babe. Babe." The baby, thinking this was some fun new sound, repeated it several times excitedly. Ren heard it loud and clear this time. Though the pronunciation wasn't perfect, it was unmistakably close to Daddy. He was saying it smoothly, even repeating it. "Say it a few more times." Ren couldn't hide his excitement as he picked up the little guy, lifting him high into the air. Rui laughed happily, continuing to shout "Babe." Just then, from downstairs, Jada's voice called out, "I'm home." Ren immediately ran downstairs, holding the baby, ready to show off. "Honey, our son can say Daddy now." A few moments later, "Say sister, say a sister." On the couch in the living room, Yaya was now trying her best to get her little brother to call her sister, but the baby wasn't interested. He just giggled, ignoring her attempts. "Why won't you say it?" Yaya pouted, disappointed. "You only know how to say Daddy, that big meanie." "Babe." The little guy, now fond of the sound, lit up at hearing Yaya's words and shouted "Babe" once more. Ren, standing nearby, couldn't help but grin ear to ear, feeling victorious. Jada, on the other hand, watched the baby with a mix of emotions. She was thrilled that their son had started speaking, but also a bit jealous that his first word was Daddy. "All right, that's enough bragging," Jada said, rolling her eyes at Ren. "Oh, come on. I'm not bragging." Ren exaggeratedly sniffed the air around him. "What's that smell?" "Oh, it's so sour, Tilda." As he joked, an idea popped into his head, and he leaned close to Jada. "By the way, remember that bet we made? Does it still count?" Jada froze for a moment, recalling their playful wager. Her expression turned annoyed as she realized what he was referring to, and she glared at Ren, clearly unimpressed. Without a word, she reached over and pinched Ren's side hard, twisting as she did. "I'm sorry." Ren quickly surrendered, feeling the sharp pain. "Oh, by the way, Jada suddenly said, changing the topic. Someone wants to buy the official licensing rights for cells at work. Who? Licensing rights? For a movie or TV show? Ren asked, a bit confused. He hadn't expected anyone to want to buy merchandise rights, especially since his company already produced their own products. So, it was probably something else, like media rights. No, they want to use it for an advertisement, Jada replied, her expression a little strange. A tobacco company wants to use it for a smoking is harmful to your health campaign. Seriously? Ren was speechless for a moment. He found the idea somewhat ironic. Tobacco companies always struck him as odd. They sold cigarettes but had to include health warnings on every pack, acknowledging how harmful smoking was. It felt like a hypocritical move, profiting off of something harmful while simultaneously condemning it. Trying to get the baby to say new words within a short period wasn't realistic. But Jada and Yella didn't give up. They spent their days encouraging the little guy to call them by name. Unfortunately for them, when the grandparents came over, the baby quickly learned how to call them. While Jada and Yaya had spent days trying, Rui learned grandma and grandpa almost instantly. This left Jada and Yaya feeling a bit betrayed by baby Rui. Amid their disappointment, Fate Stay Night, Heaven's Feel, 2. Lost Butterfly was gearing up for its New Year's theatrical release. Many fans were buzzing with excitement upon hearing the news. We've been waiting an entire year. Finally, the new FSN movie is coming out. After all, during this time, the porter had been teasing them relentlessly with promotional videos, keeping them on the edge of their seats. First, there was the confrontation between Sakura and Gilgamesh in the alley. Then, there was the intense, adrenaline-pumping battle between Saber Alter and Berserker. And of course, there was that infamous scene of Sakura being pinned down by Shinji, that seaweed head. Fans were desperate to know, would this movie really feature a cuckold storyline? I swear, if this movie actually goes down that route, I'll never watch anything by the porter again. Come on, people said that about him before too, but then they all ended up loving his work. This time, it's definitely the last straw. More like the last billionth straw. Online discussions were buzzing with debates about the movie's content. While many fans were put off by the potential cuckold plotline, the rest of the story was just too captivating to ignore. And, most importantly, maybe it's just a misleading trailer? Exactly. You guys know how the porter works. He's all about dark, intense stories, not that kind of drama. I think it's possible that Shinji tries something with Sakura, but then Shiru shows up, and Sakura dies. That's totally possible. The porter does love to hit us with emotional gut punches. For 10 advanced chapters, patreon.com/Michael translates. Chapter 336, The Truth. 1033 words. It was the day of the release of Fate Stay Night, Heaven's Feel 2, Lost Butterfly. Elijah and his best friend, Zach, were on their way to the theater. So, are we really going to watch Lost Butterfly? Elijah asked, glancing at Zach. Didn't people say there's some weird love triangle subplot? There's no way that's true, Zach waved dismissively. I think it's more likely that the seaweed head guy gets what's coming to him. Besides, the porter's works are always good if you skip over any potential bad parts. Well, if you're that eager to watch it, fine, I'll join you, Elijah replied. Though he acted nonchalant, Elijah was just as curious about Lost Butterfly as Zach, especially after seeing the trailer where Sakura confronted Gilgamesh. His interest was piqued. So, they bought their tickets and headed into the theater. By this time, the theater was slowly filling with people. Look at these guys, saying they wouldn't come, but here they are, Elijah whispered to Zach after spotting a few familiar faces. Zach shrugged, following Elijah's gaze. Those people were their friends from an online group. Just a few days ago, they had loudly declared that they wouldn't watch Lost Butterfly because of the supposed controversial plot. And yet, here they all were, every single one of them. The two friends chuckled quietly as the theater quieted down. The lights dimmed, and the opening scene began with a little girl with pink hair poking her head out. Flames consumed the logo of Picker Comics, quickly spreading across the screen. The film began to unfold. Had this been the original version of Lost Butterfly from Ren's previous life, it would have been like the first part. Many scenes that could have explained key plot points would have been cut. For example, in the original, after Shiru returns home and finds Sakura missing, he immediately rushes out. If you hadn't played the Fate Stay Night visual novel, you might have been left wondering why Shiru suddenly panicked. But Ren had restored the missing scenes in his version. In this one, it was shown that Shinji had kidnapped Sakura while Shiru was away. He even called Shiru, taunting him and using Sakura's safety to force Shiru to meet him at the school. Over the phone, you could hear Sakura's painful cries as she was beaten. Although the film didn't show exactly how Sakura was being harmed, the audio alone was enough to infuriate the audience. And when Shinji ordered Ryder to attack Shiru, only for Rin and Archer to show up and defeat her, Shinji smashed the pendant that matched Sakura's earrings, causing Sakura to flush strangely and flee the school. This scene angered the audience even more. That seaweed-headed jerk! How dare he hurt Sakura? What was that thing he crushed? Sakura's expression looked weird, almost like she was drugged. Elijah and Zack could hear the audience muttering angrily around them. The audience had already been upset by the trailer showing Shinji pinning Sakura down on the bed. Now, seeing him actually harming her made their blood boil. But the movie didn't pause to let the audience cool down. Sakura, who had nearly lost control of herself, used magic to stop her rampage and was taken to the church for treatment. It was there that the truth about Sakura's past was finally revealed. The audience learned about everything Sakura had endured over the last 10 years, the abuse, the torture, and the fact that she was the real master of the Matu family. "Senpai, how could someone as filthy as me deserve your protection?" Sakura said, tears streaming down her face, her hands clenched tightly. The audience could even see her fingernails digging into her palms, drawing blood. But the next moment, Shiru stepped forward and embraced her tightly. "I'll protect you," he declared. The audience felt a surge of emotions, humiliation, anger, and, finally, relief and admiration. The feelings of humiliation and anger came from witnessing everything Sakura had gone through. Many of the audience members had seen Fate Zero, and they remembered the adorable, innocent Sakura from when she was a child. Knowing what Zokan, the Matu family head, had done to her, using that monstrous worm pit, filled them with disgust. Damn it! That filthy old man, Zokan. So the worm pit in Fate Zero was used for something this disgusting. In that moment, many viewers finally made the connection to the ominous worm pit from Fate Zero. They also understood why Korea Matu had been so desperate to kill Tokiomi back then. It's all Tokiomi's fault. Though, Korea was partly to blame too, right? If I had been him, I would have taken down Zokan first thing after summoning a servant. Are you kidding? Korea's magic circuits were only given to him through Zokan's worms. If he'd tried something, Zokan would have killed him first. Honestly, Tokiomi was the real problem. He didn't even check what kind of fate he was sending his daughter into. Elijah and Zack whispered to each other, ultimately agreeing that Tokiomi was at fault. Sakura's tragic past, her twisted love for Shiru, and her overwhelming guilt all pulled at the audience's hearts. It was the kind of love, stained by darkness and pain, that some viewers found hard to accept, especially considering Sakura's tragic experiences. In many stories, a character with such a background might not be embraced by fans at all, especially if that character had been portrayed as damaged goods, so to speak. Yet in the Fate franchise, and even more so in Ren's enhanced version of Heaven's Feel, Sakura became a beloved character. In fan fiction, she was often a top choice for writers, who liked to imagine an alternate timeline where she was saved before her suffering could begin. But this was a different world, and here, Sakura's character resonated with viewers in a unique way, thanks to Ren's careful handling of her story. In the original version of Lost Butterfly, budget constraints had led to many scenes being cut, which dulled the impact of Sakura's tragic story. But Ren's studio didn't have those limitations, so he added as many scenes as possible to deepen the story's emotional weight. For 10 advanced chapters, patreon.com/Michael translates. Chapter 337, I am the bone of my sword. 1091 words. When Ren was creating this film, he focused all the attention and central plot on the relationship between Shiroe and Sakura. In the first part, the story carefully depicted their daily lives, slowly building the connection between them and allowing the audience to grow emotionally attached to Sakura. By doing this, Ren made sure that, when the second part revealed what had happened to Sakura, the audience would be filled with anger and feel even more invested in the story. In the screening room, viewers could even faintly hear some cursing directed at the porter, frustrated by what was unfolding on the screen. Amidst this rising tension, the film transitioned into another thrilling scene, the battle between Berserker and Black Saber. Unlike the chase between Lancer and Assassin, this fight would be a direct, brutal showdown. To make this battle feel as real as possible, Picker Comics spared no expense in the animation, pouring immense effort into the transitions and camera angles to fully capture the chaotic clash of blades and sorcery in the Holy Grail War. Every frame was crafted to perfection, with attention to detail evident in every shot. Wow! Someone murmured in awe. That's incredible. The audience sat transfixed, eyes glued to the screen, not even daring to blink. The intense battle between the two powerful warriors, Berserker, the hulking, muscle-bound fighter, and Black Saber, the black-armored swordswoman, left everyone on the edge of their seats. Each footstep shattered the ground beneath them. Blasts from their weapons split the earth, and castles crumbled under the force of their attacks. It felt like the end of the world as these two formidable servants clashed. Red and black energy beams tore through the sky, massive axes shattered the land, and the audience could feel the devastation unfolding before them. This was a full-on servant battle. Although fans had already seen the fight between Lancer and Assassin in the first movie, there was something about this kind of all-out, hand-to-hand combat that stirred them even more. Unfortunately, despite Berserker's incredible strength and his impressive noble phantasm that allowed him to resurrect multiple times, he was still no match for the corrupted Shadow and Black Saber. Even the ability to come back from the dead proved futile when faced with the overwhelming power of the Shadow's corruption. As Shiroe and the others fled with little Ilya while being pursued by Assassin, the tension in the theater reached its peak. Everyone knew that Shiroe was just an ordinary human. How could he possibly escape from a servant? Thankfully, just when all seemed lost, Rin's archer appeared, managing to fend off Assassin and allowing the group to catch their breath. The audience collectively sighed in relief. That's it, right? It's over now, someone whispered, hopeful. But before they could fully relax, their eyes widened in shock. Archer had been pierced through the chest by the Shadow's tendrils. Not only that, the surrounding mana surged into the Shadow, causing it to grow even larger. Then, Ruah! A massive energy blast shot out from the Shadow. At that moment, Archer stepped into the spotlight for what would become his most iconic scene. I am the bone of my sword. Steel is my body, and fire is my blood. Roias! Archer began to chant, and a giant flower-shaped shield materialized before him, Roias, his noble phantasm, blocking the Shadow's deadly attack. Though he managed to deflect most of it, Archer was already gravely injured. A portion of the blast still slipped through, and as he shielded Ilya with his body, his left arm was severed by the blast. In the original Heaven's Feel movie adaptation, this moment wasn't clearly explained. All the audience saw was the aftermath, a ruined battlefield, an archer cutting off his own arm. But in Ren's version, the scene was extended. It was shown that Archer had blocked the majority of the blast, but in his weakened state, he couldn't stop it entirely. To protect Ilya, he sacrificed his arm. Although this was the only time in the movie that unlimited blade works was used, the sight of Roias, a shield big enough to cover the sky, standing firm against an overwhelming force, was a truly awe-inspiring moment. At that instant, the audience finally realized just how powerful Archer truly was. In previous Heaven's Feel scenes, Archer's combat prowess hadn't been fully showcased. After all, the story primarily focused on Shiru and Sakura's relationship, leaving little room for Archer's feats. Sure, he had defeated Rider and Assassin, but in the minds of many viewers, those two didn't seem like formidable foes. Rider had been dispatched with a single strike by Saber earlier, and Assassin wasn't a servant built for direct combat. As a result, many audience members had assumed that Archer's combat skills were only average. But this moment changed everything. Seeing Roaya stretch across the battlefield and hold back an impossible attack made them realize just how formidable Archer really was. And the best part? The chant itself sounded undeniably cool. On the screen, Archer spat out a mouthful of blood, staggering over to Rin's unconscious body. He gently brushed aside her hair, his voice soft and affectionate. "Rin, this is as far as I go. You'll have to finish the rest, on your own." The tone in his voice was filled with warmth and tenderness. "Wait. Archer's really dead?" someone asked in disbelief. "I thought he and Rin would end up together." Although Archer hadn't been the focus of this movie, Ren had used subtle details to beautifully portray the relationship between him and Rin. Many viewers had been rooting for them as a couple, and seeing Archer die like this left them heartbroken. Still, some viewers couldn't help but be shocked by Archer's disheveled hair after the intense battle. Wait a minute, doesn't Archer kind of look like Shiru? Yeah. If his hair was dyed red, he'd look exactly like Shiru. Indeed. Normally, Archer's hair was styled upward, but after the intense battle, the hair gel seemed to have worn off. Now, his hair looked just like Shiru's. If you dyed Shiru's skin darker, they'd be identical. This led to hushed conversations among the audience. Some viewers even recalled how awkward the interactions between Shiru and Archer had been when they first met, fueling speculation about Archer's true identity. Could this guy really be a future version of Shiru? Don't be ridiculous. What could Shiru possibly do to become a heroic spirit? But they look so similar. For 10 advanced chapters, patreon.com/Michael translates. Chapter 338, Sakura's Fairy Tale. 885 words. Archer's true identity left many puzzled. Some viewers believed he was a future version of Shiru, while others thought it was just a coincidence that they looked alike. The plot didn't pause for audience speculation, though, as it continued to unfold. When Shiru attached the arm that Archer had given him, more viewers became convinced of the connection between the two characters. Then came the scene under the moonlight where Shiru and Sakura shared an intimate moment. The LSBs, lewd scene appreciators, in the audience smiled widely during this interaction. However, the scene quickly shifted. Accompanied by an eerie yet childlike BGM, Sakura suddenly found herself in an unsettling fairy tale world. She wore a pure white dress, looking like a princess descending from the heavens. She followed small animals through this dreamlike land, seeming joyful. As more puppet-like characters appeared, Sakura used a flicking motion, destroying each puppet, which then crumbled into small candy pieces. She smiled softly as she ate the candy. This sequence confused many of the viewers. "Is this just filler?" someone murmured. Daniel sat in the theater, watching the scene where Sakura ate the candy, deep in thought. He wanted to dismiss it as filler, but knowing the porter's past works, he doubted that it was so simple. The porter didn't waste time with meaningless filler in his works. Daniel remembered how, in the final Holy War, a character scene briefly turned out to be the protagonist of the next series, Ultraman Diner. There must be a hidden meaning, Daniel mused. As the screen shifted, the familiar figure of Gilgamesh, this helpful gold man, appeared, and the scene transitioned back to the dark alley shown in the earlier trailers. "You look pretty lively back then, which is why I told you to just die." Gilgamesh spat, enraging many of the fans who loved Sakura. The camera then returned to Sakura, her body covered in blood. She still held the candy, smiling as if unaware of the horrific change. The dreamlike fairy tale land transformed into a dark alley, and the candy in her hand became a severed finger. Whoa! Are you serious? That's terrifying. At that moment, many viewers came to a horrifying realization. The porter had used a whimsical, fairy tale lens to show a truly dark and terrifying story. Those who figured this out felt a chill run down their spines. Before they could dwell on it, Gilgamesh made his move. The golden ripples behind him flickered, and countless noble phantasms shot out like bullets toward Sakura. In that instant, the fans who had been fond of Sakura fell silent. They had grasped the true horror of the earlier scene. Despite their love for Sakura, they felt relieved to see Gilgamesh attack. She had become terrifying. But the unexpected happened next. Gilgamesh lost. The powerful king, who had survived the Fourth Holy Grail War, had his leg severed. Then, as Sakura chewed, he completely disappeared into the darkness. As the golden light faded, and Sakura's enormous shadow loomed under the streetlights, more and more viewers finally understood the earlier scenes. Goosebumps rose on their skin. So, that's what was happening. Daniel whispered, part impressed and part disturbed. The porter had used whimsical, dreamlike imagery to tell a nightmare. The dream sequences were all symbols of real events. The forest where Sakura first appeared symbolized the city's towering buildings, and the castle she entered represented the alleyway where this dark scene took place. The puppet she destroyed and turned into candy likely represented people who tried to harm her, small-time thugs perhaps. But the candy she was eating? That was their bodies. It all became clear when the earlier scene revealed the severed finger. Sakura had been eating people. What seemed like a whimsical game of gathering candy was, in reality, a horrifying display of carnage. Daniel suddenly remembered the terror he felt watching Madoka Magica. This is why the porter is a genius. Daniel muttered. This sequence, more than any of the servant battles, left the deepest impression on him. The contrast between a childlike fairy tale and the grotesque reality of Sakura unknowingly consuming human flesh was brilliantly executed. The cheerful music, the candy, the puppets, it was all a grotesque mask hiding the true horror of the situation. After the screen darkened, the story resumed. Sakura began to suspect what was happening to her and left Shiru's home. She used the last of her command spells to order Ryder to protect Shiru. As the audience watched her force a smile, Daniel couldn't help but shake his head. Sakura was such a brilliantly written character, her tragic backstory and twisted fate leaving viewers torn between sympathy and horror. So when Shinji, the seaweed-headed guy, pushed her onto the bed in one scene, many of the viewers were enraged. Their anger didn't last long, though, it was soon replaced by satisfaction. Because? That kind of person doesn't deserve to live. Sakura muttered. With those words, she killed Shinji. At that moment, Sakura finally confirmed her suspicions. What she thought was a dream was happening in real life. The dream world had been a twisted version of reality all along. As darkness enveloped her, Sakura's white dress turned black. A fully corrupted, blackened version of Sakura appeared before the audience. For 10 advanced chapters, patreon.com/Michael translates. Chapter 339, What Happens in Another Country? 968 words. After Lost Butterfly ended, a post-credit scene appeared on the screen. In the middle of a devastated land, Shiru leaped from a massive ravine and stood in front of the berserker, who had been corrupted. The red bandages around his arm were unraveling, fluttering in the wind. The camera intentionally blurred parts of the scene, making Shiru's figure in the wasteland appear hazy. Compared to the towering berserker, Shiru seemed small and fragile. Yet, his eyes gleamed with unwavering determination. As Shiru softly murmured, "Trace on," a weapon identical to berserker's appeared in his hand, and the two began to clash. Though the outcome of this fight was unclear, this scene alone excited many fans. After all, Shiru, who had played a relatively minor role in the first two movies, seemed to be rising to prominence in this final part. He could even replicate Berserker's weapon and face him head-on. "Wow, Shiru fighting Berserker at the end was so cool," said Elijah, excited as he left the theater with his best friend, Warren. "It really was." Warren agreed. Lost Butterfly concluded spectacularly, with the fairy tale segment of Sakura's story being a particular highlight. The movie's opening day grossed 1.9 billion yuan, and most viewers rated it highly. The positive reception drew even more people to the theaters, with many who were hooked by the second part going back to watch the first one. This led to a surge of online discussions about Fate Stay Night, FSN, even trending at one point. As expected, the porter has a knack for stirring things up, one comment read. I can't believe the porter would let Sakura, the main heroine, be subjected to such horrible things by that seaweed-haired guy and those bugs. And then she turns into a monster that eats people. Man, that was heartbreaking. Sakura's story is so tragic. That dirty Zokan really deserved to die. Even in Fate Zero, he was a monster for what he did to such a young girl. Exactly. I had a feeling Sakura would have a terrible future after watching Fate Zero, but this was even worse than I imagined. Wait, what's Fate Zero, FZ? Shouldn't the abbreviation be FSN? New fan? FZ is Fate Zero, the prequel to Fate Stay Night. FSN follows after the events of FZ. Oh, got it. I haven't watched it yet. I'll definitely check it out. Besides Sakura's story, there were so many mysteries in this one. Like, who exactly is Archer? I think he's a future version of Shiru. I think so too. They look way too similar. Compared to the first movie, Lost Butterfly left many more clues and mysteries, giving fans much to discuss. Of course, the post-credits scene was one of the biggest talking points. The idea of Shiru facing off against Berserker left everyone eager for what would come next, significantly boosting the hype for the final installment. Meanwhile, in Japan, at the Japan Go Association, the high-ranking officials were gathered for a meeting. Everyone, we've reached a critical point in the survival of our Go culture, announced Nine-Headed Dragon, a 9th Dan Go master and chairman of the association, seated at the head of the table. His tone was grave as he addressed the room. Looking around, he continued, currently, in the 3 Go nations, our country's Go players are the weakest. We haven't won a single international Go championship in years, and our public interest and number of Go players are declining every year. Remember the golden age when we established this Go association and implemented the ranking system? Back then, not only did we surpass Korea, but we also left the Go origin country, Celestial Empire, far behind. Nine-Headed Dragon exclaimed. But now, both of those nations have overtaken us. Even Korea is stronger than us now. If this continues, we might as well commit seppuku from the shame of facing our Go ancestors. After Nine-Headed Dragon finished speaking, the room remained silent. This issue had been ongoing for a long time. If it could have been solved with just a meeting, the number of Go players wouldn't be decreasing each year. Seeing the silence in the room, Nine-Headed Dragon sighed. Suddenly, his eyes landed on a man who seemed to want to say something but was holding back. He recognized him as a young 9th Dan player who had recently been promoted, Felix. Young Felix, do you have something to share? Nine-Headed Dragon asked. Yes, Chairman. Felix stood up, addressing his senior colleagues. Why not use manga? The manga industry has become a pillar of our nation, and young people love it more than ever, while interest in Go is declining. If no one is paying attention to Go, it won't matter if we win international championships or not. People won't join if they're not interested. With growing passion, Felix continued, we should focus on young people. As they say in the Celestial Empire, the children are the flowers of the future. We need to appeal to what young people like. By using manga, we can make Go more interesting and attract them to the game. The more young players we attract, the more Go geniuses we'll eventually see. Manga, murmured the room as members exchanged glances. Some frowned, clearly skeptical of Felix's suggestion, while others nodded in agreement, feeling his idea had merit. Nine-Headed Dragon also furrowed his brow in thought, making Felix swallow nervously. After a while, Nine-Headed Dragon spoke again, using manga to attract young people is indeed a good idea, but Go is very technical. conveying that through manga will be challenging. Felix was at a loss for words after hearing this. It was true that Go was a highly technical game, and getting a manga artist unfamiliar with the game to accurately depict it, for 10 advanced chapters, patreon.com/Michael translates. Chapter 340, Untitled. 1089 words. Japan, Tokyo, Chiyoda District. This is the political, administrative, and judicial center of the country. It is also home to the headquarters of the Japan Go Association. At this late hour, inside a single-family house. I'm back. With the sound of the door opening, Felix, a 9th Dan Go player, entered the house, taking off his shoes as he walked in. Welcome home, Tilda. A young boy lay lazily on the couch, a comic book in front of him, and a bag of chips beside him. Without even looking up, he greeted Felix casually. How was your Go practice today? Felix asked as he looked at the boy. Same as always, the boy replied nonchalantly, turning a page of his comic. This response made Felix frown, and he sighed deeply. His son had always been a source of frustration. As a 9th Dan Go professional, Felix wanted his son to follow in his footsteps and learn how to play Go. But unfortunately, his son had zero interest in the game. He would often say things like, not many people play Go anymore. In a few years, this whole industry might disappear. Felix knew that forcing him to learn would be pointless, and making him spend large amounts of time studying Go could negatively affect his school performance. But if even his own child, the son of a professional Go player, showed no interest in the game, what hope was there for families with no background in Go? His mind wandered back to the meeting earlier that day, when the chairman had tasked him with finding a manga artist to create a Go-themed comic. The more he thought about it, the more stressed he felt. Felix had grown up reading manga, and even now, when he wasn't studying Go strategies, he spent his spare time reading comics. He knew the manga industry well. Sports-related comics were already rare, and most focused on basketball or soccer. Chess-related ones, especially Go, were even rarer. Although the Go Association was willing to provide a significant budget for the artist, they insisted that the comic must be professional and avoid pandering to fan service elements, which were common in many modern sports manga. The more Felix thought about it, the more his head hurt. He sat down on the couch, rubbing his temples. Hearing his father sigh, the boy, New 8, turned his head toward him. Sighing again? Looks like the Go Association had another meeting, huh? Figuring out how to save Go in Japan. His father had sighed like this many times before, so New 8 was used to it. He knew that most of the time, his father's worry stemmed from issues within the Go Association. Yeah, Felix nodded lightly. But I did suggest a good idea this time. Felix's tone carried a bit of pride. After all, what father wouldn't want to impress his child? Even though his son was already in middle school, Felix still felt the need to show off occasionally. Oh? What's your great idea? New 8 humored his father with a question. Manga. Using manga to attract young people to Go. Manga? Upon hearing something he was actually interested in, New 8, who had been lying lazily on the couch, suddenly sat up straight. Go manga. Yeah, Felix nodded, but then his face twisted with concern again. The problem is, I don't know who to ask to draw it. The association has some pretty strict requirements. Felix then explained the Go Association's conditions for the manga. After hearing his father's description, New 8 also fell silent. He understood how difficult it would be to create a successful Go manga. Even in the sports manga genre, most of the classics were from 10 or more years ago. Modern sports comics often included fan service elements to attract readers, like featuring cute girls playing soccer. But making a Go manga without these elements, as his father described, would be incredibly tough. For a while, father and son both sat in silence. Well, I guess I'll start by contacting some of the more well-known sports manga artists, Felix finally said, standing up to make a phone call from the balcony. New 8 shrugged and returned to his comic. In the quiet of the night, the pages of the manga turned, accompanied only by the soft murmur of his father's phone conversation outside. Under the moonlit sky, a gentle breeze stirred the still air, and the sound of a flowing river seemed to add a background melody to the serene scene. On an arched bridge, two figures, wearing traditional Japanese kimonos and carrying samurai swords, met by chance. One was the notorious swordsman Zura, and the other was Kotsura, a head of the Jui Patriots. The two gazed at each other, evoking the same tension found in an iconic duel from a famous movie in the neighboring country. On a full moon night, atop the Forbidden City, one sword descends from the heavens. No words were exchanged. The two figures passed each other in an instant. "Is that all you've got?" Zura said calmly. A moment later, Kotsura collapsed, blood gushing from a sudden wound. This fight cast a shadow of suspense over the ongoing Red Sakura arc. This manga is just too good. New 8 couldn't help but praise Gintama as he read on. In fact, he'd initially started reading the series because one of the characters shared a name similar to his own. But after reading it, he was hooked by the humor and couldn't stop. Recently, the Red Sakura arc had stirred a lot of excitement among his classmates, especially those who also loved Gintama. The Red Sakura arc was one of the standout arcs in the early part of the series. It told the story of a mysterious swordsman, an evil cursed sword, and an unexpected request for help. Old friends went missing, and former comrades, now enemies, faced off in a deadly confrontation. Despite not being as action-packed as some traditional shonen series, Gintama had a way of sneaking in meaningful moments between all the jokes and chaos, giving readers an emotional jolt that kept them coming back. After all, boys never really grow up. If this manga ever gets turned into a TV series, it'll be amazing, New 8 thought to himself as he continued reading. The large house was quiet, with only the occasional sound of a page turning and the distant voice of Felix making phone calls outside. For 10 advanced chapters, patreon.com/Michael translates. Chapter 341, The Invitation. 1006 words. Morning. Felix, a 9th Dango player, woke up to the sound of his alarm. Over the past few days, the manga artists he had reached out to had either outright refused or had their drafts rejected by the Go Association. There's only one more left. Felix thought about the artists he had contacted and realized that only one remained. If this one works out, that'd be great. Otherwise, my suggestion is pretty much a failure. But who knows? Maybe this one will be different, he muttered to himself, trying to ease the pressure he felt. After quickly brushing his teeth and tidying up, Felix greeted his wife and son before they all sat down to breakfast. Just then, the doorbell rang. Felix looked at the video doorbell and saw his assistant, Ms. Ikeda, standing outside. She was likely delivering the latest manga draft. After thanking her and taking the package, Felix sat down to review the submission. His son, New 8, also pulled out a few pages to look at. It didn't take long before New 8 tossed the pages back onto the table. This isn't going to work either. It's boring, New 8 said bluntly. Sure, it's got a lot of technical Go knowledge, but it feels more like an educational pamphlet. No reader is going to find this interesting. Felix sighed and rubbed his temples. You're right. It's just not engaging enough. Looks like my idea is a complete failure. Finding an artist who can balance the professional aspects of Go with an entertaining story might be impossible. For a moment, there was silence between them. Suddenly, New 8 seemed to remember something. He slapped the table, startling both Felix and his wife. What's wrong with you? Felix asked, startled by his son's sudden outburst. I've got it. New 8 said, his eyes wide with excitement. I know the perfect manga artist to draw a Go manga. What? Who? Felix asked, confused. Without explaining, New 8 ran to his room and came back with a manga. This one. This is the artist you need, he said, holding up a copy of Gintama. Jin, Toma. Felix read the title slowly, looking puzzled. He had heard of the series. It was a popular comedy manga about samurai. Despite its success, Felix hadn't considered it because comedy seemed far removed from the serious tone of a Go manga. I think this artist could do it, New 8 said confidently. Felix waved his hand dismissively. But this is a gag manga artist. Sure, it's funny, but could they really handle a sports-type manga? No, I think they can. New 8 insisted. He ran back to his room and returned with a stack of different manga. This artist is versatile. They've done cooking manga, action manga, comedy, you name it. They even drew Naruto. Naruto. Felix's interest peaked when he heard the name of the famous ninja series. New 8 nodded eagerly. That's right. Naruto and Gintama were both commissioned by people in Japan. Even though this artist is from another country, they were able to capture the essence of ninjas and the samurai spirit. So, who's to say they can't draw a Go manga? At this point, all the other artists you've tried have failed, so why not give this one a shot? It won't cost you much time or money. Felix hesitated for a moment, flipping through the pages of the manga in his hands. After a pause, he finally nodded. All right, let's give it a try. Felix decided to take the risk, reasoning that there was little to lose. If this worked out, it could have a significant positive impact on the future of Go in Japan. Meanwhile, in China. At Ren's house, his daughter, Ye, was busy helping her dad with chores. Ren had just finished pulling out a load of freshly washed clothes from the washing machine. Ye's job was to separate the tangled clothes, put them on hangers, and place them on the chair so her dad could hang them to dry later. She was doing all this to earn her allowance. After all, her mom, Jada, had forced her to put her allowance in a bank that Ye couldn't access without permission. Big sister! Big sister! Her little brother, Rui, who had recently learned to say a few words, was crawling toward her, calling out excitedly. Don't come near me. Don't get the clothes dirty. Ye shouted from across the room. Rui's hands were still greasy, and if he touched the clean clothes, her hard work would go to waste. Just then, Jada came down the stairs. Ren, there's something I need to talk to you about. What is it? Ren asked, pausing from his chore and wiping his hands on his pants. He turned to Ye. Okay, take your brother and go play for a bit. What about my allowance? Ye asked, looking up at him. I'll give it to you. Ren said with a grin. Yay! Ye cheered and quickly led her brother out to the living room, happy that she didn't have to finish her chores but still got her allowance. Ren walked over to Jada. Take a look at this, Jada said, handing him a document. Ren took the paper and began reading. After about 2 minutes, he looked up, surprised. Wait, this is... Exactly, Jada said, her tone a little strange. It's an invitation from the Japan Go Association. They want you to create a Go manga. What do you think? Should we just reject it? Jada found the whole thing a bit unbelievable. Ren, on the other hand, was completely baffled. Wait, this is really from the Japan Go Association, he asked, scanning the document again, paying extra attention to the official stamps, making sure it wasn't some kind of prank. Yes, it is, Jada confirmed, looking equally perplexed. This wasn't some private commission like they'd received from other individuals before. This was an official invitation from the Japan Go Association. For 10 advanced chapters, patreon.com/Michael translates. Chapter 342, Acceptance. 1,124 words. To be honest, Ren had never even imagined something like this would happen. After all, the Japan Go Association had been a government entity since the last century when it was acquired due to financial difficulties. Receiving an invitation from a foreign official organization like this was rare. If this went well, both Ren and Pika Comics' reputation abroad would skyrocket. Ren had always wanted to help Jada grow Pika into an even bigger brand. While it was already a big name domestically and had gained some international recognition, who would ever turn down more fame? Seeing Ren deep in thought and silent, Jada spoke up, "If it's too much, just decline it." She had been with Ren long enough to know that he wasn't really into playing Go. "No, why would I decline?" Ren snapped out of his thoughts, turning to Jada with a smile. "Of course I'll do it." It wasn't like Ren was clueless. Even though there were a lot of manga he couldn't publish from his system's updates, he still had plenty saved up. And there were definitely a few related to Go in there. With that in mind, he wasn't going to turn down the opportunity. "But, do you even know how to play Go?" Jada asked, curious. "I mean, they've clearly mentioned they expect it to be somewhat professional." "I don't know how to play Go," Ren admitted with a grin. "Then how are you going to draw it?" Jada was puzzled. "I didn't know alchemy either, but I still created Full Metal Alchemist, didn't I?" Ren countered. "That's different. Alchemy and superpowers are things you can make up. No matter how fantastical, readers will still accept it. But Go is a whole other story. It's not something you can just read about and fool professionals with," Jada said, sighing. After a pause, she added, "Plus, sports manga, especially ones about board games like Go, are incredibly rare. You're an outsider to this world, are you sure you can pull it off?" "Don't worry," Ren reassured her with a confident smile. "I've got this. And even if it doesn't work out, what's the harm?" After all, the manga he was planning to draw was a masterpiece in the realm of competitive Go manga. "I'm not worried about that. I'm more concerned about you taking on too much," Jada said softly, brushing her hand against Ren's cheek with a tender expression. "You're already working on so many series. Instead of adding another project, maybe you should focus on resting more. It'll be fine." "Don't worry," Ren said, gently patting Jada's hand. A few days later, Jada was doing her usual yoga routine on the mat. Since having their second child, she had made it a habit to stay in shape. Suddenly, the door opened, and Ren walked in, holding something in his hand. "Here, take a look at the first 3 chapters, he said, handing her the manuscript. "Ooh? Already?" Jada blinked in surprise, standing up from the yoga mat and taking the pages from him. As soon as she glanced at the character designs, she paused for a moment. The character depicted was a young, slightly handsome man wearing traditional Japanese court attire, known as karaginu. She'd seen this kind of outfit before in Japanese anime, usually worn by officials in ancient times. "Is this Go story set in the past?" Jada asked, not flipping through the rest yet. "Wouldn't that make it harder to connect with modern readers? Ancient Go might not have the same appeal as a contemporary setting." "Who said anything about Ancient Go?" Ren replied, looking a bit confused. "This is very much a modern Go story. Just keep reading, and you'll see." With a nod, Jada continued flipping through the character designs, though still feeling a bit puzzled. Maybe it was about someone from the past traveling to the present to play Go? She wondered as she kept reading. A while later, her eyes lit up. "Oh, so it's like those web novels with a mentor spirit," she said, excited. Using the old master trope from web novels seemed like a brilliant idea in this context. After going through the character setup, Jada dove into the first chapter of the manuscript. "The Go Sage Descends." She read the title aloud before her eyes moved to the panels below. The story followed a young boy with light hair, named Hikaru Shindo. He was rummaging through an old family home, looking for things to sell, and eventually stumbled upon a square box. This box turned out to be a Go board. Hikaru intended to pawn it for money, but as he wiped it clean, he noticed what looked like bloodstains on the board. His childhood friend, Akari, couldn't see the stains, but Hikaru started hearing strange voices. At this point, Jada's attention was fully captured. In the next frame, a man dressed in ancient clothes holding a fan appeared behind Hikaru. This was Fujiwara no Sai. However, Jada suddenly frowned. There was something oddly familiar about this character. She stared at the page for a moment, then turned her gaze toward Ren, about to ask him something. Then she glanced back at the page, looked up at Ren again, and repeated the process a few more times. Finally, a series of black lines appeared on her forehead. Good grief, her husband had actually used his own face as a model for this character. Ren was already quite handsome, and with his artistic skill, he had made Sai look dignified, elegant, and refined, with an air of grace and wisdom. An idea suddenly popped into Jada's mind, and her eyes lit up with excitement. She realized she could have some fun with this. She thought about getting a costume made for Ren. After all, he looked so much like the character. Considering how Ren loved when she indulged in cosplay for him, it was only fair for her to turn the tables and have him do it for her this time. And not just this traditional Japanese outfit, she was already thinking about custom-tailored hanfu outfits for him too. The more Jada thought about it, the more eager she became, her eyes gleaming with mischief. Noticing the mischievous glint in his wife's eyes, Ren suddenly felt a shiver run down his spine. "Jada, what are you planning?" he asked, eyeing her warily. He had a bad feeling about this. "Oh, nothing," Jada replied, flipping her hair casually as she gave him a sweet smile. "I'm just surprised at how good your manga is, that's all." She kept her plan to herself for now, she'd spring it on him later once the costumes were ready. For 10 advanced chapters, patreon.com/Michael translates. Chapter 343, Untitled. 1212 words. In the next part of the story, the Hionira Go master, Fujiwara no Sai, possesses Hikaru Shindo, pulling him into the world of Go. Soon after, Hikaru encounters his eternal rival, the Go prodigy, Akira Toya. With Sai's help, Hikaru manages to defeat Akira, and from there, he starts attending Go classes for Sai's sake. However, Hikaru soon realizes that the world of Go is much deeper and more complex than he had imagined. Hikaru and Sai later enter a national children's Go tournament, where they meet prominent players like Seiji Ogata and Akira's father, Akira Toya. The pacing of the story was excellent, keeping Jada hooked for 3 straight chapters. After reading, she put the manuscript down slowly. She was left wanting more. However, Jada looked at Ren, a bit confused. "This is a great manga, but what's up with this?" she asked, pointing at the Go board in the panels. There aren't any Go stones on the board. Indeed, in Ren's draft, the board was completely empty, no stones placed at all. "Oh, I did that on purpose," Ren explained, waving his hand dismissively. "I'll need to get someone who knows Go to help with that part later." Originally, Ren had planned to directly copy the manga from the system. But halfway through, he realized there could be a problem. This world, after all, was a parallel universe. It was entirely possible that what looked like ordinary Go moves in the original manga could, in this world, be considered groundbreaking plays, like the divine move or something extraordinary. The last thing Ren wanted was to become some accidental Go genius because of his manga. And it wasn't just the Go moves, there could be other differences between Japan's Go community in his previous world and the Go Association in this world. So, in his draft, Ren deliberately left all the Go board scenes blank. He planned to fill them in later during the final artwork phase after consulting with a Go expert. It was like a fill-in-the-blanks puzzle. He'd draw an empty Go board and let professional Go players select the appropriate moves that would fit the plot. There was no need to follow the original exactly. After all, this was a commissioned work by Japan's Go Association. They were providing the funding, so they should at least contribute a few experts to help. If they liked what they saw, Ren figured they'd pick some pretty solid Go moves to feature. As for the concern that the manga wouldn't meet the Go Association's standards, Ren wasn't worried. Even though this was a parallel version of Japan, the two worlds still had a lot of similarities. In Ren's previous world, Hikaru no Go had a profound impact on the Go community. The release of Hikaru no Go had caused a surge in the number of Go enthusiasts in Japan. According to Japan's Go white paper at the time, by the year 2000, the number of Go players had risen from 3.9 million in 1998 to 4.6 million. Though it was still far from the peak of 9.4 million, the popularity of Go was clearly on the rise. The anime adaptation of Hikaru no Go had also led to a significant increase in the number of participants in the children's Go tournament. The popularity of the series even set new records for attendance at the National Boys and Girls Go tournament and the High School Go Championship preliminaries. It was the first time in the history of the game that an anime had such a massive influence. The series even sparked a debate in the Go community about whether the Go masters of the past were stronger than contemporary players. In short, Hikaru no Go had become a quintessential Go manga in Ren's previous world. "So, I'm counting on you," Ren said, smiling at Jada. "If it goes through, we'll need them to provide some Go experts to help out." "No problem," Jada agreed. In Tokyo, Go master Tanamatsu had been feeling quite anxious lately. The suggestion he had put forward seemed to be failing. After contacting several manga artists, including those outside the sports genre, none had produced a satisfactory Go manga. Not one of the works met the standards he had set. Even with his relatively high tolerance for Go manga, none of the drafts were acceptable, and he was far more knowledgeable about the game than the average reader. If he couldn't even approve of these works, what chance did they have with a general audience? "I should have known better than to make that suggestion in the first place," Tanamatsu sighed, feeling regret. Only 2 more manga artists left. But I doubt they'll be any better, he thought gloomily. Truth be told, he wanted to go straight to those artists' homes to oversee their work, but he had to be patient and wait for them to finish on their own. Just as he was lost in thought, a colleague approached him. "Tanamatsu-san, the drafts from those last 2 manga artists have arrived." "Really?" "Pass them over, please." Tanamatsu perked up and immediately reached out for the manuscripts. One of the drafts was from a well-known Japanese manga artist. This artist was particularly skilled at creating action-packed, intense scenes, and although Go was a quiet and strategic game, Tanamatsu thought a high-energy approach might work. The other draft was from the Chinese manga artist Ren, whom his son had recommended. Although Tanamatsu and his son had high hopes for Ren, he decided to start with the Japanese artist's work. After all, relying on a foreign artist to depict a quintessentially Japanese game like Go would reflect poorly on their own manga creators. So, he opened the manuscript titled Attack on Go and began reading. A few moments later, "This won't do either," he muttered, rubbing his temples, a tired look crossing his face. There were basic errors in the depiction of Go strategy. With a sigh, Tanamatsu set the draft aside and finally opened Ren's manuscript. Hikaru no Go, who? He thought the title was promising. As he flipped through the first few pages, Tanamatsu's interest was piqued. The story pulled him in, and soon enough, he found himself eagerly turning page after page. By the time he reached the scene where the ancient Go master, Sai, appeared behind the young boy Hikaru, he was completely hooked. He read through the entire first chapter in one go and continued straight through the next 2. After finishing, he set the manuscript down slowly. "This is incredible," he murmured. Even though it was only the beginning, the story had already captivated him. However, how will the story progress from here, he wondered. With a character like Sai always guiding Hikaru, it felt like having an unbeatable advantage, almost like playing a game with cheat codes. While the strong start was exciting, Tanamatsu worried that the story might lose momentum later. Many manga had a similar problem, a thrilling beginning but a lackluster finish. And then, of course, there was the issue of the missing Go moves. Tanamatsu realized he needed to have a conversation with Ren about how to handle the Go matches in the story. For 10 advanced chapters, patreon.com/Michael translates. Chapter 344, Hikaru no Go released. 1063 words. In the following days, Ren traveled to Japan's Go Association. The association assigned a professional Go player to assist in the creation of Hikaru no Go, ensuring that the characters' judgments and depictions of the game were accurate. In the early chapters, moves from the Edo period were used, drawing from real historical matches. However, since Hikaru no Go was going to be a long-term series, the professional players assisting Ren changed depending on who was available at the time. After all, most professional Go players were busy participating in various tournaments, pursuing Go titles, or playing in national leagues, so it was difficult for them to devote extended periods to the project. In the beginning, this collaboration took place in person, but as time went on, video calls were used to offer guidance remotely. Thanks to the help of Japan's Go Association, time flew by, and Ren's new manga was finally released in both Japan and China. Japan. Ai Haina, a young girl, stood in a bookstore, searching for the latest issue of Picker Comics. This comic publisher was one of the few from China that had established a branch in Japan. Ari had first heard about this company thanks to Ultraman Tiga, a popular live-action superhero series aired on TV Asahi. Yes, it was the same series that boys loved for its action-packed posing and special effects. During the opening credits of Ultraman Tiga, Ari noticed the publisher's logo, which piqued her curiosity. She bought one of the company's comic magazines and was surprised to find its comics were not only fun but of very high quality. Some examples of these high-quality works were Your Name and Full Metal Alchemist. Ari especially loved Full Metal Alchemist. She knew what it meant when a work won an Oscar, and Full Metal Alchemist had garnered significant international acclaim. Recently, she had also seen movies like The Garden of Sinners and Fate Stay Night in theaters, both produced by the same company. This only made her like the company even more. Who? Ari stopped in her tracks when she saw today's cover of Picker Comics. There wasn't a comic featured on the cover, but an advertisement instead, promoting a new series in Weekly Shonen Jump. A comic publisher advertising a series from a rival publisher? That was a bold move. Even though Ari considered herself well-versed in manga, she was still confused by what she saw. Wasn't Picker worried that this would affect the sales of their own comics? The truth was, Ren and his team had wanted Hikaru no Go to be published in their own magazine. However, despite the fact that Picker's Japan branch had begun to establish a presence in the country, it still didn't have the deep roots that long-established Japanese companies did. Additionally, the Go Association's primary goal was to promote the game, so it naturally wanted Hikaru no Go, the series it had commissioned, to be published in a major, native magazine, Weekly Shonen Jump. Still, this situation wasn't without benefits. The first page of Hikaru no Go in Weekly Shonen Jump would include a note saying, from the renowned Picker Comics master, the fierce tiger of the empire, comes a new masterpiece. This was essentially a promotional boost for Picker Comics, helping to increase its influence in Japan even further. Interesting. Ari said aloud, curiosity piqued by the ad. She decided to pick up a copy of Weekly Shonen Jump to see what kind of manga was intriguing enough for Picker to advertise. Grabbing the magazine, she paid for it along with her copy of Picker Comics. Back home, Ari immediately flipped to the new Go-themed manga. Hikaru no Go, who? A manga about Go? Sports manga? Ari wasn't one to be pretentious, but she did raise an eyebrow at the idea of a Go-centered manga. The premise was certainly unique. But it was too unique, wasn't it? To be fair, Ari wasn't like most girls her age. She enjoyed things that boys typically liked, such as action-packed manga, fighting games, and even live-action superhero shows. She could handle sports manga too, whether it was about soccer, basketball, or baseball. At least people were familiar with those sports to some extent, and they had plenty of fans. But Go? Why choose a game with such a niche audience and high entry barrier? To Ari, Go was just two people sitting stiffly over a board, playing for hours, sometimes even over 10 hours. Could a manga about that really be interesting? It was unique, sure. But it was too niche. For people who didn't know Go, reading a Go manga might be as exciting as reading a textbook. But this is from Ren, the porter. She thought back to Ren's other works. He had a great track record, producing consistently enjoyable manga. She remembered Cooking Master Boy, another of Ren's works, which had turned cooking into an exciting and fun genre. Thinking it over, maybe Ren really could make Go interesting. With a little hope, Ari started reading Hikaru no Go. As soon as she opened the first page, Ari immediately sensed something different about this manga. When Fujiwara no Sai appeared before Hikaru, the godlike imagery practically leaped off the page, leaving her in awe. She read 2 chapters in one go, then gently placed the manga down. Ari was stunned. She had never imagined that a sports manga about Go, something she didn't understand at all, could make her feel so thrilled and engaged, almost like the first time she had ever picked up a manga. My goodness! This is incredible! To be honest, when the manga explained some of the Go mechanics, she didn't really understand any of it. But despite that, she couldn't help but keep reading. She found herself really enjoying this Go manga. However, Ari had a lingering doubt. In the end, it was still a manga about Go. There were bound to be readers who would see the subject matter and never give it a chance. No, I have to recommend this manga. Ari felt that if Hikaru no Go could draw her in, someone who didn't even know how to play Go, then this manga definitely deserved more attention. With that thought, Ari logged into her Line account and headed to 2CH, where she began spreading the word about Hikaru no Go, promoting it to others. For 10 advanced chapters, patreon.com/Michael translates. Chapter 345, A Different Kind of Go Manga. 1047 words. In Tokyo's Chiyoda district, at the prestigious private middle school, first year class A, it was break time. Hey, Shinpachi, do you know if there really was someone like Fujiwara no Sai in Japan's history? Asked Haru Amamiya, a classmate of Shinpachi Matsuda. He sounded puzzled and curious as he turned to Shinpachi for answers. I'm not the Shinpachi from Gintama, idiot! Shinpachi Matsuda snapped back after being momentarily stunned by Haru's question. Then he realized what Haru was referring to and smiled. Wait, so you've been reading Hikaru no Go too? Weren't you the one who said you'd never touch a Go manga? Well, you know, things change. Haru scratched the back of his head awkwardly. He recalled how adamant he had been when Hikaru no Go first started serializing, telling Shinpachi he'd never waste time on a Go manga. Now, he felt a bit embarrassed. But pushing that embarrassment aside, he refocused on his question, forget about me reading the manga. Was Fujiwara no Sai really a historical figure? The manga got me curious. Nope, Shinpachi waved his hand dismissively. Sai is completely fictional, and so is the other Go master, Sugawara no Mikizane. Shinpachi had been curious about this himself when he first started reading the manga. He had looked through historical records and even asked his father, only to confirm that Fujiwara no Sai was purely a creation of the story. Oh, really? Haru looked visibly disappointed after hearing Shinpachi's answer. Their conversation piqued the interest of another classmate, Kudo Shunichi, who had been listening in. Is Hikaru no Go really that good? Kudo had glanced at the manga a few times in Weekly Shonen Jump, but it hadn't grabbed his attention. After all, to him, Go seemed like a boring, slow game for old men, especially compared to more exciting games like chess or even tic-tac-toe. What kind of story could possibly make a friend like Haru, who had no interest in Go, suddenly care about it? It's awesome! I never knew Go could be this interesting. You should definitely check it out, Haru and Shinpachi said in unison. Then Haru, as if he'd just remembered something, added, Hey, Kudo, aren't you the popular blogger? If you recommended Hikaru no Go on your blog, it'd totally blow up. Kudo hesitated. Well, I'll give it a try. If it's as good as you guys say, I might post about it. He wasn't going to make any promises just based on his friend's recommendations. After all, if the manga turned out to be dull, it could hurt his blog's reputation. Don't worry. You'll love it. Both Haru and Shinpachi gave him a thumbs up, flashing smiles that mirrored the energy of Naruto's Might Guy. Later that day, after school, Kudo headed home. He wasn't part of any after-school clubs, so he usually went straight home. As soon as he got there, he was met with his parents' usual nagging, telling him to stop staying inside so much and socialize more. Frustrated, he ate dinner as quickly as possible and retreated to his room, slamming the door shut behind him. Finally, some peace and quiet. Pulling out recent issues of Shonen Jump, Kudo planned to check out Hikaru no Go, curious to see what all the fuss was about. After all, if Haru, who had always dismissed Go, was hooked, there had to be something special about it. The first chapter introduced the main characters. But by the second chapter, when Hikaru Shindo beat Akira Toya, Kudo felt an undeniable sense of satisfaction. For a moment, he imagined himself as Hikaru. When Hikaru defeated the genius Akira, Kudo shared in the victory, feeling a deep sense of accomplishment. He immediately recognized Akira as the classic rival character who would likely challenge Hikaru again and again throughout the story, just like in other sports manga. But as he read on, Kudo realized that Hikaru no Go was different from typical sports manga. Akira Toya wasn't just some disposable character meant for Hikaru to repeatedly outshine. In fact, Akira soon defeated Hikaru, which surprised Kudo. Normally, in stories like this, the hero losing would make readers dislike the rival character, but Akira's seriousness, dedication, and humble nature made it impossible to hate him. This unexpected turn in the plot drew Kudo further in. After a while, Kudo let out a deep breath. The manga was brilliant. It completely broke away from the usual sports manga formulas. Honestly, the story was simple. There were no flashy twists, no mind-blowing plot points, but it was engrossing. Kudo found himself turning page after page, unable to stop. And the reason was simple. It's the realism, Kudo whispered to himself. Everything felt so authentic. Unlike typical sports manga, where the drama was exaggerated for excitement, Hikaru no Go felt grounded in reality. It portrayed the Go world in a way that was both informative and engaging, from local Go parlors to school Go clubs and professional exams. He figured future chapters would probably dive deeper into Go competitions, title matches, and tournaments. The manga provided a complete view of the Go world through Hikaru's journey. Despite its calm tone, the story was incredibly compelling. Not only was the Go world portrayed realistically, but so were the characters. There was Ogata, a Go player who was immensely talented but prone to mental breakdowns under pressure. Then there was Kashiwagi, who quit playing Go after realizing his lack of natural talent. And there was Oki, who was strict with himself, competitive to the point of being hostile to others, but still a developing youth. Each character naturally showed the harsh realities of professional competition, where the pursuit of excellence was endless, and there was always someone better. At first, Kudo had wondered how a story about two people quietly sitting across a Go board could work. After all, the game seemed too calm for exciting storytelling. But the manga cleverly focused on the psychological battles between the players. Through expressions of focus, tension, and composure, the story highlighted the subtleties of high-level Go matches. This is going to be huge, Kudo muttered to himself. Satisfied with his judgment, he decided he would definitely feature Hikaru no Go on his blog. For 10 advanced chapters, patreon.com/Michael translates. Chapter 346, Impact. 1021 words. Wow, Hikaru no Go is such a great manga. Highly recommend. Yeah, even though I don't know how to play Go, I found it incredibly fun after reading Hikaru no Go. Sai is so handsome. He's officially my new husband. I have to admit, this is one of the best sports and competition manga I've read in recent years. Who would have thought someone could make Go so exciting? That artist, the porter, is really talented. After reading the manga, I even bought a Go board. Let me guess, you probably ended up playing Gomoku on it instead of Go, right? How did you know? Because I did the same thing. I'm seriously considering learning how to play Go now. Me too. Go seems so cool. On Japan's various social media platforms, the buzz surrounding Hikaru no Go was growing more and more intense. Many people were discussing this brilliant work from a talented comic artist from China. Some readers were already fans of Hikaru no Go and, noticing that no one else seemed to be talking about it, took to forums to post long reviews. Some even wrote helpful posts explaining the manga to attract readers who weren't familiar with Go. They included information about Sai's character, basic Go terms, and even explanations of certain Go moves to lower the entry barrier for new readers. As discussions increased, more readers who had initially dismissed the manga due to its title decided to give it a try. Once they started, many were hooked, reading all the available chapters in one go and then rereading them. They just couldn't put it down. Beyond the gripping storyline, the characters were a major topic of discussion. The trio of Akira Toya, Hikaru Shindo, and Sai each had distinct personalities and traits, which attracted fans of different kinds. Sai, in particular, became a favorite among some female readers. After seeing his handsome appearance, they eagerly went back to reread the manga, and many expressed that if Sai merchandise were available, they'd buy it immediately. The rising popularity of Hikaru no Go even inspired other manga artists to believe that a resurgence of sports and competition-themed manga was on the horizon. Some started new manga projects in this genre, hoping to tap into this fresh market. However, most of these projects didn't gain significant traction, though that's a story for another time. Meanwhile, at the Japan Go Institute, Grandmaster Kiryu, a 9th Dan Go player, sat in his office sipping tea, deep in thought about the current state of the Go community in Japan. Although the Go Institute was now officially government-backed and no longer needed to worry about financial struggles, it didn't mean they could spend money recklessly. If the funds they'd spent on commissioning this manga turned out to be wasted, there would surely be critics. Knock, knock. Just then, the door to Kiryu's office was knocked on. Upon his invitation to enter, 9th Dan player Matsuda stepped inside. Chairman! Great news! Matsuda burst into the room, waving a document in his hand, his face beaming with excitement. Oh? What's the good news? Kiryu raised an eyebrow at Matsuda's enthusiasm. Look at this! Matsuda handed over the file. Kiryu took it and, as he skimmed the contents, his eyes widened, and his mouth dropped open in shock. It took him a moment to process what he was reading. His voice trembled slightly as he spoke. Is this real? Yes. Matsuda could barely contain his excitement. At first, I couldn't believe it either, but after confirming it multiple times, I can assure you that my idea has worked. Even though these are just the results from the last 2 months, it's already a promising sign. This is incredible. Kiryu's lips quivered with emotion. For a long time, the Go Institute had been facing a troubling issue. The number of people interested in learning Go had been steadily declining, and the game's popularity was waning. But the report Matsuda presented revealed a surprising shift. Across various Go centers around Japan, the number of children enrolling to learn Go had increased. And according to surveys, most of these new students either wanted to play Go after reading Hikaru no Go or were brought by parents who were inspired by the manga to enroll their children. Spread the word. Let everyone know about this fantastic news. Kiryu took a deep breath and composed himself, his expression returning to calm. Matsuda couldn't help but admire Kiryu's ability to remain so composed. This was what made Kiryu such a capable leader. Even after hearing such excellent news, he'd only allowed himself a brief moment of excitement before quickly regaining his composure. Perhaps to Kiryu, this was just a small step forward for the Go Institute. Ah? Chairman. Matsuda hesitated for a moment, as though he had more to say. Matsuda-san, speak freely, Kiryu said with a gentle smile. After all, it was Matsuda's proposal that had led to this success. Maybe he had more ideas for boosting Go's popularity. Actually, Matsuda began, there's been an interesting discussion online recently. People are debating whether Go players from the olden days were stronger than today's players. I was thinking, we could use this discussion to further boost Go's popularity. Oh? Is that so? Kiryu nodded thoughtfully. Then go ahead and follow through with your plan. Kiryu stood up and placed a hand on Matsuda's shoulder. The future of Go rests with young people like you. Yes, sir. With Kiryu's approval, Matsuda left the office, eager to share the good news with the rest of the Go Institute. As Matsuda closed the door behind him, "Ha ha ha!" Kiryu finally let out a burst of laughter, slapping his thigh in delight. Outside, just a short distance down the hallway, Matsuda paused mid-step, his brow furrowing slightly. Had he just heard someone laughing? He glanced around but saw no one. Maybe it's just my imagination, he thought, shrugging it off as he continued walking. The idea of Kiryu, who was always so serious, laughing in the Go Institute seemed impossible to Matsuda. For 10 advanced chapters, patreon.com/Michael translates. Chapter 347, Untitled. 1054 words. The manga Hikaru no Go didn't just become popular in Japan, it also gained many fans in China. However, while many people enjoyed the calm and strategic elements of the Go-themed manga, some weren't as impressed. Why make a manga about a foreign game? And why about Go in Japan? China is the birthplace of Go. A certain user on Weibo, known for criticizing the porter's work, raised this issue. Initially, readers were simply curious about the Go manga and read it because it seemed interesting. However, after this account pointed it out, some people started feeling uncomfortable, sparking complaints. Although the story was captivating and the explanations about Go were detailed and insightful, making it easy for even complete beginners to understand the game, some people felt the focus should have been on promoting Chinese Go, not Japanese Go. How can this be right? China is the birthplace of Go. Why isn't this manga promoting our own Go instead of Japan's? They argued. Despite these criticisms, the majority still enjoyed the porter's work, and Ren's fans quickly stepped in to defend the manga. A Go manga set in China? What's there to draw? China's Go players are as unbeatable as our ping-pong champions. There's no challenge. If the story revolves around internal rivalry, that'd just lead to infighting. What do you want? The porter to create some foreign Go player who defeats our champions and has the protagonist save Chinese Go. That's just unrealistic. Exactly. Wait, are we really number one in Go? I didn't know that, some fans reacted in surprise. Indeed, in this world, as the birthplace of Go, China had once faced a decline due to wars and external factors. But as the economy grew, China reclaimed its position as the world leader in Go. With that context, many who initially jumped on the criticism bandwagon quickly realized the counter-argument made sense. If the story were set in China, the protagonist would need to face strong foreign opponents to make his journey interesting. But this would also mean portraying foreign players as better than local ones, which would feel like undermining China's dominance in Go. Thus, the debate quickly faded. In contrast, Hikaru no Go sparked significant interest in Go and other sports-related manga genres in China. However, its impact wasn't quite the same as in Japan. In Japan, many children, curious after reading the Go manga, flocked to Go schools, boosting both the game's popularity and the number of Go players. In China, however, parents viewed this as a distraction from their children's studies. Regardless of the world, Chinese children are often faced with one priority: academics. Go? It could be a hobby, sure, but dedicating too much time to it was not something most parents would support. It was much like how Ren viewed soccer in his previous life. China had many soccer fans who were frustrated with the country's lack of success in the sport and dreamed of change. While some soccer-loving parents were happy to let their kids play as a hobby, very few would choose soccer as a serious career over academics. In China, learning to change one's life through education was a deeply ingrained tradition, dating back to the days of the imperial exam system. This mindset wasn't easy to change. Meanwhile, as Hikaru no Go continued to gain traction, other works were nearing their end. For example, Cells at Work. Black was now on its 11th episode. In the previous episode, the cells inside the body had been dealing with the consequences of the host's poor eating habits, which had led to stomach ulcers. As stomach acid surged out, threatening to destroy everything, the red blood cells were still working tirelessly to deliver oxygen to a body that didn't even care for itself. And it was during this moment that the protagonist's best friend, a fellow red blood cell, died. What a terrible body. After reading the latest chapter of Hikaru no Go, Daniel flipped through Cells at Work. Black. In Daniel's opinion, this series was bleak from start to finish. It had LDL cholesterol clogging arteries, red blood cells fighting through CO poisoning and bacteria, liver cells forcing themselves to smile through immense pressure, red blood cells and sperm cells dying left and right, white blood cells engaging in hopeless battles, and killer T cells wiping out even friendly forces without remorse. The death of the protagonist's friend only made the situation more heart-wrenching. Thinking about the scenes where the dead white blood cells' bodies floated down a river, Daniel felt an urge to punch the body's owner in the face. The message throughout the story was clear: this body was in terrible condition, and the cell's work was pointless and in vain. The series was a constant warning to its readers, filled with negativity. But it's certainly effective, Daniel admitted. Since reading this manga, his lifestyle had changed drastically. His diet was much healthier. He'd quit smoking, rarely drank alcohol, and always went to bed by 11 p.m. to get a full 8 hours of sleep. Before bed, he'd drink a warm glass of milk and do 20 minutes of stretching to relax, ensuring a deep sleep until morning. When he went for a checkup, even the doctor told him his health was perfect. Feeling relieved, Daniel turned the page to continue reading the manga. In the new chapter, after his friend's death, the protagonist, the red blood cell, had become severely depressed. He refused to go to work and stayed curled up in bed. Seeing how the once eager rookie red blood cell had been crushed by life, growing more and more hopeless, reminded many readers of themselves. They, too, had once been energetic and motivated when starting their jobs. Now, they found themselves lying in bed, feeling like useless slugs once the workday ended. The terrible work environment and societal pressures had beaten them down. But, as with the cells, the world didn't revolve around them. The red blood cell had no time to recover. The crisis from the last chapter had only been the beginning. As the protagonist lay in his bed, motionless, the body suffered from lack of sleep and exercise. Inside the body, sharp, inorganic, giant objects started to appear. For 10 advanced chapters, patreon.com/Michael translates. Chapter 348, The End of Cells at Work. Black. 1,156 words. The sharp inorganic objects in the body were a result of overeating and drinking, leading to the formation of uric acid crystals. This caused the white blood cells to mistake the crystals for harmful bacteria, triggering an attack and resulting in gout. When the truth about the situation came to light, many of the white blood cells found it hard to accept. However, at that moment, one cell stepped forward. With a metal rod in hand and a grim expression on his face, the red blood cell protagonist walked forward while others looked on in confusion. Then, Juang. If this body doesn't suffer a little, it will never understand our cries of pain. No matter how hard we work, if this body doesn't change its ways, it's all useless. It was none other than the protagonist, the red blood cell, who said these words. His action sparked a shared sentiment among the cells, all of whom had suffered greatly due to the body's poor condition. In other words, the cells rebelled. When readers saw this scene, instead of feeling angry, they were filled with satisfaction. They felt the rebellion was well-deserved and that the cells' uprising was a fantastic moment. After all, the readers had been following these cells since the first chapter and knew the hardships they had endured. The transformation of the red blood cell from an eager, optimistic worker to someone filled with despair, anger, and avoidance was perfectly understandable. If the readers were in the cell's shoes, they probably would have revolted long ago. The readers truly empathized with the cells. However, just as things seemed to be heading towards chaos, a white figure leaped out and tightly hugged the red blood cell, stopping him from fully succumbing to the darkness. True love at its finest. I'm in love again. Apart from the dark and gritty tone of the story, one of the most beloved elements of Cells at Work. Black was the relationship between the red and white blood cells. In the original Cells at Work, the interactions between the red and white blood cells had a sweet, innocent charm, like the beginning of young love. But in Black, their bond was forged through adversity and hardship, carrying a deeper and more intense emotional weight. While it was unlikely the cells would ever confess their feelings, the repeated moments of crisis where the red and white blood cells found each other left a subtle sweetness that readers couldn't get enough of. Many even wished the two would end up together. A new week had begun. In most parts of China, snow had already started to fall. Outside, snowflakes danced in the air, while inside, Daniel enjoyed the warmth of the heating in his room. He was in such comfort that he wore only a short-sleeved shirt and was sweating from the heat. He picked up the latest issue of Picker Comics and began reading the Black version of Cells at Work. 2 chapters this week? Looks like it's wrapping up. Daniel muttered as he noticed the double-issue announcement on the cover. This series was created by one of the porter's apprentices. Unlike the porter, who had the resources to hire a full team of assistants, his apprentice wasn't as well off. So, their manga followed the usual release schedule of 1 chapter per week, unlike the porter's, which sometimes had multiple chapters released at once. A double issue usually meant only one thing: the series was about to end. With a hint of regret, Daniel began reading the story. Although the cells still hadn't fully understood the purpose of their work, the red blood cell protagonist decided to keep doing his job of delivering oxygen. Unfortunately, the body's condition continued to deteriorate at an alarming rate. The arteries were clogged with cholesterol and fatty deposits, and the plaque was starting to break apart. This led to construction work all over the body, signaling that the internal structures were on the verge of collapse. This body is done for, Daniel thought as he watched the buildings crumble, even causing a heart attack. Surely, they won't kill the body, right? Daniel worried. After all, the porter's apprentice had inherited the porter's tendency to throw in shocking twists at the last minute. The porter's students had all picked up this knack for drama, always stirring things up just before the finale. Your Lie in April had ended the same way. Honestly, Daniel didn't mind if the body died. He had been frustrated with how the owner treated himself for a long time. But if the body died, didn't that mean the cells inside would die too? And Daniel didn't want that, especially not for the red and white blood cells. As the collapse sped up, Daniel's fears worsened. When a broadcast announced the imminent failure of the body, readers' hearts sank. The cells had fought so hard to keep the body going, but now, it seemed like everything was about to end. As one by one the lights in the body flickered out, readers felt their hope dim as well. Was there really no saving it? However, amidst all the despair, the red blood cell protagonist refused to give up. Is it because we're stuck in a corrupt system that we're forced to work so hard? Now that we're about to die, shouldn't we just stop working? That doesn't matter. He worked because he chose to. He wanted to deliver oxygen. In that moment, all his past doubts, his despair after losing his friend, they all vanished. He had found his purpose again and was charging forward with no hesitation. He had found his answer. Seeing the red blood cell's determination, the other cells clung to the hope that the body's heart might continue to beat. In the end, miraculously, the body was saved. The cells resumed their work, even though it was likely that they were only delaying the inevitable. After reaching the conclusion of the story, countless readers couldn't help but curse the cells. They were angry that these cells continued working for such a terrible, neglectful body that only took from them and never gave anything back. But when they saw the joy on the cells' faces as they resumed their duties, the readers' hearts softened. Of course, it was their job to keep working. It was because of these cells that people could keep living, wasn't it? If they really cared about the cells' hard work, the least they could do was stop eating unhealthy food and maintain a proper sleep schedule. At the end of the story, readers left comments reflecting their thoughts. Wow, the white blood cell blushing at the end was so cute. I'm in love. Ha ha, you know your white blood cell eats bacteria raw, right? I don't care, I'd still let her eat me. The red and white cells are still giving off romantic vibes. What a relief! For 10 advanced chapters, patreon.com/Michael translates. Chapter 349, untitled. 1,126 words. During the Lunar New Year, the entire nation of China was celebrating this important holiday. Firecrackers had been going off since the early hours of the morning, and even now, the occasional pop could still be heard. This year, Ren and his family planned to return to his hometown to celebrate the New Year. So, early in the morning, Ren went to wake up his little daughter, who was still sleeping. The warm blankets in winter made it the perfect time for a lazy morning, especially for kids. After a whole semester of school, Ye was finally on break. Plus, she had stayed up until midnight the previous night, so waking her up was no easy task. Time to get up, Ren said gently, standing beside Ye's bed. In response, Ye snuggled deeper under the covers. Little lazy pig, get up. Mommy and your brother are already awake. Mommy even got up early to exercise. How can you still be sleeping in? Ren gently nudged his daughter. Just 5 more. Ye mumbled sleepily, barely able to form her words. 5 more minutes? Ren asked, half smiling at her incomplete sentence. 500 years, zzz. Ye mumbled before her eyelids drooped, and she drifted back to sleep. Ren was left speechless for a moment. Clearly, he had no choice but to use his secret weapon. A mischievous glint appeared in Ren's eyes. If you don't wake up, I'm going to put my cold hands under your blanket, he teased, grinning. No. Ye's head slowly emerged from the blankets, her sleepy eye squinting at her dad. She sniffled like a little piglet, still reluctant to wake up. She pouted, turned her head to the other side, and pulled the covers over herself, leaving part of her back exposed. She curled up like a little bug, eyes peeking out from a small gap in the blanket. I've been sealed by the blanket monster. I can't get up, she mumbled. Seeing his daughter like this, Ren knew it was time for his ultimate card. Today, we're going to Grandma's house, and you'll get red envelopes with money. In an instant, Ye's eye sparkled, though it quickly faded. She sulked, I'm not going. You always take my red envelopes away anyway. She looked genuinely upset as she said this. All the money you get this year will be yours, Ren said, feeling a bit soft-hearted. It was understandable. The poor kid had worked so hard to collect her lucky money only to have it all taken away by her mom. Really? Ye perked up, poking her head out in excitement. Really? Ren nodded. But you can't spend it recklessly like before. Truth be told, the reason Ye's money had been taken away last time was because of her own doing. Even adults have trouble controlling their spending when they have a bit of extra money, let alone a child with a pocket full of cash. At first, Ren and Jada hadn't taken Ye's money. But when she started buying all sorts of junk from the school store, Jada had no choice but to confiscate it. Okay. Ye hesitated for a moment before agreeing. She held out her little hand and said, Pinky promise. Pinky promise, 100 years no change. Ren said, hooking his pinky with hers. After brushing her teeth, washing her face, and eating breakfast, the family of 4, along with their dog, hit the road. When they arrived at Ren's hometown, he was surprised to find that it wasn't just his wife and kids waiting for him at home, there was a whole crowd. His mom's relatives had also come to visit for New Year's, which wasn't unusual, though they usually came later in the holiday. A bunch of kids were running around, excitedly talking about wanting to watch Ultraman and asking for new comic updates after discovering Ren was the porter. They had even come to his hometown to demand updates. Ren couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. When would manga artists ever have the freedom to say, I just don't feel like drawing today, without getting pestered? He suddenly found himself admiring the genius Hunter x Hunter creator, Togashi. He could quit drawing at any time, spend his days playing mahjong, and still be supported by a rich and beautiful wife. Rich wife? Ren glanced over at Jada, who was chatting with the relatives. Oh, right, his wife was also a successful woman. Well, that settled it. Thinking about it, Ren realized he didn't actually have to keep drawing. His company was running smoothly now, and they were doing well. But being a manga artist with a conscience, Ren wouldn't abandon his work like Togashi. He was still young. Maybe he would stop drawing when he was in his late 30s or early 40s. After all, whoever complains about having too much money? Just look at all those successful business people. No matter how much they make, they're always looking for ways to earn more. Money really is a good thing. Ren was slightly frustrated, but Yeye was having the time of her life. She had received lots of lucky money this year, and none of it would be taken away. Yeye giggled as she counted her red envelopes. She was so happy that she didn't even bother to put them in her pockets. Then, out of the corner of her eye, she spotted her little brother and immediately started showing off. Hee, little brother, I got lucky money. Do you want some? Her little brother, still curious about the bright red envelopes, stared wide-eyed at them, captivated. Seeing Yeye showing off, Ren couldn't help but feel like teasing her. Oh? Yeye is so nice, she's going to give her brother some lucky money. Ren said, reaching out as if to take one of the envelopes. Yeye immediately pulled her hand back, clutching the envelopes to her chest. She glared at Ren, looking like she was ready to explode. Dad! You promised not to take my money. Wait, I thought you were going to give your brother one of your red envelopes. Ren asked, pretending to be surprised. Why would I give him my money? Yeye puffed out her cheeks, clearly angry. Oh, I see. So you're not giving him any? Ren sighed dramatically and looked down at the little boy squirming in his arms. Poor thing, Yeye won't give you any lucky money, even though she's your big sister. She's supposed to be your elder, you know. Yeye's little brother, still too young to understand, tilted his head in confusion and stared at his sister, his innocent eyes wide. He pointed at her and asked, Sister. For 10 advanced chapters, patreon.com/Michael translates. Chapter 350, The Greedy Little Girl. 1073 words. The little guy's big, innocent black eyes stared at Yeye. Yeye suddenly felt like it would be a crime if she didn't give her little brother a red envelope. But Yeye looked down at the red envelopes in her hands. She didn't want to give them up. Her heart raced with anxiety, and she began to feel helpless, her eyes welling up with tears. Ren, however, hadn't noticed her distress and continued, Do you know the meaning behind lucky money? In ancient times, it was a tradition to give red envelopes to ward off bad luck for the coming year. It said that lucky money can suppress evil spirits, so if younger children receive it, they will stay safe for the whole year. As he spoke, Ren's tone grew darker, and his expression became eerie. He lowered his voice menacingly, but if you don't give your brother a red envelope, well, who knows what might happen. Rah! Before Ren could finish, he felt a sharp pain in his toe. Honestly. I leave you alone for a bit, and you're here causing trouble, Jada scolded, releasing Ren's foot from her grip. It's the new year, why are you saying such unlucky things to the kids? Yeye, however, wasn't paying any attention to her parents' interaction. She had long grown used to their banter. Right now, all she could think about were the consequences of not giving her brother a red envelope. After much internal struggle, she finally, albeit reluctantly, pulled out a plump red envelope from her carefully saved stash and handed it over to Jada. In Yeye's mind, the more money in the red envelope, the safer her brother would be. But she was also worried, if she gave away her red envelope, wouldn't she be less safe? Yeye started to feel conflicted again. She turned her head away, avoiding the sight of the envelope, afraid that she might change her mind if she kept looking at it. Seeing this, Jada couldn't help but laugh. But at the same time, she felt proud of her daughter. Yeye was clearly protective of her little brother. The moment she thought he might be in danger, she didn't hesitate to give up her own lucky money. This was a wonderful act of kindness. Sharing, after all, was something that many children struggled with. Jada gently patted Yaya's head and said, "Your brother already has his own red envelopes, see? They're in his pockets. So, you can keep your money. Little kids don't need to give each other lucky money." As she spoke, Jada reached into her son's pocket. The little guy was wearing a new outfit today, with a cartoon image of Gintoki from Gintama picking his nose, grinning mischievously. It was the kind of face that made people want to smack it. Gintoki's big grin concealed a large pouch on the outfit. Jada unzipped the pouch to reveal several red envelopes inside, showing them to Yaya. After all, Ren and Jada would never favor one child over the other, and these red envelopes were really just symbols, expressions of their love and good wishes for the new year. Though, once the holiday was over, where the money would end up was a different story. Seeing this, Yaya let out a long sigh of relief. Then, with a big smile, she stuffed her own lucky money back into her pockets and shot her dad a triumphant glare. "But you better not spend it recklessly. Keep it safe, or Mommy will have to take it back," Jada warned, reminding Yaya to be responsible. After all, it wasn't a good habit to splurge all her money, and she needed to learn the importance of saving from a young age. Yaya nodded enthusiastically. Agreeing for now, what happens later, who knows? But it didn't take long before her eyes started darting around mischievously, focusing on her brother's Gintoki pocket. Suddenly, Yaya found herself agreeing with something her dad had said earlier. Maybe kids shouldn't have too much money. Plus, what if her brother treated the money like a toy and ripped it up or lost it? Yaya crossed her arms, deep in thought. She decided it was time for her to step up as a big sister and protect her brother's lucky money. She'd just have to make a noble sacrifice for the greater good. With that, Yaya plopped down next to Jada and whispered, "Mommy, I think my brother's red envelopes should be kept somewhere safer. What if he loses them?" Jada blinked, slightly surprised by Yaya's suggestion. Following her daughter's gaze, she saw her son's pocket and immediately understood. So, Yaya had her eye on her brother's red envelopes, huh? Amused, Jada decided to play along. "Oh? So where do you think the safest place would be, Yaya?" "Obviously with me." Yaya puffed out her chest and tapped it confidently. Worried that her mom might not trust her, Yaya started ticking off reasons on her fingers. "Look, Dad is definitely not safe. If the money goes to him, it's as good as gone." "Hey, saying that right in front of me isn't very nice," Ren interjected, giving his daughter a playful, menacing grin. "Better watch out for your red envelopes." "See? I told you." Yaya quickly ducked behind her mom, continuing, "Grandpa and Grandma aren't safe either, since we'll be leaving soon. And as for you, Mom, well, Dad will sneakily take the money from you anyway. So, I'm the only one left." Before she could finish, Yaya yelped in pain, clutching her forehead. Asterisk. Jada had flicked her on the head, clearly seeing through her daughter's ploy. "So, in the end, you just want your brother's red envelopes for yourself, huh? Go play." Rubbing her forehead and pouting, Yaya sulked off, hands behind her back, muttering, "Who wants his red envelopes anyway? Geez, Mom is so mean for misunderstanding me. I was just trying to help." Her little brother, blissfully unaware of Yaya's scheming, had no idea that his sister had almost gotten away with stealing his lucky money. He noticed her walking away and waved her over, inviting her to come play with him. Jada, watching her two kids, couldn't help but smile as she picked up her son and kissed him on the forehead. "You little rascal, still thinking about playing when your sister almost took your lucky money." For 10 advanced chapters, patreon.com/Michael translates. Chapter 351, New Work. 1111 words. The New Year holiday passed quickly. During the Spring Festival, Picker Comics had a long break, which left many readers feeling restless. After all, with no new comics to read during this period, they felt like they had come down with a case of "I can't live without my favorite apps" syndrome. So, when Picker Comics resumed publication, bookstores were packed with long lines of people eager to buy the latest issues. Attack on Titan. Seeing the new release, Ren couldn't help but smile. It was the complete version of Attack on Titan. In his previous life, before crossing over, this series hadn't finished yet. Now, he could read the entire story. Ah, the perks of being a man with a system. At this moment, he couldn't help but think of two other famous series that had yet to conclude in his previous world, One Piece and Detective Conan. Who did Conan end up with? And who was the true boss of the Black Organization? Did Luffy finally become the Pirate King, or was he still the man who would become the Pirate King? Unfortunately, Ren hadn't drawn those two series yet. But having Attack on Titan in its entirety was already a big win for him. Feeling a bit excited, Ren began reading Attack on Titan. Oh, so that's how it is? Ooh? I didn't know that part. As expected of a masterpiece. He read on, muttering to himself as time flew by. Suddenly, he yelled, "What the heck?" Ren angrily tossed a pillow to the ground, which happened to land right on Jada as she entered the room. Luckily, she reacted quickly and caught it. "What's going on? Why are you so upset?" Jada, holding the pillow, approached Ren with concern and placed it back on the bed. She had never seen him this angry before, not even when tons of people were bashing him online for the ending of Cautious Hero. He had laughed off those criticisms like they were nothing. What could have made him so mad this time? Could he be exhausted? Ah, it's nothing. Ren sighed heavily, waving it off. No, it's just that. I feel like I've been served a pile of crap. Hearing his out-of-context remark, Jada frowned. Crap? She glanced around the room, even sniffing the air. No strange smells. Was her nose blocked? Are you sure you're okay? She bent down and pressed her forehead against Ren's to check for a fever. Finding nothing wrong, she breathed a sigh of relief. If you're feeling tired, you should really take a break. In her mind, it was probably overwork causing his frustration. Don't forget what we learned from cells at work: if you're exhausted, your cells will have to work overtime too. Yeah, I got it. Ren forced a smile, watching as Jada left the room. Once she was gone, he lay sprawled out on the bed in the shape of a starfish. Man, this series. Ren shook his head, thinking he might as well abandon any plans to continue Attack on Titan. Although he didn't mind fans criticizing him, he did care about whether a work had a satisfying ending. And to him, Attack on Titan's conclusion was a clear example of a bad ending. As he pondered, he looked at a scene from the manga. At that time, Berthold couldn't die there, so we let him go, and then made sure she walked in that direction. This was something Anne and Armin had said. The panel depicted the moment the wall was breached, and it showed that Dina had originally been heading towards Berthold but then inexplicably changed direction, straight towards Anne's mother. Although the manga never outright stated that Anne caused Dina to head towards his mother, the use of the word "let" made it a pretty clear implication. Let's not even talk about the dialogue. Let's just focus on the plot. Berthold was a Titan shifter, and the lore established that mindless Titans prioritize eating Titan shifters. So why did Dina, upon seeing Berthold, change course and attack a regular human instead? It's obvious, based on what Anne said. Dina was deliberately directed to attack Aaron's mother because Berthold wasn't allowed to die there. Good grief. As Ren recalled the moment when Anne had once asked Raina, "Why did my mom have to die that day?" he couldn't help but want to facepalm. What a joke! How could Aaron even have the audacity to ask that? Ren felt like his earlier hopes for Attack on Titan were crashing down in a big way. In his previous life, he had saved fan art of Anne standing proudly in his Survey Corps uniform while his mother lovingly patted his head. Back then, Ren had thought, wouldn't it be wonderful if something like that happened? But now? The actual ending made him cringe. The artist who made that fan art must be feeling pretty embarrassed right now. Sure, the storyline for Tokyo Ghoul wasn't perfect, but at least its ending didn't turn out as disappointing as this. Nope, this is too much. I can't keep reading. Ren forcibly blocked out all the Attack on Titan plot details that the system had just transferred into his mind. Then he moved on to the second work of the month. Ultraman Gaia, the Earth-Shattering Giant. Now this is something I can get behind. Ren smiled in satisfaction. If someone were to ask him which Ultraman he liked the most from the Heisei trilogy, he would say Ultraman Tiga, as it was part of his childhood. But in terms of story, his top pick would be Ultraman Gaia. After all, Ultraman Tiga was more of an episodic series, whereas Gaia had a rich, ongoing plot. Many episodes couldn't be finished in one go and had to be done in a continuous, serialized format. The entire series had both main and subplots running from start to finish. For example, the major overarching storyline was about the true nature of the radical destruction bringer. Then there were smaller subplots, like the crisis device prophecy. And also, the conflict between Gaia and Agul, as well as themes about humans, monsters, Earth, and even the anti-war messages woven throughout. All these elements came together, with the main and side plots intertwining over time. The show slowly unraveled its mysteries, ultimately tying everything back to the radical destruction bringer. The storylines were incredibly well crafted. Now that Ultraman Diner is finished, it's time to start work on Gaia. Ren murmured to himself. The prospect of working on Ultraman Gaia had completely erased the sour taste left by Attack on Titan's ending. For 10 advanced chapters, patreon.com/Michael translates. Chapter 352, The Promotion of Dinah. 1083 words. The second work Ren received was great and helped heal the emotional wound left by Attack on Titan. But when he saw the third project, his spirit soared. This third work was one Ren was very familiar with. In his previous life, it had started as a game and was later adapted into an anime with spin-off manga. This work was Steins Gate. Everything is the choice of Steins Gate. The story takes place a year after the Shibuya earthquake. News about an artificial satellite crashing onto the roof of Akihabara's Radio Kaikan building causes a stir. In Akihabara, a 3-person team called the Future Gadget Lab is led by Rintaro Okobe, a university student who still indulges in his Chunibyo, middle school delusions. Along with his friends, he spends his days developing strange inventions. Okobe goes to a lecture with his friend Hashida Itaru to earn some credits. There, they meet 18-year-old genius Karisu Marquise, who had already published papers in a prestigious American science journal. The strange thing is that Okobe had just witnessed Karisu lying in a pool of blood at the Radio Kaikan building only a few hours earlier. To make matters more confusing, everything he experienced was predicted in a text message he had sent to Hashida a week earlier. Eventually, Okobe discovers that one of the devices they invented by accident has the ability to send text messages into the past, effectively allowing them to manipulate time. Time travel is a well-worn trope. In many online novels, readers often encounter stories where the protagonist travels back in time from the future. This rebirth genre usually involves the protagonist correcting past mistakes and changing their fate, like preventing a loved one from dying or escaping poverty. The appeal of rebirth stories lies in the fantasy of fixing regrets, which is why the genre is so popular. But would altering the past really be that simple? Most rebirth novels conveniently ignore the negative consequences of time travel for the sake of wish fulfillment. But in reality, meddling with time can trigger something much more dangerous, the butterfly effect. The butterfly effect, also known as the topological chain reaction, refers to how small changes in a dynamic system's initial conditions can lead to massive consequences over time. This theory is highly applicable to stories involving time travel. Unlike rebirth novels that sidestep the butterfly effect, Steins Gate fully embraces its consequences. Many people who watch Steins Gate often feel confused, thinking, "What's going on?" Some even give up on it because they don't understand the plot. In his previous life, Ren hadn't played the Steins Gate game. He first encountered the story through the anime but stopped watching early on because it didn't seem to make sense. It wasn't until much later, when Ren had no other anime to watch and kept hearing praise for Steins Gate, that he decided to give it another shot. and then he understood, it was indeed a masterpiece. This was a series you couldn't watch in bits and pieces or skip around. You had to watch it straight through from start to finish to fully appreciate it. That's because the confusing early episodes lay the groundwork for the butterfly effect. Every time they send a text message, something changes, even if they don't realize it. In ways they can't see, something, somewhere, is being altered. They may have already made irreversible mistakes. Phew, but this series is bound to get criticized in the early stages, especially by those haters who love to attack me, Ren muttered to himself. After all, this story starts slow and gradually builds into a big, intense narrative later on. Even the TV adaptation, which had cut many scenes from the game, still faced criticism for its slow pacing. But there was little Ren could do about it. If things got too rough, he could always just tell fans upfront that the story was a slow burn and that it gets more exciting later on. Of course, he would need to make some changes to fit the world setting, character names, habits, and the like, as he usually did with all his adaptations. However, Ren didn't intend to change the core of the story, especially not the final plot twists. He believed that the mind-blowing twists were what made Steins Gate a masterpiece. Altering that would ruin it. What Ren planned to do was flesh out the characters more, adding content from the game that had been cut from the TV version. This would make the characters and plot feel more complete. Once he had the idea, Ren immediately set to work. He worked tirelessly all day, only stopping late at night before bed. While Ren was working on preparing his new projects, the promotion for Ultraman Diner had also kicked off. Even though the series hadn't aired yet, Picker Comics launched an aggressive marketing campaign for it. Billboards in subway stations, ads on large screens in city squares, posters on trains, and roadside advertisements all prominently featured Ultraman Diner. Picker Comics had deep pockets, and they weren't holding back. Online, Ultraman Diner shot to the top of the trending topics. Social media platforms buzzed with discussions about the upcoming show. Finally! It's about to air. I've been waiting so long for this. My kid was born during the wait. So, is this Diner part of the ancient giant race too? If that's the case, wouldn't he be weaker than Tiga? After all, Tiga was supposed to be the strongest warrior of the ancient times, right? Maybe Diner is Tiga's son. Look at the similar colors, and the promo material showed Diner with 3 different forms, just like Tiga. Plus, the design resembles Tiga. My guess is that Yuzare stole Tiga away from Camilla, and the two of them had a child. That's what I think too. Whether he's Tiga's son or not, I'm just super excited. When the final Odyssey ended, I figured there had to be another Ultraman series continuing Tiga's world, but then Ultraman Nexus came out instead. What do you mean to unfortunately? What, you don't think Jun is manly enough, or Noah isn't cool enough? Everywhere you looked online, people were talking about Ultraman Diner, even more than they had when Ultraman Nexus was airing. Well, that's to be expected. After all, Ultraman Tiga was the first Ultraman in this era. And with Ultraman Diner continuing the world built by Tiga, it was only natural for Ultraman fans to have high expectations. For 10 advanced chapters, patreon.com/Michael translates. Chapter 353, The 1,000 Years of Death. 1,142 words. DA Good evening, everyone. Today is March 12th, Tree Planting Day. Welcome to News Broadcast. At exactly 7 p.m., the familiar jingle of News Broadcast played, marking its start. Liu Lei, sitting at home watching the program, hummed along with the tune. After all, despite all the changes on TV over the years, this familiar sound had remained the same. It held a special place in the hearts of people like him, a reminder of their childhood. But just as he was settling in, "Dad! I want to watch Southern Sky TV." His son, Little Chubby, suddenly yelled from the living room. Liu Lei hadn't even seen the news anchor yet when he heard his son's voice. At some point, Little Chubby had wandered out of his room and into the living room. It took a second for Liu Lei to remember. Oh, that's right, today is the day Ultraman Diner airs. He enjoyed watching Ultraman himself but had forgotten while being distracted by the news. Watch what? Did you finish your homework before thinking about TV? Though Liu Lei liked Ultraman, that didn't mean he was going to let little Chubby watch it without completing his homework first. He glared at his son, clearly annoyed. After all, his wife had made it clear he had to ensure their son finished his homework before she got home. If the kid didn't, both of them would face consequences. No. I want to watch Ultraman. Otherwise, you're in trouble. Little Chubby stomped his foot, threatening loudly, or else, you're done for. Oh? I'm done for. Liu Lei found his son's threat amusing. He kicked his feet up onto the coffee table, adopting a smug posture, as if daring him. And what will you do if I don't let you? I'll tell Mom where you hid your stash of money in your Cayman rider belt. Thud. Liu Lei froze and nearly fell off the couch. He stared at his son in shock, eyes wide. How did you know about that? That belt was supposed to be his safest hiding spot. How did this kid keep finding out where he stashed his secret money? This wasn't normal. HMPH. So, are you letting me watch it or not? Little Chubby crossed his arms, looking all high and mighty. Seeing his son so confident, Liu Lei wanted to discipline him but hesitated. After all, the kid had leverage over him. Fine. Let him watch Ultraman for now. When he's engrossed in it, I'll secretly move my stash to another spot. Yeah, that'll work. With this plan in mind, Liu Lei grabbed the remote and switched the channel to Southern Sky TV. Fine. Watch it, but you have to finish your homework before your mom gets back. Got it? Okay. Little Chubby, now content, flopped onto the couch in a lazy posture, waiting for Ultraman Diner to start. Liu Lei sat nearby, close enough to his study to make a quick getaway later. 5 seconds later, the advertisements ended, and the opening sequence of Ultraman Diner began, with the title letters flying across the screen. The song's not bad. Despite thinking about his hidden money, Liu Lei got drawn into the show. Having watched Ultraman Tiger before, he was curious about Ultraman Diner too. The story began with a simple introduction, immediately telling him that the setting followed the same world as Tiga. It had been 7 years since the event of the final Odyssey. In that time, humanity had made significant advancements, beginning to explore and colonize new worlds. The Mars immigration plan was set in motion, and people were traveling to other celestial bodies. This era of exploration was called the Age of New Frontiers. But with new discoveries came new threats. Dangerous forces were awakening, although humanity remained unaware. On Earth, a new defense team, the Super Guts, had been formed, replacing the original team. The story of Ultraman Diner began with a training camp for the Super Guts team recruits. Soon enough, Liu Lei spotted a familiar face, the same man who briefly crossed paths with Daigo in the final Odyssey. This guy was the new protagonist. Dad! Look, that guy's going to turn into Diner later. Little Chubby's eyes widened with excitement as he pointed to the character on screen, wanting to show off his knowledge about the show. Don't sit so close to the TV. Kids often don't know how to protect their eyes. Whenever they saw something interesting on screen, they'd rush up to get a better look. But Liu Lei wasn't going to let his son damage his eyesight, so he quickly pulled him back. Little Chubby pouted as he was dragged back to the couch, then complained, but this guy, this flyboy or whatever, he's so weak. Sure enough, on screen, Asuka, flyboy, was getting beaten up repeatedly by another cadet. To Little Chubby, this was embarrassing. In his mind, Ultraman should be strong, not getting beaten up by a normal human. Give it a minute. He'll probably turn things around soon. Liu Lei responded casually. He'd seen enough TV to know the typical protagonist would eventually have a comeback. What he didn't expect was how the comeback would happen. Yikes! Liu Lei sucked in a sharp breath. On screen, Asuka had just pulled off a certain notorious technique, the 1,000 Years of Death. Watching the big guy on screen clutch his backside and fall to the ground made Liu Lei feel a sudden chill. While he'd seen this technique in Naruto, it felt different when performed in live action. Dad! Is that move really that strong? Little Chubby's eye sparkled with curiosity as he turned to Liu Lei. I thought it was just a joke in the cartoons. Ah? It's definitely strong, Liu Lei nodded, still stunned. Really? Little Chubby's excitement grew. If that's the case, then I'm going to use it on Xiao Hong tomorrow. She always picks on me because she's stronger. Yeah, go ahead. Liu Lei, still distracted, mumbled a half-hearted response. But halfway through, he suddenly froze. Wait, what did this kid just say? Who does he plan to use that move on? You said you're going to use it on Xiao Hong. Liu Lei asked again, needing confirmation. Yeah. Little Chubby, all fired up, raised his fist and added, I'll use the 1,000 Years of Death to get back at her. No way. Why not? Little Chubby tilted his head in confusion. Do I really have to explain? She's a girl. Liu Lei shouted. He was utterly speechless at his son's antics. Ooh? Why not? Because boys can't bully girls. Though that's what Liu Lei said aloud, his real concern was something else. The truth was, Xiao Hong's dad was a bodybuilder. With muscles that size, one punch from him would probably kill Liu Lei. For 10 advanced chapters, patreon.com/Michael translates. Chapter 354, Selling Out Dad. 1,105 words. During a simulation battle, the protagonist managed to defeat the ace pilot of the Super Guts team, Maizuan Liang. However, he soon encountered a cosmic entity known as the Sphere. Despite fighting with all his might, he was overwhelmed by the sheer numbers. In that moment, he saw a mysterious light and suddenly became the human host for Ultraman Dyna. Dad! Does this mean that Flyboy just turned into Ultraman? Although there wasn't any stone statue involved, he saw the light, and in his mind, where there's light, there's Ultraman. Yeah, pretty much, Liu Lei nodded in agreement. But inside, he was a bit confused. Isn't this supposed to follow the Ultraman Tiga world? Tiga was a warrior from ancient times who was revived through a stone statue. Shouldn't this be the same? His questions would have to wait, as the story continued. On Mars, the sphere reappeared and merged with rock formations to form a monster called Durambia, which began to destroy the human base on Mars. The Super Guts team fought back, trying to stop the monster's rampage. Dad, doesn't this monster look like that crab we ate before, called Izim, Tyrant Crab? Little Chubby, watching Durambia on screen, was reminded of the big crab they had at a seafood restaurant. He subconsciously licked his lips, thinking how delicious it looked. That was king crab. Liu Lei corrected his son's mistake, but then, he also found himself rubbing his stomach. But yeah, it does look kinda similar. Except this one has only 3 legs. Otherwise, he might have thought it was some mutant crab caused by radioactive waste. Just as they were discussing the crab-like monster, Ultraman Dyna appeared. Dyna is so awesome, so strong. When Dyna made his entrance, Little Chubby stood up on the couch, bouncing with excitement. Just the light from Dyna's transformation was enough to defeat the monster Durambia and destroy the sphere entities effortlessly. Dad, I want to buy an Ultraman transformation device. Little Chubby turned to his dad with pleading eyes. Liu Lei's face immediately fell. An Ultraman transformation device, those things are expensive. He recalled the price of the Ultraman Tiga transformation device he bought earlier and winced. His family was just a normal working class one. Spending hundreds of yuan on a toy wasn't easy. Look out, Dyna! Before Liu Lei could refuse, Little Chubby's urgent shouting brought his attention back to the screen. The remains of the defeated monster were reforming into another, bigger creature while Dinah was unaware. This time, the monster wasn't a three-legged crab-like creature anymore. It had arms, legs, a horned head, spikes on its back, and walked on 2 feet. It even managed to bind and overpower Dinah. Little Chubby was practically jumping in worry. Luckily, Ultraman always manages a comeback. After a tough battle, Dinah found an opening and struck back. With a signature Ultraman pose, he unleashed a powerful energy beam and defeated the monster, looking incredibly cool. Little Chubby mimicked Ultraman's iconic L-shaped arm pose, shouting, "Pew, pew, pew." Liu Lei played along, pretending to fall backward and saying, "Ah, I'm defeated." Ha ha ha. The two of them laughed together in harmony. Then, a second monster appeared. This time, it was a combination of the remaining sphere entity and magma from a volcano near the TPC thermal energy base, creating a hybrid creature known as a sphere synth beast. Does this mean all the monsters from now on will be made from the sphere combining with different materials on Earth? Liu Lei wondered, predicting the future of the series. He even speculated, what if the sphere combined with living beings instead of inanimate objects? The thought sent a thrill through him. Meanwhile, Little Chubby continued to cheer as the new monster, Gran Rain, was temporarily held back by the Guts training team. TPC was buying time, waiting for Dinah to arrive. In the ensuing fight, the monster burned Dinah's hands with red-hot energy from its abdomen and kept attacking with fiery breath. Just when it seemed like the monster would destroy the base, Dinah shifted into his miracle form and turned the tide. Using his telekinesis, he suspended Gran Rain upside down in the air. Finally, when Gran Rain shot flames, Dinah absorbed the attack and reflected it back with his Lipomerium ray, causing the monster to explode. Yay! Dinah won. Little Chubby breathed a sigh of relief as his worries melted away. But then, an ominous cough echoed through the room, sending shivers down the spines of both father and son. Liu Lei turned stiffly, only to find his wife standing behind them, arms crossed, her expression icy. His smile turned awkward, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He mentally cursed himself for losing track of time. And, worst of all, he had gotten so absorbed in the show that he forgot to move his secret stash of money to a safer place. Liu Lei, weren't you supposed to be supervising our son's homework? And Little Chubby, didn't you promise Mom that you'd study hard today? Liu Lei's wife asked, her voice chilly. Little Chubby, ever the sly one, immediately saw an opportunity to escape trouble by selling out his dad. He put on a pitiful face and said, "It's not my fault. Dad made me watch." Liu Lei turned to his son in disbelief. How could this little rascal be so shameless? Why would I force you to watch Ultraman? Liu Lei found a way to turn this around, pointing out a flaw in his son's story that could disprove his accusation. Because I found out where you hide your secret stash, so you tried to bribe me. Little Chubby said, standing confidently with his hands on his hips. Secret stash? His wife's eyes shot daggers at Liu Lei. Under normal circumstances, she might not have believed Little Chubby. But now, with the mention of a hidden stash, her thoughts were consumed by it. Things were about to get ugly. Sweetheart, wait, let me explain. Liu Lei's forehead broke out in cold sweat as he tried to explain. But before he could finish, his wife twisted his ear sharply. Oh, so you've been hiding money, huh? Oh. I'm sorry. I was wrong. Let's go. You're going to show me exactly where you've hidden it. Their voices faded as they left the room. Little Chubby, meanwhile, patted his chest in relief. Phew, I dodged a bullet this time. Thank you, Ultraman, for saving me. With that, he turned off the TV and quickly ran back to his room to start his homework. For 10 advanced chapters, patreon.com/Michael translates. Chapter 355, Gintama's Mitsubra Arc. 1006 words. With the first 2 episodes of Ultraman Dinah aired, discussions exploded online. the #UltramanDiner on Weibo saw new posts with each refresh. Those planes in Diner look so cool. And they can combine and separate? But will the toys be sold separately? That's going to hurt my wallet. I still need to buy the Diner transformation device. Yeah, and if there are 3 planes, which one do I buy? I can't decide, I want them all. Heck, kids make choices. Adults buy everything. My childhood is ruined. The Victory Hawk has been reduced to a training plane. Yeah, I was hoping to see Captain Iruma and the old team. Come on, if they haven't been promoted after 7 years, it just means they weren't doing too well. But speaking of which, did you guys see the info about Diner's blue form? It has superpowers, and it seems even stronger than Tiga. You're just making stuff up. Tiga could KO him with one Zephyrian Ray, no problem. Soon enough, the nostalgic thread veered off course. Fans began debating the power levels of Ultraman Tiga and Ultraman Diner. As for Nexus? It didn't really count, since it wasn't part of the same universe. But since Tiga and Diner shared the same world and had many similarities, fans were more inclined to compare their strength. Some fans argued that based on the official details, Diner was clearly stronger. His speed and superpowers made him stand out. Tiga would be completely outmatched. Tiga's fastest form is just agile, but Diner is both fast and has superpowers. In a 2-on-1, Diner would win hands down. You really think 2 ants can beat a human? Ren noticed that his fans kept tagging him in their posts, asking him to clarify which Ultraman was stronger. But he ignored them. Back in his previous life, debates about which Ultraman was the strongest were always common. No matter what answer you gave, it was impossible to satisfy everyone. Even if the original creator gave an opinion, some people would still say things like, "What does the creator know about Ultraman?" Some time later, Ren finally finished revising Steins Gate and prepared it for release. Before launching the series, he posted a teaser on Weibo. "Do you want all the merchandise from my works? If you do, I'll give it all to you. Read my new series. If you understand it before the contest ends, you'll get everything I promised." While fans were still arguing about Tiga and Diner, Steins Gate was released. Daniel, standing in line at the bookstore, was eagerly waiting to buy the new issue. This time, the Porter's new release, Steins Gate, had everyone buzzing. The promotion for this work claimed it was the slowest burn of all the Porter series. And there was a special challenge. If readers could fully understand the story early on, they would win a complete set of Porter merchandise, from Ultraman Tiga to Kamen Rider and Full Metal Alchemist. This piqued the pride of many fans. After all, they considered themselves masters of interpretation. Even if a story had no deep meaning, these understanding kings could find layers upon layers of hidden meaning, often surprising even the authors themselves. Daniel considered himself one of these understanding kings. As a self-proclaimed expert on the Porter's works, Daniel couldn't stand being taunted like this. Sure, he already owned most of the merchandise being offered, but who would turn down free stuff? So without hesitation, he showed up at the bookstore to grab his copy of Steins Gate. After waiting about 10 minutes, he finally got his hands on the new issue and rushed home, drawing curious glances from people on the street. Once he got home, he changed clothes and followed his usual routine. He started with Gintama. Though Gintama was a Japanese samurai manga, it offered him a blend of excitement, emotion, and humor. The series was rich with various elements, but the one Daniel liked most was its seemingly unreliable characters who, in fact, held profound life lessons. So this time it's about Sugo's sister. He noted the introduction of a beautiful young woman in the story, recognizing her as Sugo's older sister, Mitsuba. Through flashbacks, Daniel learned about the origins of the Shinsengumi's core members, Kondo, Sugo, and Hijikata, all of whom hailed from the Bushu region. Hijikata and Mitsuba had been in love, but when Mitsuba suggested going to Edo with him, Hijikata had turned her down. Afraid he couldn't guarantee her happiness due to his uncertain future, he had rejected her. This was why Sugo harbored such a deep resentment toward Hijikata. At last, Daniel understood why Sugo always schemed against Hijikata in earlier storylines, often trying to get rid of him. It made sense. After losing both parents, Sugo saw his sister as a maternal figure. For Hijikata to break her heart, of course Sugo would be angry. However, seeing Sugo, usually a mischievous and free-spirited character, act so obedient and gentle around his sister felt odd to Daniel. The contrast was striking. Mitsuba had returned to get married, but not out of love. She wanted to show Sugo she was happy so he wouldn't worry about her. Her fiancé, Karabatuma, wasn't a good man. He planned to use Sugo's connection to the Shinsengumi to cover up his arms smuggling operation, hiding under the guise of Mitsuba's loving husband. Even as Mitsuba's condition worsened, he continued his shady dealings without remorse. This enraged Hijikata, prompting him to storm the scene alone to confront Karaba. Seriously, why didn't you act sooner? Daniel shook his head in frustration at Hijikata's hesitation. Hijikata and Mitsuba were clearly in love, but he had let his fears of dying and leaving her behind drive them apart. Rather than facing the unknown together, Hijikata had selfishly pushed Mitsuba toward another man, all while thinking it was for her own good. Daniel thought, how could he know if she would have cared? For 10 advanced chapters, patreon.com/Michael translates. Chapter 356, Taking the Blame Again. 1109 words. Daniel thought for a moment, realizing that Hijikata's decision might have been a form of compromise. There was no doubt that Hijikata Tushiro truly loved Mitsuba Sugo. Just look at how furious he became when he found out Mitsuba's fiancé disregarded her well-being. He stormed the arms deal alone, fully determined. If Hijikata didn't love her, he wouldn't have been so angry or upset. But this situation arose because Hijikata wasn't a perfect person. He had a strong sense of responsibility but lacked confidence in himself. Though Gintama had many funny moments, the story's background was actually quite harsh. It was a chaotic time, the fact that people openly trafficked weapons proved that. As a member of the Shinsengumi, Hijikata had made many enemies. Although he was strong enough to narrowly escape their revenge, what about Mitsuba? Could Mitsuba avoid becoming a target? And as a Shinsengumi officer, Hijikata was often away, unable to stay by Mitsuba's side like a normal husband. Reality can be cruel sometimes. Two people deeply in love might only get to express their feelings in fleeting moments. Daniel internally justified Hijikata's actions, but then... bang! Daniel slammed his hand down on the table. I still can't forgive him. No matter how much he tried to explain Hijikata's choices, Daniel couldn't bring himself to forgive the guy. Honestly, Daniel had really liked Hijikata before. But after reading this arc, he just couldn't. Hijikata had forced his idea of happiness onto Mitsuba. Did he ever ask what Mitsuba truly wanted? Did he ever consider that if Mitsuba married someone else, she might not be as happy as he thought? In Mitsuba's eyes, being with Hijikata, even if their life together was far from perfect, would have been happiness enough. That whole I just want the woman I love to be happy thing? That was just Hijikata lying to himself. Hijikata only considered the superficial, material idea of happiness, without considering Mitsuba's true feelings. And what about Mitsuba? She was thoughtful and kind, and she probably already understood what Hijikata was thinking. That's likely why she agreed to marry that terrible fiancé, not just to give her brother peace of mind, but also to give Hijikata peace of mind. When you think about it like that, Mitsuba was truly an amazing woman. Because she loved Hijikata, she couldn't have genuinely wanted to marry that fiancé. That was just a lie told by a woman who didn't want the people she loved to worry about her. She didn't want anyone to pity her, nor did she want to hold Hijikata back. Most importantly, she didn't want Hijikata to feel guilty or ruin his future. Mitsuba put on a brave face, showing everyone a happy version of herself. Whether it was true or not didn't matter. For the people she loved, she was willing to sacrifice anything. Especially since Mitsuba already knew she didn't have much time left. She didn't want her death to leave Hijikata drowning in guilt or sadness. So even if it meant marrying someone she didn't love, she would go through with it. In the final scene, Hijikata sat alone on the rooftop, eating spicy senbei, his back to the viewer. He wiped away his tears, insisting, "It's just too spicy, it's making me cry." Seeing that, Daniel's anger toward Hijikata faded slightly. He started to feel sorry for Hijikata. This guy couldn't even express his true feelings to the woman he loved before she died. Sigh. "This is Gintama for you," Daniel muttered to himself. It wasn't just full of funny moments. Often, there were moments that could make you cry, hidden behind the laughs. Daniel hoped that in future chapters, Hijikata wouldn't find another girlfriend. If he stayed single, readers might still like him as a character. But if Hijikata moved on too easily, it wouldn't just be Daniel who disliked him. Many readers who still admired Hijikata after this arc would likely find him annoying, too. After the Mitsuba arc ended, those 2 chapters caused a massive stir among Gintama fans. At first, I really liked Hijikata, but now? This? He's just what, self-satisfied? Selfish? Is he just doing this to feel better about himself? Exactly. He's way too selfish. He's so full of himself. Does he really think Mitsuba cared about the stuff he was worried about? She loved him, that's all. And that whole "I just want the woman I love to be happy" line? Does he think Mitsuba would be happy marrying someone she didn't love? This whole thing just made me so mad. I know. And the fact that Mitsuba didn't even get to see Hijikata before she died, it just made him seem even worse. I may have a low threshold for tears, but when Mitsuba died, I couldn't hold back. I cried my eyes out. Same here. Plus 10,086? But not everyone disliked Hijikata. Naturally, there were some fans who defended him. As more anti-Hijikata comments popped up online, his supporters started speaking up, too. Calling it self-satisfaction or male chauvinism just shows you didn't understand Gintama. Exactly. Reality is cruel. Instead of dragging things out and causing even more pain in the long run, sometimes it's better to end things before they get worse. Sigh, the final scene really made me tear up. Hijikata sitting there alone on the rooftop, eating Mitsuba's favorite spicy senbei, using it as an excuse for his tears, it really got to me. What can you do? He suppressed his feelings for so long, but in the end, he couldn't fool his own heart. And so, the readers began to argue back and forth. Both sides had their points, and neither was willing to back down. The debate about Hijikata and Mitsuba's relationship even trended into the top 3 on the hot search. This led a lot of people who weren't familiar with the characters to wonder, who are Hijikata and Mitsuba? Once they learned they were from a manga, some curious folks decided to buy the latest issue, and soon, they too joined in the debate. Eventually, someone chimed in with a new perspective. Wait a minute. Isn't this all the Porter's fault? He's the one who wrote such a tragic love story. That comment hit like a bombshell, and suddenly, everyone turned their attention to Ren. Right. This was all the Porter's fault. Why did he have to write such a bittersweet and realistic love story? Before long, Ren's Weibo was flooded with comments. What did I do to deserve this? Ren was completely dumbfounded. For 10 advanced chapters, patreon.com/Michael translates. Chapter 357, Steins Gate. 1064 words. The impact of the Mitsuba arc from Gintama would continue to linger, but for now, after a brief moment of sadness, Daniel eagerly turned to the highly anticipated manga Steins Gate. Although the universe has a beginning, it has no end. Infinity. While stars have a beginning, they too will eventually exhaust themselves due to their own energy. Limited. Possessing intelligence is the greatest form of stupidity. This has been proven throughout history. One could say this is the final notice from the gods to all who dare defy them. The opening scene featured a man in a white lab coat, standing on a rooftop, holding a phone and speaking cryptically. Daniel quickly recognized the man in the white coat as the protagonist of this manga, as he'd seen him in the promotional posters. God's lab coat, Defiance. Steins Gate. Although he hadn't yet seen the full story, Daniel already had some theories forming in his head. In many manga, the protagonist wearing a lab coat is often depicted as a scientist or a doctor. Given the mention of defying gods and the title of the manga, Daniel speculated that perhaps the protagonist was a scientist trying to use technology to fight against some divine oppression. Or maybe he was a doctor attempting to resurrect someone, and doing so was encroaching on a god's domain, provoking a warning. Whatever the case, it seemed like this story would involve technology battling the supernatural. This sounds pretty cool. Daniel's excitement grew as he felt he was getting closer to unlocking the mystery and winning the reward that the porter had mentioned in his challenge. Piece of cake, he thought with a smirk. The story continued with the protagonist, Okabe, attending a lecture on time machines with his childhood friend, Mayui, and interrupting the speaker, Dr. Nakabachi, to accuse him of plagiarizing other theories. Is this some kind of satire about today's so-called experts and scholars? Daniel chuckled as he saw the awkward expression on Dr. Nakabachi's face. But soon, Daniel's smirk faded slightly. Okabe, the protagonist, started acting strangely, referring to himself as who in Kauma and making bizarre, cryptic statements. Daniel began to suspect something was off. Wait, is this guy supposed to be a Chunibyo? Is this story about some delusional guy saving the world? Intrigued, Daniel continued reading. After the lecture, Okabe heard a scream and found a girl named Kurisu lying in a pool of blood. He quickly fled the building, sending a text to his friend Daru about Kurisu's murder. But something strange happened, everything around him suddenly changed. The people who had been around him vanished. When Okabe asked Mayui about what had happened, she didn't seem to remember anything. Wait, could Mayui have been replaced? Daniel wondered. As the plot continued, things only got more confusing. Okabe noticed many discrepancies in the world around him. The lecture, which had supposedly taken place, was now said to have been cancelled. Even more bizarre, Okabe discovered that the text message he sent had somehow traveled back in time. And the girl who was supposed to have been dead, Kurisu, was still alive. What is even happening? Like Okabe, Daniel was utterly perplexed. By the second chapter, Kurisu reappeared, leaving Okabe shocked. In an attempt to make sense of things, he spent the night investigating the Digital incident, but found that it had mysteriously disappeared from the internet, an event that was once headline news now seemingly wiped from existence. Things got even stranger when Okabe tested the microwave banana experiment. Somehow, a banana that had been plucked off earlier reappeared on the bunch, but now green. By the end of the second chapter, the internet was abuzz with confusion. Hey, did anyone actually understand this manga? I paid attention, but all I got out of it was that Kurisu has really nice legs. The rest of it made no sense at all. Same here. I was so confused. It feels like I read 2 chapters and nothing happened. I feel like I'm stuck in a loop. I open the manga, Okabe. I close the manga, what just happened? Open it again, Okabe. Close it, huh? Wait, can someone explain to me how Kurisu died and then came back? And what was the deal with the banana? Why did the lecture get cancelled when it clearly happened? Why did the text message go back in time? And what happened to the Chitta incident? Did the government cover it up or something? Not only is the plot impossible to follow, but I don't even like the main character. At first, I thought he was some genius mastermind when he was standing on the rooftop all serious. But turns out, he's just a Chunibyo. Now it makes sense why the porter was so confident about giving out rewards. This manga is impossible to figure out. Meanwhile, at Claire's apartment. Claire, one of Ren's assistants, lay in her dorm room, scrolling through the comments. Seeing the reactions to Steins Gate, she couldn't help but smile wryly. Honestly, when Ren first asked them to illustrate this manga, the entire team had been just as confused by the first 2 chapters. It wasn't until they'd read the full outline that they realized what a masterpiece this story was. The first 2 chapters might seem confusing and random, but those seemingly random events were all deliberate setups for the plot twists and payoffs later on. No wonder the porter is a genius, Claire thought, shaking her head. The intricate setup, the dramatic twists, the mind-bending plot, it was beyond anything Claire could have imagined creating herself. I guess I'm just not cut out for these kinds of complex, cerebral stories. I could never come up with something like this, she admitted with a sigh. However, her gaze soon shifted toward her desk, and suddenly, she jumped up, energized. But enough of that. I need to focus on my own project. She was working on her next manga. Though Your Lie in April had been a huge success, Claire had no intention of fading away after just one hit. She had something big planned, though researching all the materials had taken her a lot of time. Only now, after months of preparation, had she finally completed the outline and settings for her next work. For 10 advanced chapters, patreon.com/Michael translates. Chapter 358, A New Arc of Konosuba. 1018 words. At this point, Konosuba, God's blessing on this wonderful world, had entered a new arc. Princess Alice, who had invited Ren's team after they defeated several Demon King generals, held a grand banquet in their honor. As the party neared its end, she used teleportation magic to transport Ren back to the royal palace, all to spite darkness. And who was Ren? He was widely known among fans as a man with zero shame, even earning titles like Beast Ren and a Scumbag Ren after his duel with Mitsurugi. Though Ren was actually a decent person deep down, Daniel, like many fans, felt that those nicknames fit Ren's character quite well. Normally, Ren was definitely a scoundrel, sometimes even downright shameless. So what would happen when Ren spent time with Princess Alice in the royal palace? As the saying goes, bad company corrupts good manners. Alice, once an innocent and naive princess, quickly picked up on Ren's bad habits, such as using underhanded tricks during military strategy lessons. Under Ren's influence, Alice even started calling him her sworn older brother, leading to a series of hilarious events that had readers in stitches. However, despite the laughs, many readers were also a bit upset with Ren. After all, Princess Alice had initially been sweet and innocent, but under Ren's influence, she began to develop her own mischievous side. Sigh, this manga is funny, but when you think about it deeply, it's actually kind of sad. Daniel thought to himself after closing the latest chapter of Konosuba. The world in Konosuba might seem like a light-hearted comedy from the reader's perspective, but if you paid closer attention, it was actually a pretty harsh place. The Cabbage Army incident, for example, highlighted how most adventurers were barely better than sentient vegetables. Even the third-ranked adventurer in the country, Mitsurugi, had been easily humiliated and defeated by Ren in an informal duel. If this was the level of the top adventurers, then the world was in rough shape. Add to that the goddess summoning people from Japan just to fill the ranks of adventurers because no one in their world wanted the job. Even Ren, the main character, had died countless times throughout the series, showing just how dangerous this world was. Yeah, the Porter's mangas always seem funny on the surface, but when you really think about it, there's always a hidden layer of horror. As fans continued to discuss Ren's new work online, Ren himself received news of another award nomination. While it wasn't as prestigious as the Oscars, it was still a well-known award in the industry. For example, Felix's Ultraman Nexus had been nominated for 5 awards, including Best Screenplay, Best TV Show, Best Director, Most Popular Actor, and Best Children's Program. That was quite an impressive achievement. When Felix learned that his work had been nominated, he couldn't help but cry tears of joy. It had been a long, hard road for Felix to finally gain recognition after years in the industry. In fact, Felix could easily have left Ren's studio and gone solo by now. But he didn't want to. He felt that staying with Ren allowed him to learn even more. Plus, Ren treated his team well, never taking credit for their work or withholding their earnings. As a result, several other artists who could have gone independent, like Felix, chose to stay with Ren's studio as well. Ren didn't mind either. He welcomed them staying, as having reliable talent around was always useful. After attending the award ceremony with the winning team, Ren returned to the studio in Poetry City. "Hey, Felix, what's wrong?" The next day, when Ren arrived at the studio, he noticed a crowd gathered around Felix, who seemed unusually quiet. Ren walked over, a smile playing on his lips. All right, so he won an award. You all are probably pestering him so much he's feeling down." To Ren, Felix's glum demeanor likely had to do with the constant questions and attention he was getting. Ren had gone through the same thing when he first gained fame. Everywhere he went, paparazzi followed, asking ridiculous questions. If you didn't answer them, they'd hound you. But if you did, you'd often see your words twisted beyond recognition when they were published. "Teacher, it's not us bothering Felix," someone said. "We found him like this when we arrived. He won't answer any of our questions." Ren was startled. If everyone was telling the truth, then something else was going on with Felix. Had something happened at home? Sighing, Ren walked over and patted Felix on the shoulder. "Look, Felix, whatever happened, you have to accept it. People always say the deceased turn into stars in the sky, watching over us. You wouldn't want them to see you this sad." Before Ren could finish, Felix cut him off, looking up at him in exasperation. "Teacher, no one died in my family." Ren stood there, speechless for a moment, then awkwardly smacked Felix on the back of the head. "Then why do you look so miserable? You just won an award. How do you think that makes everyone else feel, huh?" "Exactly. Yeah, we didn't win anything." The other artists and assistants chimed in, nodding their heads in agreement. "No, you guys don't understand," Felix muttered, shaking his head. "Then tell me what's wrong," Ren said, annoyed. "What's the point of keeping it all to yourself?" Felix hesitated, looking around nervously at the group gathered around them. Noticing his discomfort, Ren immediately picked up on the situation. He turned to the crowd of curious onlookers. "Why are you all still hanging around? Don't you have work to do? Go on, get back to your desks. Are your projects all finished already?" As soon as Ren finished speaking, everyone scattered, disappearing from sight in an instant. "Now, can you tell me?" Ren asked. "Yeah." Felix nodded, then leaned in close to Ren's ear and whispered, "Teacher, what do you do if your girlfriend is pregnant, but the baby isn't yours?" For 10 advanced chapters, patreon.com/Michael translates. Chapter 359, Claire's New Work. 1,103 words. After hearing what Felix said, Ren was momentarily stunned, blinking in confusion. Apparently, yesterday, Felix's girlfriend suddenly asked him, "What would you do if I got pregnant, but the baby wasn't yours?" Felix explained that recently, he had noticed his girlfriend's belly looking a bit bigger, which made him anxious. That's why he had been zoned out all day today. Ren, however, was a bit stumped. This was beyond his expertise, he had never encountered a situation like this. But then again, he looked at Felix with a bit of sympathy. Poor guy. "Felix, you're handling this all wrong." Just then, Jazz, who had been eavesdropping for a while, suddenly stepped forward and said bluntly, "Clearly, you didn't do well in school." "Who?" Felix was puzzled. What did his school performance have to do with this? Wasn't this the time to feel bad for him and help him figure out this issue? Not only Felix, but all the other men in the room were staring at Jazz in bewilderment. Seeing their confusion, Jazz began explaining, "Pay attention to the phrasing. She said if she got pregnant, right? That's hypothetical. It's not necessarily true. All that stuff about being pregnant and the baby not being yours? Those are just distractions. You see these types of questions all the time in exams. You need to understand that women think differently from men. It's like when girls ask you, if your mom and I both fell into the water, and you could only save one, who would you save? This question your girlfriend asked is the same type of thing. Do you really think she's dumb enough to tell you directly if she cheated? Of course not. So, after filtering out the distractions, her question really boils down to, do you trust me? That's the real question. You can interpret it that way. No way. After hearing Jazz's explanation, everyone in the room sucked in a sharp breath. A true genius. Seeing the awe in everyone's eyes, Jazz wore a smug grin and cleared her throat. So, in this case, what you need to say is, who else could the father be if not me? This shows that you trust her completely. After all, girls tend to overthink things. Sometimes, a careless comment or seemingly insignificant action from a guy can make them feel like they're not loved. And saying something nice doesn't cost you anything, right? That makes sense. Felix nodded, feeling enlightened. If his girlfriend really had someone else's child, would she be bold enough to come straight out and tell him? Normally, she'd probably try to hide it, right? But then Felix remembered something. But what if it's true? What if I say, I trust you, and it turns out the child really isn't mine? He asked nervously. Oh, you're so dumb. Ren, who had been silent until now, couldn't help but smack Felix on the back of the head. This wasn't even a problem. Look, you two are just dating. If she's really pregnant with someone else's kid, isn't that perfect? Once she's about 8 or 9 months along, just break up with her. Oh. Felix's eyes lit up with realization. He finally relaxed, feeling like a huge burden had been lifted. Feeling better now? Go back to your work. Ren patted Felix on the shoulder. And next time, just speak up when you've got something on your mind. As the saying goes, 3 heads are better than 1. We've got a whole bunch of creative minds here, that's gotta be worth 100 heads, right? Got it. Felix nodded enthusiastically. Seeing that Felix was back to normal, the rest of the group slowly dispersed. Just then, Claire approached, holding some papers. Teacher, this is my new manga. Claire's voice was filled with a mix of excitement and nervousness. After all, she had poured so much effort into this project. If it got rejected, it would be a huge blow. A new work from you. Ren smiled as he looked at the papers. He had always thought Claire was a promising artist. But while Felix and the others had already released several works, Claire had only completed Your Lie in April and had been quiet ever since. At one point, Ren even wondered if Claire had decided to stay on as an assistant and pursue something else as her main career. He took the manuscript from Claire, but instead of looking at the character designs first, he decided to start with the storyboard. After all, looking at character designs could give away too much of the story early on, and Ren preferred discovering the story as he read. Flipping through the storyboard. The scenes felt oddly familiar to Ren, they reminded him of the time he went to a shrine while working on Your Name. Is this the place you visited during your break? Ren asked, recalling Claire's recent time off. Yes, a lot of the story I'm writing involves ancient elements, so I needed to do some research, Claire explained, nodding. Satisfied with her explanation, Ren continued reading. As he went on, he began to notice more familiar elements. Kagome, or a shrine, the Shikon jewel. Suddenly, Ren's eyes widened. Wasn't this Inuyasha? No way, maybe the names are just similar. Ren thought as he kept reading. The story followed Kagome, who, on her 15th birthday, was pulled into an ancient well at her family's shrine by a centipede demon. She was transported back to ancient China, where she encountered a village. The village elder, an old priestess named Keed, noticed that Kagome bore a striking resemblance to her late sister, Kikyo, and suspected that Kagome might be Kikyo's reincarnation. When the centipede demon attacked again, Kagome was injured, and the Shikon jewel, a sacred artifact that had been cremated with Kikyo, reappeared from within Kagome's body. To protect the village, Kagome lured the demon into the forest where the half-demon Inuyasha was sealed. In desperation, she freed Inuyasha, who killed the centipede demon. But then, Inuyasha turned his attention to the Shikon Jewel, desiring its power. Well, damn! By this point, Ren was certain. This was Inuyasha, but with all the elements reworked to fit into a Chinese historical setting. Honestly, Ren had thought about creating Inuyasha himself in the past, but there had been too many details that needed altering. In the end, his laziness had won, and he hadn't gone through with it. Now, seeing Claire take on the task, Ren felt it was actually a pretty good idea. For 10 advanced chapters, patreon.com/Michael translates. Chapter 360, The Grand Opening. 1120 words. Claire's version of Inuyasha definitely had some stylistic differences compared to the one Ren remembered from his past life. The art was neat and refined. It didn't have the delicate feel of a typical shoujo manga, nor the ruggedness of a shonen style. Instead, it struck a balance that was visually pleasing. Claire, who had drawn Your Lie in April, demonstrated once again her skill in creating deep, compelling characters. Ren was particularly impressed with how Claire handled the emotional aspects of the story. Like Tokuhoshi Rumiko, Claire had a knack for bringing her characters to life with distinct personalities. Phew. Time passed, and Ren soon finished reading the Chinese version of Inuyasha. Even though some of the plot points differed from the original Inuyasha, Ren couldn't help but feel nostalgic as he looked through Claire's setting and storyline. In Claire's version, the protagonist Kagome was transported back to ancient China, though it was a fictional dynasty, not an actual historical one. Many of the Japanese-style demons were swapped for Chinese-themed ones, like spider demons, centipede demons, and dog spirits. The concept of a shrine maiden was changed to an ancient Chinese shamaness. Even names with the Japanese Maru ending, which sounded distinctly Japanese, were altered. For Ren, it was a bit disorienting at first, likely because he had been familiar with Inuyasha in his past life. But for readers who had never experienced the original, this new version would be easier to embrace. The story flowed smoothly, filled with vibrant energy, and the plot was both exciting and unpredictable. The antagonists were inspired by creatures from Chinese mythologies like those found in the classic of mountains and seas. In terms of structure, the plot felt a bit like Journey to the West, a beloved Chinese classic. While Journey to the West followed the journey of the monk and his companions in search of sacred scriptures, Claire's story followed Inuyasha and his team as they hunted down the shards of the Shikon Jewel and battled their archenemy, Naraku. Although Claire had only shown a portion of the storyboard, Ren, who knew Inuyasha well, could already picture the vivid world filled with demons and supernatural occurrences. However, being a female artist, Claire seemed to excel at portraying emotions but fell a little short in depicting combat scenes. The fights in the story felt more like turn-based battles, where characters took turns attacking rather than fluid action. "How was it, teacher?" Claire asked nervously after seeing Ren remain silent for a long time after reading the storyboard and character designs. "It's excellent." Ren smiled and praised Claire. "But you do need to work on the combat scenes a bit. Right now, they feel too much like a turn-based RPG. You should try showing actions like this, and maybe this." As Ren began to explain, many of the other artists and assistants gathered around. After all, when the porter gave advice, everyone wanted to listen. But after spending half the morning in the studio, Ren had to leave in the afternoon. Picker Land was about to open. Ren and his wife, Jada, were scheduled to attend the ribbon-cutting ceremony. Of course, Picker Land was a massive project, and not all parts of it had been completed yet. Only the areas that were ready for visitors were set to open. For instance, the Ultraman Park was fully finished. Visitors could see Ultraman suits, monster costumes, and even models of planes from the series. There would also be live Ultraman stage shows. There was also the Cells world, based on cells at work. Another section was Academy City, which was related to a certain scientific railgun. Despite these sections being ready, there was still much more to be built. Still, even with only some parts open, the park had enough attractions to draw in visitors. So, Picker Comics had launched a large-scale promotional campaign for the park. Given the significant investment, they couldn't afford not to advertise. They didn't just rely on ads but also brought in celebrity endorsements. The actors who played Ultraman and Kamen Rider were, of course, part of the promotion. Big-name stars like Zhu Qianwang and Liu Qianwang, as well as popular internet influencers, were all invited to endorse the park. Ren and the team didn't mind spending money on marketing. After all, you have to invest to get returns. Building Picker Land cost far more than the advertising, so skimping on promotion would have been foolish. Soon, the news about Picker Land's opening spread all over the internet, quickly climbing the trending charts. Online, people started discussing the park. Wow, it's opening so soon? How did they build an entire theme park that quickly? What's the big deal? Our country is great at construction. They can build a hospital in days, so building a theme park this fast isn't impossible as long as you've got the money. Don't get too excited. Only part of the park is opening for now. It's not fully finished yet. Ooh? What's the point of going if you can't experience the whole thing? This feels like a quick cash grab from Picker. Yeah, and with it being built so fast, is it even safe? I don't care. I'm definitely going. I went fishing near the park the other day and saw this gigantic statue of Ultraman. I heard it's a full-scale model of Tiger. Just for that, I'm going. What? A full-scale Ultraman statue? Awesome! When this news hit the internet, it immediately grabbed the attention of Ultraman fans. With the online buzz, the opening of Picker Land quickly became a hot topic. Although Liu Lei's family was just an ordinary working-class household, he was very indulgent when it came to his son. Even though his kid could be quite a handful, Liu Lei always tried to fulfill his son's requests as long as they weren't too outrageous. For example, he would buy Picker merchandise whenever possible, trying to satisfy his son's requests within his financial means. As a result, Liu Lei had gradually become a platinum member of the Picker online store. When the Picker Land promotional campaign launched, both his phone and app sent him push notifications. Of course, his son saw the messages. The moment little Chubby found out when Picker Land was opening, he started begging to go. This left Liu Lei in a bit of a bind. After all, this month's allowance had already been spent on little Chubby's Diner transformation device and the combined planes toy. He wanted to refuse his son's request, but when he saw the hopeful look on his son's chubby little face, he couldn't bring himself to say no. For 10 advanced chapters, patreon.com/Michael translates. Don't forget to like and subscribe to KUMO Audiobook.